Call to order the June 11th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Lavanino,
Here.
Mr. Williams,
Here.
Ms. Hartman,
Here.
Mr. Adam,
Here.
Chair Hart.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
CEO Miyasato, is there a CEO report today?
No report today, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda today?
Chair Hart and members of the board, I just have a couple quick announcements this morning. First, I would just like to remind the public of our alternative methods of participation in Board of Supervisors meetings. As you'll see momentarily, there will be a scroll at the top of your screen to indicate how to participate by phone. If you would like to make a comment by phone, please call phone number 805-568-2240, and please state your name, your phone number, and which item you would like to speak on, and we will call you at the appropriate time. In addition, I would just like to remind all members of the public, please make every effort to be available and mute all streaming devices once it is your turn to speak. And my last announcement this morning is just to remind the board as well as the public that we posted an addendum to our agenda for today, June 11th, 2020, adding departmental agenda item number 4. This is sponsored by Supervisor Hart and Supervisor Williams. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding holding a hearing on racial equity and the criminal justice system. And there is a time certain for this item for today at 1 p.m. And those are all my announcements.
Thank you very much for those announcements. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Are there any requests to speak about items not on the agenda today?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on general public comment today.
All right, well, that brings us to the next item, which is department item number 3. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Planning and Development. As you are aware, this is continued from our June 2nd hearing. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission recommended ordinances to amend the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, and the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, Article 2, to implement new development standards and permit requirements regarding certain commercial cannabis activities.
And since we are continuing this item from our previous June 2nd hearing, we do have a number of public comments that we'd like to read into the record. And let's begin with those letters.
Chair Hart and members of the board, that is correct. We have 41 letters to be read into the record from our continued June 2nd hearing, and I will begin with Janelle Osborne. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Janelle Osborne, Mayor of Lompoc. I have concerns about requiring conditional use permits. Cannabis is a major contributor to your 2020 fiscal landscape. The county's cannabis tax receipts for the third quarter increased 43% over the same quarter last year because of increased production, coupled with a growing reputation for producing quality products that command a market premium. The accumulated cannabis tax collected is now close to $20 million, and with continued growth could find essential public services for the most vulnerable in our community. With drastic job cuts, we are now seeing children and families go hungry. Cannabis tax revenues can help fill budget gaps. These changes only advance discord. Perpetuating an outdated and failed perspective creates the history of losing vital members of our agricultural community, i.e. cattle, supplanted by wine, flowers supplanted by wine. Highest revenue crops dominating discussions or allowing berry hoop houses, but not cannabis, are examples of the frustration so many have with the permitting process already, creating a diverse environment with many agricultural products, all able to meet standard expectations in a streamlined and efficient permitting process, is all any business ever asks of government. Instead, the county is creating burdens on a new industry, staff, future farmers, and many unintentional harm existing crops. You should do everything possible to promote this new endeavor in a way that supports all crops, producing quality products that command a market premium. Respectfully, Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor Osborne.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Suzanne Duca. Honorable Board, as a former 1st District Planning Commissioner and knowledgeable 48-year resident of Carpinteria, I support the Planning Commission's recommendation to require a CUP to amend the zoning and land use code. The well-known negative impact of this quickly emerging new industry on longtime traditional agriculture and its well-known skunk-like smell on longtime neighbors, children's organizations, and schools calls out for greater scrutiny. The different types of developments within this new industry and the variety of locations can only sensibly be integrated into our community with individual analysis and specific recommendations for each applicant. You are, of course, aware that the Agricultural Commission and the Grower Shipper Association supports the recommendation. Begin to heal the rift that is dividing our community so that we may live more peacefully with one another. Sincerely, Suzanne Duca.
Thank you, Ms. Duca.
We will now go to a letter by Ela Hubbard. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Ela Hubbard. I'm a resident of North County, Santa Barbara, and I am striving to convert a historical cattle ranch into a family-run cannabis farm in the county. I would like to express my deepest concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all cannabis projects. There are real cause and effect consequences to institutional delays for all CUP's projects spilling onto essential construction projects with project labor agreements for skilled labor. The county cannot afford to have a stagnated essential workforce waiting for a year or more for their work assignment. Moreover, I am encouraged to learn that the governor declared the cannabis industry an essential business, and our local cannabis leaders continue to create jobs and invest in our community during these challenging times of COVID-19, softening the impact our county is experiencing with massive layoffs and economic uncertainty. I ask our board leadership to bring us together and reject the politics of division by a small group of anti-cannabis naysayers. Thank you, Ela Hubbard.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Robbie Brivich. I have been visiting the Sabada Canyons for 20 years and enjoying the view and vineyards coming over the hills for a long time. I think that having the growth and cultivation of the cannabis fields takes away from the beauty of the hills and area. Traffic will get worse and the crowds of people will get worse. Please reserve the beauty and serenity of the area. That is why people come. Thank you, Robbie Brivich.
Thank you, Mr. Grivich.
We will now go to Ronald and Vicki Slocum. Regarding June 2nd, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting, we would like to go on record strongly urging the County of Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors to require conditional use permits, CUPs, for all cannabis applications, including those already in process, and to require buffers of no less than 2 miles from existing neighborhoods. The existing ordinances do not protect our neighborhoods and our quality of life. It's the job of the Board of Supervisors to do what is required to protect our existing neighborhoods. The cannabis industry has quickly taken advantage of lax ordinances and is risking our neighborhoods for profit. We cannot let this happen. Thank you for considering the views of us 45-year Goleta residents. Ronald and Vicki Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Slocum.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Carolyn Fincher. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am a third-generation native of Carpinteria and strongly urge you to vote for conditional use permits for cannabis based on the 3 points. 1, neighborhood compatibility. The smell of cannabis is not a little inconvenience. I would never choose to live near a cannabis grower. The comment, nobody complains about the smell of garlic in Gilroy because it's the garlic capital of the world, was made by a grower, and it is unhelpful and cavalier at best. Obviously, I would not move to a place if I don't like the smell. Quality of life is the issue, and we are not that stupid. I can say there has been some improvement near my neighborhood, but the 5 hot spots still reek consistently. 2, transparent public process. I don't see much public process regarding applications. We would like more public outreach notifications. There used to be signs posted around Carpinteria regarding applications. 3, authority to mitigate impacts. Supposedly under land use permits, the county does have some authority to reduce project size or require enhanced impact mitigation. I just heard a story that this limited authority recently prevented the Board of Supervisors from reducing the size of a grow, even when the reduction was supported by the applicant. Please do not allow growers to start their operations without fixing the odor issue first. Respectfully, Carolyn Fincher.
Thank you, Ms. Fincher.
We will now go to a letter by the Melville family and team. Dear distinguished Board of Supervisors, the Melville family and all of our team members would like to please ask that you make a much-needed amendment to the cannabis ordinance. We have been growing grapes organically and making wines in Santa Rita Hills since 1997. We have seen many changes over the years, but none so drastic or with such a negatively impact on the cannabis ordinance. We understand a change to the ordinance needs to be easy and quick to implement. Respecting the Board of Supervisors' needs, we strongly recommend that CUPs be required for all cannabis projects. We thank you for your consideration in our request. Kind regards, the Melville family and team.
Thank you, Melville family.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Nancy Robertson. Santa Barbara County has had over these last few years been establishing cannabis ordinances, trying to deal with the new industry, and as such, dealing with complaints being hashed over and over. Now we've come to this meeting with the county planning commissioners overwhelmingly recommending conditional use permits on all upcoming grows. The answer to this issue is shockingly simple. Just approve this recommendation. Vote yes. Most of the issues that are brought up meeting after meeting will be resolved through the CUP process, a process that should be mandated for a huge industry of this significance and impact on the community. How can you ignore this? It's a reasonable request. It happens with all industries, not just handing out a land use over-the-counter permit with no input from the community. Each permit would be given a proper vetting. It's not a one-size-fits-all issue. The growers are given pretty much all they ask for. The leniency has been tilted on the growers' side. Now is the time to include the surrounding residents, businesses, schools, and address their issues head-on. Equality, a common playing field. You are in charge of our entire community. Everyone, please make this fair. Please vote yes to pass this ordinance. Nancy Robertson.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson.
We will now go to a letter by Susan Phelps. Dear Board of Supervisors, thank you for your time. I'm asking that you support the Planning Commission's recommendation to utilize conditional use permits, thereby amending the current cannabis ordinance. Amending is imperative due to the fast and ever-changing cannabis environment. Cannabis applicants will argue a CUP will cost them more and be more time-consuming. They would be right. However, the time and money spent upfront with a CUP would in no way compare to the time and money involved reorganizing and restructuring their grow to comply with various overlooked ordinances. They also risk serious litigation as they negatively affect surrounding neighbors, businesses, and environment. It's common knowledge this is a lucrative crop. Many applicants will, unfortunately, have only the vision of prosperity in their minds, disregarding any effect on environment, community, or surrounding businesses. CUPs give the county greater authority to regulate cannabis projects, thus avoiding detrimental effects to neighbors, businesses, and land. The current county land use permits do not consider whether a cannabis project would be compatible with its surrounding neighborhood. This will inevitably lead to problems down the road and headaches for the county. Rampant, unchecked cannabis growth lowers property values and inhibits tourism. One only needs to look at various regions of the state of Colorado to see the serious need for regulation. I'm hoping the beautiful county of Santa Barbara can learn from the unfortunate mistakes of many Colorado communities. This current situation on our Central Coast reminds me of when I personally lived in South Lake Tahoe. The community was aware of the fact any runoff from the entire Tahoe Basin would eventually lead to the lake. This would lower its famed crystal clarity, hence the Keep Tahoe Blue stickers often seen on vehicle windows. The ordinances are there to protect what the area cherishes most, the lake. The decisions being made right now will affect the Central Coast for years to come. Let's make the right ones. Thank you, Susan Stevens.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Bob Zorich and Deborah Eagle of Alma Rosa Winery and Vineyards. Dear Board of Supervisors, Alma Rosa Winery urges the Board of Supervisors to require CUPs rather than LUPs for all future cannabis projects. The scale of cannabis projects invited by our county's promiscuous cannabis ordinance threatens to create persistent incompatibilities with our industry, including lawsuits over pesticide drift, potential damage to wine grapes from cannabis terpenes, noxious odors in our neighborhoods and tasting rooms, an increasingly unwelcome, even frightening atmosphere in our community. Please read Melinda Burns' notebook in her May 28, 2020 Santa Barbara Independent article. No other agriculture county in California has permitted outdoor grows larger than 2 acres except SLO County, which allows 3 acres outdoors on a minimum parcel size of 25 acres. Recent projects approved by Santa Barbara County were 7 and 16 times that size, and a number of permits are in the queue for 70 plus acres. Our industry's value is predicated on creating wines expressive of their terroir, which is the intersection of weather, soil, and man's impact on wine grapes. We vintners cannot grow or source fine wine grapes from just anywhere. The county's recent efforts to help open our wine tasting experiences amid COVID-19 crisis is a welcome recognition of the importance wineries play in driving the local economy and county revenues. Our industry's impact in Santa Barbara County has been valued at almost $2 billion and merits preservation. We implore you to support for CUPs rather than LUPs on future cannabis projects. Bob Zorich and Deborah Eagle, proprietor and general manager of Alma Rosa Winery.
Thank you, Mr. Zorich and Ms. Eagle.
We will now go to a letter by Claire Weinman, President of Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo Counties. Good morning. We would like to respectfully request that the following be read into the record for the June 2nd, 2020 item regarding cannabis ordinance amendments. On behalf of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo Counties, we appreciate the opportunity to comment on the board's consideration of ordinance amendments related to cannabis cultivation. Based on the best information we have available and the experience of members growing near hemp and our cannabis at this time, we continue to believe that cannabis and hemp are not similarly situated and remain fundamentally incompatible with other forms of agriculture. However, a conditional use permit, CUP, process would allow for the review of the individual circumstances of a location. The CUP should include a binding provision to release agricultural parties exercising good farming practices in compliance with local, state, and federal laws from liability as a binding condition of the land use permitting process, since in practice we are not seeing this resolved amicably through neighborly discussions and agreements. Thank you, Claire Wyman.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Lindsay Coakley. My name is Lindsay Coakley, and I have worked and lived in Santa Barbara County for 15 years. I now work in compliance for a local cannabis farm, and it is my sole job to ensure we do things the right way for the good of the community. I would like to express my deepest concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all outdoor cannabis projects. Our cannabis LUP project is nearly at the finish line after having the goalposts moved several times since we applied in 2019. So I urge you to consider the impact that changes to the cannabis ordinance will have on the industry. A mandated CUP will literally paralyze land use permitting and subdivision activity with the county. With 170 separate pending cannabis applications and each PC hearing for a cannabis project requiring a minimum of 3 to 6 hours, it would take approximately 507 to 1,014 hours to process just the existing 170 cannabis applications. I strongly believe that these policies only advance an us versus them syndrome that only perpetuates an outdated and failed perspective. I'm encouraged to see and read in the news that cannabis and wine community leaders are getting together to help develop new ideas to attract tourism and create local jobs. The county should be doing everything it can to promote this new endeavor. Thank you, Lindsay Coakley, Compliance Supervisor, CCA.
Thank you, Ms. Coakley.
We will now go to Linda Ekstrom. To the County of Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, it is clear that the cannabis industry has been given special treatment and this needs to stop as soon as possible. I have lived in Carpinteria since the early 70s. Over 20 years ago, my husband and I installed operable skylights to save energy and cool our home. For the last 4 years, we have endured strong skunk odor from cannabis on an almost daily and nightly basis. We have had to keep our skylights tightly shut, and we can no longer open our windows for fresh air or to cool our homes. This is an untenable situation for residents to have to live under. As a result, we have had to bear the cost of installing an air conditioner. I have also noticed more and more homes with air conditioners since the cannabis growers have been allowed to take over the valley. This now adds greatly to a negative impact on the environment and global warming. Yet even with an air conditioner, the cannabis odor continues to seep into our home and cars. It also continues to permeate the outdoor air with a noxious smell, so we no longer sit outside on our patio or in our courtyard. I strongly support requiring CUPs on all commercial cannabis projects. This should be made retroactive for all existing growers to correct the special treatment they have been given at the expense of our community's health, well-being, and livelihood. Respectfully, Linda Ekstrom.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Susan Ashbrook. Honorable Supervisors, we support the need for Santa Barbara County cannabis projects to have public input. We urge you to require a CUP for all cannabis permitting. The CUP process provides responsible transparency for impacted communities, residents, and landowners. It removes some of the risk of backroom deals supported by black market money that have plagued other municipalities. The CUP process will ultimately be more efficient in placing the regulated cannabis industry in the tax rolls, as operators will be vetted and known during the CUP and will be more likely to complete the business licensing stage. A CUP will also better allocate resources to the most appropriate area for land usage of this regulated industry. We also urge you to consider extending your prohibition of commercial cannabis growing, processing, and distribution in EDRNs. Thank you for your efforts to support Santa Barbara's agricultural heritage and world-renowned wine industry. Susan Ashbrook.
Thank you, Ms. Ashbrook.
We will now go to Paul Ekstrom. Dear Board of Supervisors, I urge you to support your planning commissions and their staff's recommendations to require CUPs on cannabis projects in our county. For too long, commercial growers have been given special treatment to do business here. I've heard the growers falsely claim that the odor problem is improved. It is not improved in Carpinteria Valley. Supervisor Williams lives just over 1,000 feet from the nearest commercial operation. He says odor is no longer a problem. I live less than 100 feet from the same operation, and I say odor is a major problem, as do so many other Carpinteria residents. I understand how important tax revenue is to our county. The growers have been given the benefit at the expense of our community's well-being. If CUPs are required, the growers will survive and we will still have tax revenue. Please support CUPs on cannabis projects and give your community a fair chance to have the best county in the world. Respectfully, Paul Ekstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Ekstrom.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Kendra Duncan O'Connor. Dear Chair Hart and Supervisors, I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara County and a property owner living adjacent to rural agricultural lands in the eastern Goleta Valley. Current cannabis zoning regulations fail to uphold the standards of review necessary to mitigate impacts to neighborhoods like mine, as well as impacts to existing agricultural operations. A conditional use permit should be required for all commercial cannabis operations, including nurseries. Please follow the direction of your Planning Commission and make the required findings to amend the county's Land Use and Development Code. Updating current cannabis zoning regulations by requiring CUPs will help preserve the quality of life for everyone living and working near agricultural lands in Santa Barbara County. There's a reason the cannabis industry does not want the requirement of a CUP for land use entitlements. According to the LUDC, by requiring a CUP, a review authority may impose any appropriate and reasonable conditions or require any redesign of the project as the review authority may deem necessary to protect the persons or property in the neighborhood, to preserve the neighborhood character, natural resources, or scenic quality of the area, to preserve or enhance the public health, peace, safety, and welfare, or to implement the purposes of this development code. Former Deputy CEO Dennis Bozanich, who was instrumental in creating and implementing Santa Barbara County's cannabis ordinance, had this to say during an interview with the Santa Maria Sun. I don't know if places like Sabada or Tepesquay Canyon will ever be the same, he told the Sun. They clearly are feeling impacted by traffic, noise, lights in the hills, all kinds of other stuff that really goes beyond anything traditionally that's occurred there. His comments highlight why site-specific development review and public hearing requirements are necessary to ensure commercial cannabis operations will not be detrimental to existing neighborhoods and agriculture. Thank you, Kendra Duncan O'Connor, President of San Antonio Creek HOA.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan O'Connor.
We will now go to Robert Lesser. Dear Supervisors, I urge you to support your planning commissioners and their staff's recommendations to require CUPs on cannabis operations in our county. We have long been plagued by many problems from this new crop. For too long, pot growers have been given special treatment to do business here, afforded to no other business or resident. This has to stop. We are either a county of laws or not. It cannot be based on donations to supervisors, members from the billion-dollar cannabis industry, which is how it appears to many. This is what happened in the 1960s with offshore oil drilling. Please do not repeat that sorry history of preferential treatment to special interests. Some growers falsely claim that the odor problem is improved. It has not, certainly not in the Carpinteria Valley. Supervisor Doss Williams lives over 1,000 feet from a marijuana commercial operation, and he claims odor is no longer a problem. We live 1,000 feet from a grow, and we can assure you it is a serious, continuous problem in this area, as do most Carpinteria residents. The growers have been given the benefit at the expense of our community's well-being and our legacy agriculture. If CUPs are required, the growers will survive, and we will still have tax revenue. You must support CUPs on cannabis projects and give the residents and businesses here a fair chance to have the best county in the world. Respectfully, Robert Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Lesser.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Tom Peterson. As we have stated in the past, we oppose any kind of cannabis production in Sabada Canyon and in our quiet and peaceful EDRN. Sabada Canyon Road cannot handle the traffic. The county road guru said that 750 trips a day is no problem. Really, that is 75 cars an hour in a normal 10-hour workday period on our narrow road with hairpin turns. You may already know that many of the growers have filed applications for major conditional use permit, 6 in all. By filing for a CUP, the state has given them provisional permits. So for them, it is business as usual. And as long as their CUP is, quote, in the process, they continue to grow, the smell is unbearable, and the traffic extremely heavy. None of these growers have come up for approval, and I hope they do not get approved in our canyon. There are too many neighbors that will be against their approval at the hearings. So why waste the time of your board and other county employees reviewing these applications? Of the applications currently in limbo, one of the applications in limbo wants to build 127,000 square feet of greenhouses, not hoop houses. That is almost 3 acres of roof space. Also, about 15 refrigerated containers. He says he will use 3 million gallons of water. Now they have refiled with a new name, property owner, the same, so they must not get along with each other. This will be the 3rd applicant. We appreciate your support in getting the commercial growers banned on 20 acres or less. However, in our canyon, all of the 52 parcels are just over 20 acres. Example, 20.02 acres. We hope you will vote to change the zoning to no cannabis production in EDRNs. Tom Peterson, Santa Rita Hills Estates.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
We will now go to Rob Solomon. To the Board of Supervisors, legal non-conforming use, LNU, was formulated to mitigate unfairness to LNU claimants and ensure fairness to the neighborhood in which the use exists. Because LNU's status is an exception to zoning regulations meant to protect neighborhoods, LNU designation is tightly constrained, and the California Supreme Court has assigned the burden of proof to the LNU claimant and classified the evidentiary hearing as a non-waivable due process issue. The SBC Cannabis ordinance has relied overwhelmingly on the concept of LNU. LNU status was used not as a disfavored exception designed to ensure fairness. It was used as the vehicle to secretly and without verification benefit the cannabis industry with valuable entitlements. SBC's cannabis regulations also rely on a land use permit, LUP. Number 1, LUP affords the public limited access to documents, no public review process or hearing. Issuance decisions are made privately. Conditional use permits, CUP, offer transparency prior to an issuance decision. Number 2, LUP allows no consideration of project compatibility with the neighborhood, CUP does. Number 3, CUP, unlike LUP, allows customization of projects to mitigate impacts. In Carpinteria Valley, 328 state licenses, 26% of SBC total, have issued on 25 parcels. Number 1, 88% of these parcels operate under claim of legal nonconforming use. Number 2, the public was excluded totally from meaningful participation in every LNU determination and in every state license issuance. It is minimally included in the LUP process. CUPs for all commercial cannabis operations will enable the public to meaningfully participate in and influence the evolution of its community. Respectfully, Rob Solomon, Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Sharon Merritt. Chair Hart and Honorable Supervisors, I urge you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for conditional use permits for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing, as well as the PC's recommended new odor control standard, which uses existing land use language. This will make compatibility with nearby residents, crop production, vintners, and farm workers more likely. It will allow the board to respond to community and environmental concerns and customize permits, which apparently you cannot do with an LUP. I also urge you to not take up other options considered in the past by the Planning Commission, but rather consider only these two recommendations. The Planning Commission recognized that considering other possible options will only delay the need for immediate action afforded by the CUP. Please do not send this back to Planning and Development. Approve it now so it can go into effect inland, at least in 30 days. Thank you, Sharon Merritt, Farmer.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt.
We will now go to Adam Peck. I am a homeowner at 3236 Beach Club Road in Carpinteria, California, 93013, and want you all to know how upset and concerned I am about the cannabis growers in Carpinteria. The odor and fumes not only make me and my wife nauseous, but they are creating problems for my lifelong asthma, which is severe and the whole reason we moved to be by the sea here. Thank you, Adam Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Peck.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Denise Peterson. I am a landowner in an EDRN. We are a development of 62 plus residential parcels on Ag 20 acre parcels. I ask you to please amend the cannabis ordinance to ban commercial cannabis CUPs in EDRNs and adjoining EDRNs. Cannabis has become very popular in our canyon, but that does not mean it belongs here. It does not belong everywhere that zoning allows, especially when it affects the surrounding neighbors and the effects on surrounding crops. The hay I feed my horses comes from a field that has been planted for decades with oat hay. This hay is sprayed while in the field to kill toxic weeds to livestock. These hay fields surround the Herbal Angels project. Cannabis is not compatible with our surrounding areas and will forever change the landscape in our neighborhood. They threaten our everyday life, our homes with the smell from outdoor grows. There have not been any proposed odor control. In the event of another evacuation in this high fire area, it is already a very difficult process for just residential and ranches. Additional trucks and employees added to this mass exit in our single road will be impossible. We've had to evacuate twice and it was total chaos. I will say it again, we are located in a canyon with private single-lane winding roads. We are not located on a major highway for immediate evacuation. The CUPs in our canyon are on private roads, yet I read the CUP reports and they claim they are on public roads. We are property owners that pay taxes. We are residences that have lived here for decades, long before cannabis came along. This is our home. Please use your legislative authority to protect and defend your community, our homes, and the people that live in our county. Sincerely, Denise Peterson, Sabada Canyon, Lompoc.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
We will now go to Jim Manoia. Dear Supervisors, I am writing to strongly urge you on your upcoming meeting in early June to accept the recommendations from your own Planning Commission to change the zoning and land use rules so that all cannabis grows in your county require conditional use permits, CUPs. I know you understand the advantages this would give you and us. I don't need to repeat them. But with this industry so new and the effects and the technology changing so rapidly, requiring CUPs would give you the ability to help us, your constituents, more effectively. It would allow you, on a case-by-case basis, to control the terrible odor we continue to experience at periodic times, especially in the evening and in the mornings. It would also allow you to control the unsightly parking, which is accumulating along many of our formerly beautiful scenic rural roads. And it would allow you to reduce the ugly chain fences and tacky barriers now hiding what has always been beautiful country views. Please, please embrace this recommendation and help us. Sincerely, Jim Manoia.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Judith Stouffer. I am writing to urge you to vote yes to adopt the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission resolution to 1. Amend the LUDC and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance to require a conditional use permit for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing activities on agriculturally designated lands, and 2. Amend Section 35.42.0756 of the LUDC and Section 35-144UC6 of the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance to A. Delete. No odor abatement plans shall be required in Ag 2 zoning unless a CUP is required. The odor abatement plan must prevent odors from being experienced within residential zones as determined by the director. And B, amend the development standards such that odors generated by cannabis activities, 1, will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood, and 2, will be compatible with the surrounding area. I've lived in the unincorporated area of the Santa Ynez Valley near Buellton for the past 30 years and feel very strongly that these two actions must occur in order to preserve and protect our area's quality of life as well as our health. Thank you, Judy Stouffer.
Thank you, Ms. Stoker.
We will now go to Patty Rubin. To the Board of Supervisors, CUPs are required throughout county businesses. Regarding cannabis cultivation, the odor, unknown particles, air quality, and unbreathable journeys from place to place is unbearable. For over 2 years, driving at Casitas Pass and Foothill is a choking nightmare. Way before COVID-19, I carried a mask in my car and practiced social distancing routes. I have to believe COVID-19 will find its cured with a vaccine. But what happens with final permits? As I understand it, they run with the land. If true, in terms of forever, why would the board choose anything other than these common practices and requirements? It's a mystery. What would the board gain by not? Frankly, it's an embarrassment that a constituent needs to even defend this. We purchased in Carpinteria 3 years ago. Both my husband and I have never had respiratory problems till now. Never. Find out what's happening before it's too late, or tell us why you would decide not to. Patty Rubin.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Lauren Nyhouse of Harvest Health and Recreation, Inc. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input regarding licensed cannabis retail storefronts in Santa Barbara County. Harvest Health and Recreation, Inc. is a vertically integrated cannabis company and multi-state operator with numerous retail facilities across the state of California. I thank you for the opportunity to provide input regarding legalizing cannabis in Santa Barbara County. Based on our experience operating in many markets across California and across the country, I've outlined a few hallmarks of a successful program for your consideration. Creation of a strong ordinance for the city to follow, which may include allowing for no more than one retail license per 50,000 people, creating a sound-sensitive use buffer zone, selecting zoning areas that are desirable for businesses to operate, emphasize attracting operators that have demonstrated success, those with extensive and established cannabis operating experience, requiring a cannabis education plan, requiring a labor and employment plan, and requiring a plan for ensuring compliant operations. Use a merit-based process to evaluate each applicant's qualifications, selecting those operators who will be the most successful business partners in the county. Harvest is supportive of empowering the legal regulated cannabis industry through sound ordinances and implementation of a cannabis program that will aid in legitimizing the industry in Santa Barbara County. Thank you, Lauren Nyhouse, Harvest Health and Recreation, Inc.
Thank you, Ms. Nighthouse.
We will now go to Pamela and William Genko, MD. For the June 2nd meeting regarding sensible cannabis cultivation, please note the following urgent concerns. Number 1, Highway 246 is the major highway in the Santa Ynez Valley. In Colorado, since cannabis legalization, traffic fatalities have tripled due to impaired drivers. Concentrating cannabis farms on this major highway with the increase in impaired drivers it will bring will be a clear danger to my family and neighbors whose homes front the highway. Number 2, since legalization, Colorado has had a quadrupling of emergency room visits for cannabis-induced psychosis, which includes paranoid schizophrenia, which can be irreversible. Dear friends, godparent to our granddaughter experienced a murder-suicide involved paranoid schizophrenia from cannabis use, and our family has yet to recover. A local friend has had a similar experience in his family, and our daughter has encountered multiple cases of it in San Diego, where she is a police officer. This danger is tragic and real and should not be encouraged to be concentrated in our valley when we have other options now available. Number 3, cannabis cultivation in Carpinteria has resulted in lawsuits against established agriculture, plummeting home values and chronic debilitating due to the odor. Because of the terpene creep, cannabis can destroy established wineries in our value and degrade or ruin a billion-dollar wine industry that has taken decades to establish. Cannabis does not seem to be compatible with existing agriculture as required by state agricultural standards when a new crop is introduced. Thank you, Pamela and William Genko, MD.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Ginny and Tim Bliss. Dear Board, we support the Planning Commission's recommendation to require a CUP for cannabis cultivation in Santa Barbara County. Our family has lived on Casitas Pass Road for nearly 100 years, and we know and like many of the local flower and cannabis growers. However, we strongly believe the negative impacts from the lack of clear oversight of the cannabis operations from the beginning has resulted in a significant degradation of the quality of life in our wonderfully unique small community. It makes lots of sense to take a new look at things with fresh eyes and incorporate what we now know into the permitting process. The present process is simply not working as the community and the cannabis growers exist shoulder to shoulder. This will always be the case, so we need regulations and a process that is clear and tenable. The present friction between the community and the industry will only continue to fester, and this must stop for the good of us all. Requiring CUPs for cannabis cultivation feels like a workable and reasonable solution. Sincerely, Ginny and Tim Bliss, Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Bliss.
We will now go to Marilee Peebles. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am pleased the Planning Commission recommends amending our zoning and land use code to require a conditional use permit for cannabis growers. Where I live, I cannot enter or exit our neighborhood without smelling cannabis. Some days I smell it in my home depending on the wind. Unbelievably, there are now 3 homes for sale in La Mirada. That is about 10% of the homes here. One has been for sale for almost 2 years with price drops. Another one went on the market last summer. The realtors say cannabis is to blame. The odor impacts my family's daily life. The warmer the weather, the worse the smell. Is it fair to put up with this for 3 years? Please take this opportunity to do the right thing and require CUPs for cannabis growers. Sincerely, Marilee Peebles.
Thank you, Ms. Peebles.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Mike Wondolowski of Carpinteria Valley Association. Members of the Board, the Carpinteria Valley Association, a 56-year-old environmental organization, is dedicated to preserving the environment of Carpinteria and its surrounding valley. There is no community plan for the Carpinteria Valley, so local residents need to rely on organizations like ours and your board to protect us. We support the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to require CUPs for all cannabis operations in both the inland and coastal areas and the changes to the odor control requirement. Requiring CUPs would enable both the applicants and county planners in advance to take into account neighborhood compatibility of cannabis sites adjacent to schools, parks, EDRNs, neighbors, and avocado and other orchards. Buffers, size of grows, odor control mechanisms, and concentration would be considered. Odors generated by cannabis activities, A, must not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood, and B, must be compatible with the surrounding area. Requiring CUPs would make the process public. Advanced publication of the meeting would occur, and the public would have a voice in this decision affecting permanent land use decisions. Currently, the issuance of ministerial permanent land use permits gives planning and development only limited authority. This was pointed out recently by County Council, whereas requiring a CUP allows much more customization than the current granting of permanent LUP CDPs. Please protect the residents of Carpinteria, not just cannabis growers. Thank you, Mike Wondolowski, President, Carpinteria Valley Association.
Thank you, Mr. Wondolowski.
We will now go to Larry Neimer and Terry O'Reilly. Dear Supervisors, my wife and I believe that cannabis farming in Carpinteria fits with our ag community and deserves county support to make it work, within the rules into the future. With the pandemic and the new reality, cannabis farming has become even more important. We need the tax dollars. We need thriving businesses in Carpinteria. We need employers who pay a good wage. We need non-polluting businesses, and many people need the benefits of cannabis. The flower industry is in danger of losing its market. We need cannabis farming more than ever in this area, and with proper odor control systems, it's a good fit. Sincerely yours, Larry Neimer and Terry O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Neimer and Mr. O'Reilly.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Neil Olinger. I understand there will be a discussion on 2 recommendations made by the County Planning Commission during this meeting. I want to communicate my support that all cannabis operations require a conditional use permit and must provide for odor abatement for all cultivation and processing. I live on Mail Road just west of Buellton and can attest to the concentration of cannabis operations in the immediate area. The quality of life in this scenic area has already been marred by the stench of the cultivation and processing, much of which occurred before permits were issued. I cannot begin to imagine the impact such an offensive odor will have on the tourist activities in Solvang, Santa Ynez, and Santa Barbara. Many residents don't seem to understand the impact of these operations until they wake up to the foul smell every day. These are not grocery vegetable farms many are used to. These proposed operations are for producing narcotics. They belong in industrial areas and should not have been identified as agriculture. There is no benefit to those living in the area they are proposing to locate. These operations do not offer anything of value to their neighbors, but guarantee they will destroy your property value. Then the question of their output comes under scrutiny. For instance, will their production be monitored? What will happen to excess production? Will the local population be taxed to provide oversight of their operations? It's strange how an individual moves to California from Louisiana to strike it rich in cannabis at the expense of those that chose this area to live in because of its beauty, not profit at a still federally illegal activity. How many of the local operations are anything but locally operated? In closing, I urge that the recommendations of the County Planning Commission be adopted regarding requiring CUPs and effective odor abatement. Respectfully, Neil Olinger, property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Ollinger.
We will now go to Judy Dean, MD. Dear Supervisors, we support the proposed requirement for conditional use permits for cannabis projects in Santa Barbara County. Without them, the Planning Commission and neighbors are limited in their ability to consider and implement appropriate compatibility with surrounding properties and residents. Santa Barbara has too many cannabis projects in the pipeline for approval, far more than counties of similar size and population. We endanger existing neighborhoods, farms, vineyards, and businesses without the careful consideration of these projects that a CUP process can provide. Just imagine that whiskey was produced directly, ready to consume from the plant. Would we encourage or even allow its cultivation near schools, neighborhoods, and existing businesses? We absolutely would not. It is a product reserved for people over 21. It is both taxed and regulated, and we would consider it reckless to allow its cultivation in our county without thoroughly scrutiny and oversight. Yet this is what is happening with cannabis. Through the most lenient regulations in the state of California, our county is subjecting residents to a dangerous and reckless disregard for good planning policy. The resulting outcry over odors, business disruption, crime, and neighborhood incompatibility can be heard all the way to Poughkeepsie. Hopefully you can hear the outcry right here in this hearing room. Please correct this dereliction of your duty to protect the citizens of this county. Require CUPs for all cannabis projects. Stop catering to the industry experts, paid consultants, and those looking for profits above people. Sincerely, Judy Dean, MD.
Thank you, Dr. Dean.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Jay Kaplan. My name is Jay Kaplan, and I am a resident of Santa Barbara, and I am the CFO for Pro Farms based in Lompoc, California. I would like to express my deepest concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all cannabis projects. Requiring CUPs for all cannabis projects would likely eliminate many of the smaller projects currently in the land use permit process and cost the county millions of dollars in lost tax revenue in 2020 and 2021, during the worst economic crisis in recent history. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused massive unemployment of more than 20,000 jobs lost primarily in the hospitality, restaurant, and tourism industry. Cannabis is arguably the only bright spot on the county's 2020 fiscal landscape. As you are aware, cannabis tax receipts for the third quarter increased 43% over the same quarter last year as a result of increased production, coupled with Santa Barbara County's growing reputation for producing quality products that command a market premium. The accumulated tax cannabis collection during these past couple of years is now close to $20 million and could continue to grow and fund essential public services for the most valuable in our community. With drastic job cuts in the hospitality sector, we are now seeing children and families go hungry. Our promise to address food insecurity among our most valuable families must be steadfast and long-term. and as such, we need to work closely with our non-for-profit organizations who are severely underfunded. Cannabis tax revenues can help fill the budget gap. Planning Commission delays associated with a mandated CUP for all policy will adversely impact all existing development projects in the CUP pipeline, with additional costs to the county as well as to the applicant. General construction, housing developments, renewable energy projects, and others will have to incur risk analysis in real time to determine if it's in their best interest to pursue their projects and endure endless frustration and costs. And that is our time.
Thank you, Mr. Kraplin.
We will now go to Cheryl and Barry K. Schwartz. Once again, we appeal to the Board of Supervisors. It is so important to us that the Santa Barbara community that the board act responsibly and consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission to amend our zoning and land use code and mandate a conditional use permit for cannabis growers. Controls and regulations need to be put in place for any business or industry in order for that business to operate and conduct its activity legally and responsibly. With conditional use permits in place for cannabis growers, the Santa Barbara residents and the community as a whole can feel more confident that our health will not be compromised. Growers and manufacturers need to be a safe distance from schools and parks. There need to be regulations limiting the number of cannabis businesses permitted. There are environmental concerns. The odor that comes with cannabis cultivation would have controls through technology, and our quality of life and property values will not be in jeopardy. Regulations around the use of storage of fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides need to be in place. These things can all be addressed by a conditional use permit. We hope that sensible regulations be achieved by the board and keep the Santa Barbara community safe and thriving. Cheryl and Barry K. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Schwartz.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Stacy Wooten of CalCoast Compliance. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Stacy Wooten. I am a resident of the Santa Ynez Valley. I own and operate CalCoast Compliance, a cannabis licensing and compliance firm. I would like to express my deepest concerns for mandating conditional use permits for all projects. This will negatively impact many of my clients who operate large and small-scale projects located on Ag 2 parcels within approved zones of the county, some of which may be forced to close their doors due to the increased financial burden a CUP to their parcel would bring. Although this may not be an intended consequence of this board, it surely is intentional by the opposition. A mandated CUP will literally paralyze land use permitting and subdivision activity within the county. With 170 separate pending cannabis applications, each PC hearing for a cannabis project requiring a minimum of 3 to 6 hours would take approximately 507 to 1,014 hours to process just the existing 170 cannabis applications. Moreover, I'm encouraged to learn that the governor declared the cannabis industry an essential business, and our local cannabis leaders continue to create jobs and invest in our community during these challenging times of COVID-19, softening the impact our county is experiencing with massive layoffs and economic uncertainty. I ask our board leadership to bring us together and reject the politics of division by a small group of anti-cannabis naysayers. Respectfully, Stacy Wooten.
Thank you, Ms. Wooten.
We will now go to Becca Niemer Marcus and Paul Marcus. Almost a half century ago in 1972, the Niemer family in Southern California realized a family dream by constructing a house right on the beach at 3475 Padaro Lane. It truly was a wonderful dream come true, as grandparents, parents, grandchildren, and now even great-grandchildren have been able to enjoy the wonderful beach, join in the growing community, and witness the development of the charming town of Carpinteria. This dream, however, was hit hard over a year ago. Prior to that time, one of the joys of being in Carpinteria, especially by the water, was to have clean, crisp air to breathe at all hours of the day. A year ago, we began to smell quite toxic fumes during much of the day, particularly in the morning and evening. This noxious odor was coming from the farms and processing units in the business of cultivating cannabis. It is unpleasant and truly offensive to us, and our house is right on the beach. Inland, of course, in the more densely populated region, the odor would be much stronger. We ask that you do your very best to limit and contain the activities which cause this unpleasant situation. We ask that you work to eliminate the distress to the community and ourselves. We have always enjoyed the healthy air in Carpinteria and hope that you take action to ensure we have clean and pure air without this obnoxious odor in the future. Thank you very much, Becca Niemer Marcus and Paul Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Niemer Marcus.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Mary Pat O'Connor. Please support amending the cannabis ordinance to require conditional use permits for all cannabis cultivation projects. Mary Pat O'Connor.
Thank you for your brevity, Ms. O'Connor.
We will now go to Evan Turpin. I am a resident homeowner in Carpinteria on Foothill Road near Cravens Lane with a small avocado orchard. I am requesting that the County of Santa Barbara require CUPs of the cannabis in their permitting process, as is required of so many businesses in Santa Barbara. I have been affected by the constant odors coming from the greenhouses across the street from me and increased traffic and parking issues in my neighborhood. Carpinteria is an agricultural town, and avocado growers have been impacted by the cannabis industry. Carpinteria is also a tourist destination, and that industry has been impacted as well, due to the overbearing odors from the open-vented greenhouses. Please stand with the people that live here. Require the cannabis operators to go through the same permitting processes as our own other businesses and residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Turpin.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Sharon Solomon. Several years ago, Supervisor Williams told my husband that effectively regulating cannabis operations was the most difficult issue he had ever faced, and that he would keep on trying to get it right. I think there is ample evidence that it is not right yet, and many letters will point out specific issues. Following are 3 examples demonstrating why more rigorous reviews through CUPs are necessary. 1. The raid on Barry Brand's operation. Barry Brand, often pointed to as a good actor among the cannabis operators, was cited for the illegal possession of marijuana for sale in January 2020. He was operating, according to The Independent, a small volatile extraction lab and allegedly storing more than 1,000 pounds of extracted oil at 5300 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. This is the very type of oil that resulted in the recent tragic Los Angeles fire and explosion. 2. The Herbal Angels Planning Commission investigation that was prepared to recommend issuance of a permit immediately prior to the sheriff's raid, seizure, and filing of felony charges. 3. During West Coast's Board of Supervisors appeal hearing, both sides agreed on a significant reduction in the operation because, according to the county attorney, issuance of an LUP is a non-modifiable yes-no question. The Board of Supervisors was unable to give effect to the compromise terms the parties agreed to. Please accept the unanimous recommendation of your Planning Commission and require CUPs for all cannabis operations. Getting the process right is critical to a successful integration of cannabis within Santa Barbara County. Respectfully, Sharon Solomon of Carpinteria.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon.
Mr. Chair, I just want to take the point of privilege that when somebody is mentioned by name and criminal activity that's been exonerated, we should probably say something, even when that's public comment. The aforementioned Carpinteria resident, while he obviously did something out of his permit by storing extractive, I believe at his residence, he was exonerated of any criminal activity earlier this week. So I think that's an important thing to mention.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I think we may be on our last public comment.
Chair
letter.
Hart, members of the board, that was actually our final comment.
That was?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, thank you very much for everyone who contributed to the public comment and dialogue. It's very helpful to hear directly from people, and I'm glad you were able to have your letters read very capably by Ms. Carbajal and Ms. Alexander. They did a wonderful job. Let's take a 5 or 10 minute break and then come back for deliberations. We'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are on departmental item number 3, the cannabis regulation discussion. And at this time, let's have some comments from our planning development staff. Do you have any additional input you'd like to share?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't think we have any additional comments at this point. We do have, there's one, with regard to public comment, we do have one item that the board may want to consider, and that's the effective date of the ordinance and which applications that would impact. And Mr. Clemens got a slide that we could put up that would show you what the options are, but essentially it can be as stringent as the land use permit's been issued and they've vested substantially in the operation, to all the way to they've received an approval of their land use permit or CDP. So, and somewhere in between. So those are your options. But what we did for the business license to allow people to get in line for under the cap is we said, once you receive an approval from planning and development, you can get in line in the cap. So we can discuss this in more detail once you get to this point in your deliberations, or we can do it now. It's board's preference.
Okay. Let's see if there are questions from the board. Anyone? All right, well, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Oops, excuse me, Supervisor Hartman, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. I was looking down there at you.
Thank you. One of the issues is, what are the problems, what are the complaints we've heard that we're trying to address? A big one is the conflict potentially between cannabis and other kinds of agriculture. And the board sent this back to the Planning Commission, we also sent it back to our Ag Commissioner. I think she's available on Zoom today, but she did in fact have a stakeholders group facilitated, and they got as far as they could get, and we had that in our materials. But I would like to talk to her. I think she has invaluable insight about how far we've gotten, and you know, is that far enough?
I think the clerk is trying to connect with our Ag Commissioner. Ms. Fisher, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Supervisor
Yes,
Hartman.
as Supervisor Hartman indicated, we did form a stakeholder working group. And we're only looking at the conflict of where cannabis can have to test for 66 different pesticide active ingredients. And that led to this conflict of concern over pesticide drift. And that was also due to the high value of cannabis. So at the end of the working group, the documents that Supervisor Hartman referred to is what they came up with. Everyone agreed that we didn't solve the problem, that the problem still exists. And so with those recommendations on mostly how to mitigate drift, I do know that a lot of the applicators are taking advantage of that and are using those strategies to help do exactly that and avoid drift. But it still has led to financial impacts to the agriculture neighbor next door to cannabis in many different ways.
And if I might follow up, so I think one issue that I've heard is that other agriculture is using something that isn't within those 66 tested substances that may not be as effective. They may have to spray instead of once, or apply it rather 3 or 4 times. So that's more product, more labor. And then the quality of the fruit or vegetable isn't as high, and sometimes they have to sell them as seconds. So those are the cascading kinds of impacts that have not yet been fully addressed. Is that correct?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that's exactly right, that they're not only experiencing, and this is primarily with avocado, but we're seeing the same scenario play out with the grape industry, that they not only, because the materials that they are left to use are very, very mild materials, that's why cannabis doesn't have to test for them, they're not very effective in controlling pests, which leads to damage and crop loss, which is a loss of income. As you indicated, it also leads to a poor quality fruit that they don't get as much money for, and that's a loss of income. And then the added expense, because these materials only control the pest on contact, that they have to return and spray 2 or 3 more times to control the pest, which is an added cost on top of already the financial loss.
And for some of us who aren't so familiar with the agricultural industry, we had a letter from the Farm Bureau. Could you describe who they are and what their position is?
Farm Bureau's recent letter about the cannabis ordinance was they recommend that all cannabis be throughout the county be cultivated indoors in a contained environment that will help mitigate the concerns of the pesticide testing with a type of filtration system. The board of directors on the Farm Bureau are local growers throughout our county, all kinds, either cattlemen, grape growers, citrus growers. And this is a letter they recently released sometime last week.
And one of the big issues for grape growers is this issue of odor and tasting rooms, but also the potential for what is the impact of terpenes on wine taste and production. And you've done some exploration for how we could get better answers to a question that we really don't have an answer to at this point. Could you describe where we are on that?
Yes, Director Plowman and I have been talking about this because we understand there's quite an interest throughout the county to do a cannabis terpene odor study, specifically trying to figure out, do wine grapes absorb terpenes from the atmosphere? So I reached out to our local UC Cooperative Extension. I asked if there is a farm advisor among you that would be interested in doing such a study, and apparently there is. She actually has a proposal that she shared with Dr. Plowman and I on the phone. And so there is interest in the university system. I also been on the phone with Dr. Vizwente, who already has some kind of air quality studies that he's done in Colorado that is interested in doing such a study, as well as a researcher out at Allen Hancock, who is involved with the new industrial hemp research program that they have at the college, that she's interested in conducting a research for hemp odor quality issues. So there are options out there for the board to consider if the board was to decide to conduct a cannabis terpene odor study.
And then one of the issues is getting researchers who people would view the results as not biased, that they haven't done, that they aren't seen as favoring one side or the other. And you and I spoke, and you said 6 months to 2 years. You've got different ranges in terms of time. And this could be a Santa Barbara County effort, or it could possibly be coordinated with other counties as well, although the definition of the study might differ if it were that broad.
That's correct. We've the UC Extension study, she indicated it would take 2 years. The Dr. Vizwente's study said it would take, if he got started now, would be finished with something for policy makers by the fall. And I have heard through Director Plowman that there is interest in, I believe, 3 other counties that would like to also have a similar study done in their county as well.
And then I just have a final question. I don't know whether Supervisor Adam may as well, but this, as we think about conflicts, I think it's incumbent on us to think forward. And the hemp is coming. As I understand it, the state of California will soon be issuing guidelines or ordinance or something that is consistent and approved by the federal government. And could you just describe the issues that arise between cannabis with THC above 0.3 and hemp?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the Certified State Industrial Hemp Regulatory Program is potentially be certified in a couple of months by USDA. And the issues, as you indicated, is that they're both cannabis sativa. The one main difference is they're grown for different uses, but industrial hemp, the fine line that divides it from cannabis is that industrial hemp cannot be more than 0.3 THC. Anything that's tested above that will be considered illegal cannabis, marijuana, and shall be destroyed. But the program itself is being that another main difference is the 2018 Farm Bill now indicates that industrial hemp is a legal agricultural crop, where cannabis is not. So with that designation, it enjoys a lot of the same exemptions as agriculture. It is now a part of the agricultural sector. And the regulatory program intentions are to promote and protect the industrial hemp new emerging industry. And even though it's a legal agricultural commodity, there's still going to be a lot of restrictions. And those restrictions are intending to protect hemp from illegal cannabis activity. But one similarity, it's important your board know, is most industrial hemp varieties do have a similar odor as cannabis.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Supervisor Lavanino has a question.
Thank you. I had a question. It's not for our Ag Commissioner. It's more for planning staff. So we heard from a number of public speakers. A lot of them were from Sabata Canyon, and anything in an EDRN right now already does require a CUP, correct? Okay, and then it seems like the balance of them were from Carpinteria. And can you explain kind of what a Carpinteria grow, that permit path looks like?
Sure, Chair Hart. Supervisor Lavanino, to clarify, you mean the current?
The current, yeah.
Yeah, so all cannabis requires a coastal development permit within the coastal zone. There are some specific requirements, though, that apply. And also, depending on the type of structure in which cannabis is proposed, that could also kick in other permitting requirements. So most common right now, particularly in the Carpinteria agricultural overlay, is that most of these projects require, once again, the coastal development permit, but they also, a lot of them require some sort of modification to their greenhouse. And a lot of that development has been permitted under a development plan. So they have to also concurrently amend their development plan to accommodate the cannabis project. And I should clarify, that's for cultivation. Accessory processing like volatile manufacturing already requires a conditional use permit. So that wouldn't have as much of a change. In fact, I was thinking I might have a slide from... Yeah, if we could pull up, slide 9. So this slide really points out the changes that a CUP requirement would have for the coastal zone and the Ag 1 and Ag 2 areas. So currently, the type of CDP, that is coastal development permit, that is required for cultivation, it's considered a principally permitted use. So the CDP is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. However, if the change was made to require a CUP, the use would no longer be considered principally permitted, and therefore the permit could be appealed all the way to the Coastal Commission. That's a significant change to the CUP requirement if it's imposed at this point in time.
Okay. Just to provide...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
Well, I was kind of confused by Supervisor Hartman's foray into the hemp business. Can you explain what the point was behind that?
My impression of I just think as we think about conflicts with agriculture and other agricultural sectors, we need to anticipate hemp. It's likely to be within the next few months that this comes before, that we'll know how much local discretion we have or don't have. And so when we finish today and where we're going next, either with the business license or how we're going to reconcile what we decide today with hemp coming down the pike, I think it's important to bear that in mind. I also think that it does raise really significant enforcement issues, because it's very hard to distinguish the two until you actually test them. At least there's different kinds of hemp, but that's the real concern. So I think the world is going to get more complicated.
Okay, well, on that issue, I would say that it's probably, it's always trying to get more complicated, but it's probably not going to get that much more complicated, because the experience of the growers that I know that grew hemp last year was not good in terms of profitability. And, I've been saying this from the beginning, that hemp is going to be going to places that have cheap land and cheap water, and that's really not us. And so for the most part. And so I expect there to be maybe a small persistent hemp business around here, but I don't think it's going to, in Santa Barbara County, I don't think it's going to become a major crop. It's just too much cost for hemp, and hemp grows everywhere. It's legal in all 50 states, and if you have heat units, cheap water, and cheap land, and anywhere in the South with surface water sources is a great place to compare to. You can put a lot of biomass down for really cheap, and then harvest the biomass for the CDB, which is just a commodity molecule, and they can separate it out of hemp grown here, or pot grown here, or hemp grown somewhere else, and it's absolutely indistinguishable. So I don't think that is a major problem that we're gonna be dealing with. Like I say, there may be a boutique type industry here, but I don't think it's going to be a major problem. But I do think that there's just way too many conflicts because of where the cannabis industry wants to go so far. They kind of engineer in conflicts with all the proximity to all the existing agriculture, regardless of crop, and the urban places, urban interfaces that they're attempting to get established. And I think a CUP is a really good idea. And I am not for weaponizing CUPs as has been standard practice in other industries here. But what I do want to do is recognize the fact that this is a complication. This isn't somebody building a residential house, and there's going to be more conflicts all the time if we don't anticipate what those conflicts are, at least with the people that are existing prior to the placement of that particular permit. If somebody goes out, say Cuyama, and doesn't have any neighbors, then they get a CUP and nobody shows up to appeal it, and they're fine. But if they're trying to do something in or around Sabata Canyon, and just because there's no production in an EDRN doesn't mean there's not adjacent to it, and that becomes the same level of problem as if it were inside the EDRN. So, I think we just have to move forward with the CUP here and make sure that we condition at least the projects. If there's conditions that we can accommodate everybody's needs that currently exist. Once there's if we went back out to Cuyama and there was no neighbors who wanted to appeal the project, and then there's somebody growing 200 acres of cannabis out there, and then somebody wants to come along and build a house and be offended by that, I think they should get a deaf ear, because the cannabis guy was there first, and we have to respect everybody's investments and investment-backed expectations, and if that practice got established, then the next guy has to know that that's the case, and do his due diligence when he buys the property and say, okay, I'm building a house next to 200 acres of cannabis. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm trying to reflect on the public comment, and I think it is enormously important to indicate that the future of Carpinteria is dependent upon the reduction of nuisance from marijuana odor, but also the continuation of a presence of the marijuana industry in Carpinteria. We have had a decimation of our flower industry. There are now 5,000 good-paying jobs countywide in marijuana, and we are in the midst of the worst recession in our lifetimes. We know, even though our numbers are a month in arrears, we know that unemployment is at least 4 times higher than it was at the last comparable month. And that means tens of thousands of people out of work, and that means hundreds of thousands of people slipping into poverty. And so I just think that there is a tremendously important imperative to be able to make this industry, the benefits of this industry, both in terms of its benefits of employment, its benefits of charity, its benefits of revenue that has been able to save public safety personnel, child welfare personnel, but to have those benefits coexist with a reduction of nuisance in the community. And what I find as the fundamental inconsistency with the public comment in opposition to marijuana is it is their principal point that the non-conforming gray area that we are currently in is the source of nuisance. And in this, I agree 100%. And so I scratch my head at, if the non-conforming structure that we are in now is the source of the problems, then why are you asking us to perpetuate it for 9 months to 2 years? Because if we extend a CUP requirement countywide, we are not ending marijuana for 2 years. We're just making the gray area of non-conforming stretch out for 2 years. The permit permitting process goes on into perpetuity, particularly in the coastal zone. And so, I mean, I've heard from our DSA members that are in and associated with enforcement, and they say this is going to be a nightmare for enforcement to perpetuate this permitting nightmare for a longer period of time, and therefore perpetuate the gray area. I will go back to the fact that after permitting, well, I mean, even on a more basic level, I am anxious to get to the point where I say thumbs up, and along with you, say thumbs up or thumbs down to the operations in Carpinteria. In my view, most of them are doing the right thing. Not all of them are. And so I would love to get to the point where we actually can pick through those folks. But if we have a CUP process countywide, it'll be a long time before we pick through those folks. And the folks, and this requirement of a CUP becomes a cloak for the bad actors, where they can continue to operate without having to adhere to our odor requirements, without having to adhere to our other requirements for a longer period of time. And so I just think the fundamental inconsistency in this direction of a CUP is how contrary it is to the obvious fact to me that our gray area of nonconforming is the source of uncertainty, the source of nuisance, and the source of a harder environment in which to enforce the rules of the county. And so I see the value of a CUP in tailoring things, but that value does not outweigh the cost in which our community faces a longer period of time in which we are pitted against each other unnecessarily in Carpinteria. The nuisance issue is fundamentally solvable, but it's not solvable without our ability to enforce our regulations. And we will only have the ability to enforce our regulations if we can move the permitting structure forward. A CUP requirement delays that, and I find that tragic and unacceptable.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. We have a product that produces conflicts, and we have something that we've been dealing with that's entirely new, and we've been adjusting as we've learned more. What you have in Carpinteria is quite different than what we have in the Santa Ynez Valley. You at least have odor control. We do not in the Ag 2, and people are growing large grows outside in an area that is already a conflict with an existing industry that has lots of other benefits associated with it. Ideally, when you have conflict, zoning exists to try to create different zones and to try to reduce neighbors having to fight with each other because you have different expectations about zones. We didn't do that, and apparently there isn't, other than the overlay zone in CARP, there isn't an interest in doing that, although I wish we had. So then the question is, what gives us discretion? Our Planning Commission has come with a unanimous recommendation because they've been dealing with these case by case. When they come to us, we have our hands tied because an LUP doesn't give us very many tools to work with. So I have a lot to say in different areas, but I believe our chair may have a structure that would frame our comments and get us to some conclusions, and then we could move on. So I just want to say that I think the experience in the overlay zone in CARP is a very different one than I'm seeing. We have different criteria, different industries, different conflicts in the San Ynez Valley.
Director Plowman has a comment.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would like to offer that we could lay out the various options that the Planning Commission discussed in terms of other changes or amendments to the current cannabis ordinance that they considered but didn't act on, so that you get refreshed in your mind about what your menu of options are to address the concerns that the board is facing and that the community is facing. And so if that's something you're interested, we can go through a couple of those quick slides again, just as a refresher.
Sure.
Or if
That would be
Chair,
helpful.
before we get into the
Supervisor
individual ones, I mean, I'd kind of like to make a comment at the beginning, just kind of let you know where I'm at,
Thank you.
and then go through each of these, because I think that's the way to do this, is there's a bunch of different. First off, I think some of the projects that we've seen do, I understand where people felt the need that they would have rather had a CUP than an LUP. But I think it's a big mistake to just lump everybody together. I've got a proposed application in my district that's the size of the parcel is 643 acres, and they want to develop somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 acres. There's nobody around them. To put that applicant through a CUP is ridiculous. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of staff's time. And I think that's really where this gets down to for me, is just the sheer volume of applications, the sheer volume of meetings that it would require. And while I appreciate all the work that the Planning Commission has done, they just don't have the bandwidth to sit there and hear 190 CUP application projects. Each one of those is taking 2 or 3 meetings. It then comes to us and takes a couple of meetings. And like Supervisor Williams, I have the same situation going on in Tepiscay, where I've got projects up there that I would have wanted to get, heard 2 years ago. And I don't want to get in a position where it's 2025 before I get a thumbs up or down. The other thing is, I think I'm reading these emails and I'm hearing from everybody like CUPs are this panacea where everything's just going to get fixed. There's not going to be any more conflicts. That's all we need. All we need is a CUP. We're still going to have conflicts. We're still going to have problems. And this is, interesting to me. It's very interesting. In the 10 years that I've been here, I've never really heard us, when we're talking about one of the major conflicts, and I know odor's one, but one of the other ones that we're hearing with traditional agriculture is the idea of pesticides and being able to spray. In 10 years, I've never been here where we are defending and sympathizing with the person whose spray is coming across the boundary line onto the other person's crop. I mean, I've been here when, and I know some of our California legislators have pushed, and our Santa Barbara County legislators have carried legislation calling for much more stringent pesticide drift or migration or whatever we want to call it. And I understand that a lot of this has to do with the cannabis regulations allowing, zero pesticides. But it's an interesting shift that we've moved away from protecting the person who's being sprayed upon to now we're looking at, hey, we need to make it so that, that person somehow doesn't get sprayed on. I think that there are some changes that make sense in the ordinance. I'm very open to looking at all of these different areas, but I have a feeling, it just seems to me that the idea of lumping everybody into a CUP, number one, is impractical. And number two, I think it might be just a way to slow down the process, which in reality shouldn't be what people want, because the reality is when you slow down the process, the bad actors will be continuing to work for many months and possibly years. So with that, I'm glad to hear from P&D and then be able
Mr.
to
Chair.
each do our thing.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I got to take issue with that characterization of the drift waft debate. You know, I don't think anybody's trying to protect a drift situation. Okay, drift is absolutely, and not that it doesn't happen occasionally, but those conditions are usually some kind of an aberration, and you know, everybody works those out because they know they're wrong. I mean, everybody understands that who's in agriculture. The problem is what I have coined, the term I've coined it for involuntary is waft. And the problem that waft presents for marijuana is that there's this idea that back in the 70s when they were lucky to get a couple tens of parts per million detected, you know, that was the idea was if they didn't have a known tolerance on a crop, then it was zero. And of course, in the intervening 40 years, we've become able to test down into the parts per you know, deep into the parts per billion. And you know, you're finding things at infinitesimal amounts that were never envisioned in any crop, let alone you know, who knew that cannabis was going to be legalized. And so, you know, this is a situation that it's kind of a legacy problem because, you know, on all crops, if there's a zero tolerance, if you test 2 parts per billion, there's still no tolerance, and you can't sell that crop. But nobody knew that there was going to be a zero tolerance on a crop that could be worth $1 million an acre. And, you know, it's just a level of problem that's created by a legacy regulation that really just needs to be revisited. And, you know, they have to recognize the ability to test at this point is just something that nobody ever anticipated 40 years ago. And so, you know, that I don't think anybody's protecting a drifter, but you have to be, you have to observe the conditions of the universe. And one of those conditions is that, you know, you can lay down a molecule in a farm field with the best application you can and totally legal, and that stuff, you know, in very small parts that nobody ever thought of 40 years ago can move and then now be detected. You know, you've in some crop that nobody ever anticipated. You know, this is not protecting the drifters. So, you know, I think it's just a recognition of this is what's happening. And, you know, if the state were to, and maybe this should be on our legislative platform, I know it's not the kind of thing we normally do, but, you know, just a suggestion, the state really needs to revise that regulation, because it is 40 years old and it is antiquated. But you know, that's not a thing that everybody's out there saying we should be allowed to drift. And I certainly didn't hear Supervisor Hartman protecting drifters. She's recognizing that there's other agriculture there, and so am I.
All right, let me just say something quickly and then try and help us focus the conversation. I think everybody here agrees that we want to try and find the right balance point between, you know, this industry that is growing and producing revenue and neighborhoods and the impacts that come from this industry, and that's our charge here, is to try and figure out how to find that balance point. So, having some kind of structure for this conversation is helpful. How many pages of slides do we have? I'm not sure that's, let me. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's many things that the Planning Commission has considered over many meetings, and we've had lots of public input. And I don't think we're really interested in pursuing all those things. I'm thinking that, we have this question of the CUP that the Planning Commission brought to us. We should talk about that. We have different development standards that might be added to this conversation that, include buffers, drying processing of cannabis, things like that. We have neighbors in Tepiscay and Sabata Canyon who are looking for some kind of change regarding EDRNs. Then I think the board is interested in talking about having staff come back with amendments to Chapter 50, to talk about how we can get the processing and the permits aligned with the business permits in a more effective way to speed up that process. And I think those are kind of the buckets that we want to talk about. Am I missing anything, Ms. Plumman?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think that covers it. I mean, I was just going to sort of lay out what I thought the things the board might want to consider are, and that is the new development standards, which you hit upon. Maybe that would include setbacks from parcel boundaries. It could include a per parcel cap, so that limits the amount of cannabis that can be on each parcel. It could include prohibiting on-site outdoor drying. Either they dry it off-site, they freeze it, or they do it in an enclosed and carbon-filtered space. It could include no cannabis in EDRNs. That's something that has been discussed. And then also where you would have CUPs versus a ministerial permit, LUPs, so that there's tools either through an overlay or distances from urbanized areas like Los Alamos and San Ynez and the cities, Buellton, Goleta, those types of things. So that's the range of options that I think the board is interested in talking about.
I think that describes it well. Okay, well, with that, let's talk about CUP standards. What is the board interested in doing in that space? And Supervisor Hartman, you have your light on.
Well, I was prepared to maybe talk about EDRNs
That's
first.
fine too.
Would that
but you
be
can
all
start-
right?
Yes, please start with that.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting, the board has been in agreement, I think, since the get-go, that cannabis doesn't belong in residential areas. And so we've been, what is a residential area? And we've done various things, including the ban on 20 acres Ag 1 inland. And that, as we've heard, there are a lot of EDRN parcels that are 20.1 acres or something, so that it doesn't fall within that. I looked, actually Jefferson Litton looked at the cannabis final EIR for the definition of an EDRN, an existing developed rural neighborhood. And it says that it's a neighborhood area that has developed historically with lots smaller than those found in the surrounding rural or inner rural lands. And the purpose of these EDRNs is to keep pockets of rural residential development separate and not expanding into adjacent agricultural lands. So they are distinct. And many of them have just narrow roads, usually one going in and out. There is a neighborhood character, a residential character that I think is at odds with commercial cannabis operations. Many of them are at the urban-rural boundary that present fire risks. And I think when people move there, they have expectations that their experience is residential. And to find large-scale commercial cannabis development with lots of workers in and out and processing, and in many cases, we've heard bringing in water. I think that that's very much at odds with the expectations, and I think that's where a lot of our complaints are coming. So I would be in favor of a motion to ban all cannabis cultivation in designated EDRNs.
Right,
And I
that's-
think that would reduce a lot of the conflict that we hear about.
That's a very precise proposal. Let's hear what other board members think about that. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let me tell you, that would be politically expedient for me. I would have everybody jumping up and down and patting me on the back and telling me, wow, awesome, you eliminated it. Here's my problem with that. We've had people in this process for 2+ years spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, not with the guarantee that they would get an approval. We required them to have a CUP in an EDRN. So they were going to go through the entire process, have to have a CUP. And most of these grows in EDRNs are smaller. And I would actually be okay with it, even if we said, okay, let's limit it to 3 acres or something with a CUP, to at least give the person a chance to come in and have a swing at the ball, have their day at the plate, instead of, and I promise you, I am not guaranteeing on my end any vote for any project inside an EDRN. What I am saying is we set up a set of rules, and I understand that you say that things have changed, but we had a set of rules. People had an expectation, even though it's not legally protected, I don't believe, but they had an expectation that if they went through this entire process and spent all this money and waited all this time, they were going to have a chance to go before the public and the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors and explain why their grow would fit inside that community. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I just think it's really bad government to have a set of rules and change them when many of these people are at the very end of a seriously long journey that we've put them through. If we had decided 2 years ago not to do EDRNs, I get it. That would have been the decision. And there are times when you need to change course. But I agree with you that this does seem to be a point where a lot of these conflicts are happening. You also have to remember another thing, just to put this out there as well, that on these smaller grows that are EDRNs, they're not like our larger grows where they're planting the crop like a row crop. These are inside, most of them are planted in planters. It's a higher quality product, and so it brings a higher price. So it would be a significant impact on the revenue side. But my biggest concern is that it's just false expectations for people and changing the rules midstream. Nobody's guaranteed they're going to get approved. Everybody in those EDRNs has to go through a CUP, and so I would not support that.
Thank you. Supervisor Adam, is that you?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I obviously agree with Supervisor Hartman on that, and I definitely agree for all intents and purposes with Supervisor Lavanino too. I am very uncomfortable, and I understand that I might be being a little inconsistent. Well, a lot maybe inconsistent here regarding making some rules and then letting people get engaged in this process. But, this is one of those first impression, I'm going to allow myself the luxury of saying that I was wrong on some of this stuff and trying to go back and rectify it. And I think now's the time when we can try and rectify some of the mistakes we've made. And we shouldn't, I was trying to be the wild-eyed libertarian in the beginning of this, and as I said many times, I didn't understand what the conflicts could be. And I don't think those were anticipatable. It's not like I was lazy and I just didn't go look, or nobody told me, or something like that. So, I think we have to allow ourselves, as the policymakers, that have to make peace in our county, to go out and fix some of these things, regardless of, if a couple people are at the end of their process. I feel bad about that, but I'm not going to let that stop me from fixing it for all time. Because I think that if we can, there's a lot of value if we can reduce the conflict. So I think I'd make it a little broader than that, because as I said, we got, I know that there's the herbal angels, which is not technically in an EDRN, but it's bordering an EDRN, and it's causing just as much problems for the EDRN as if it were in the EDRN. So, I don't like that any more than you do, Supervisor Lavanino, but I got to do something.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'll answer this just by saying that I, at one point, believed that there would be reasonable accommodation for the folks who are in opposition to marijuana. But I've been enormously jaded in the past 2 years by the reaction. We ban marijuana in Ag 120 and lower. We cap marijuana. We subject it to rules and processes beyond all other crops and all other industries. We ban outdoor operations in the coast. We require millions of dollars of odor control in the coast. And you know what? I cannot name one person, not one person, in this entire county of 450,000 people who has been satisfied by that. In fact, they have only gotten angrier the more that we have tried to accommodate them. They have only lied to the press. They have only tried to use the political route, and then they have just tried to even make the process more dysfunctional by appealing every project and then suing the county. I think we have to evaluate whether this strategy is working. We have given more public comment and more public process than anything else. And yet, when it's convenient to criticize the county for not having enough, they say there wasn't enough and it was rushed. And then when we do give them lots of public process, the critique is we're spending too much time on marijuana, and it's a showing that we're not concerned enough about poverty. There is no way for us to do this in a way where some of those folks are going to be satisfied. And I just think that some of you may be informed by the experience that I've gone through in the last 3 years in that regard. And I do not believe in bargaining against ourselves. I think that's not a way to get things done, and I would be willing to go for some accommodations, but I don't see that creating any more productive discourse or honest discourse or collaboration to get the county through this very tough time.
Well, I think that this is particularly challenging because I share Supervisor Lavanino's concern about people who've been in the process and had expectations and would potentially have the the rules changed in the middle of the game. But that unfortunately is where we are. We are going to be continuously regulating this industry as new facts emerge and new challenges become clearer today than they were impossible to see earlier. And I agree with Supervisor Hartman that, existing developed rural neighborhoods are not a good location for cannabis cultivation. And I think that I could support a ban. And I do that reluctantly, but there is a tremendous resistance and flashpoint in this process in these neighborhoods. Going through the conditional use permit process and trying to find an accommodation with that is, I do not think was going to be productive, and I think it will result in nobody changing their mind, and a lot more trouble and expense and dysfunction in time and processing through the planning process would result. And I don't think that is going to help us get to a resolution of this. So maybe what we do is just we've gone through this issue as a straw poll kind of thing, have a sense of that. Let's go on to the next issue up, which would, I guess,
Chair,
be
I think Mr. Gazzoni wants to weigh in.
Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair and Supervisors, I think you were going where I was going to recommend, which is basically I think the board is going to go through a series of conceptual consensus, and in order to sew this together, we would come back with those changes. I do want to build on Supervisor Lavanino's comment, and as we've discussed before, permit applicants don't vest to an application. They do not vest to an application. Classic vesting is that a zoning permit vests once the owner receives a permit and then has, after that, substantial work and substantial liabilities in reliance on that permit. So that's the bare legal standard, and then the board has some policy choices as to where in the process you want to draw the line other than that. And we had worked with planning on language that could accomplish that for whether you have a final permit approval and what happens when you're in litigation, and could make that really clear. And for background, the county does this as a matter of course through the land use code on how it defines and treats nonconforming uses. One part of the definition of a legal nonconforming use is a land use lawfully established without the planning permit now required by the code. But I think in this case, it would make great sense to include that language in the effective date of the ordinance to make clear what's in and what's out.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Adam?
can I get a reading on how we feel about any bordering parcels to EDRNs?
I know how you feel because you spoke about it first time around. Supervisor Hartman?
That raises the next issue I have on my list, but I would really love to get a uniform border around where they weren't, where it was banned, but we do. But they do have to have a CUP. But what that means is the neighbors have to get the attorneys and, to fight it. So it puts the burden on the residents rather than trying to resolve it here. So if we had 3 votes, I'd be willing to support it, but I'm not sure that we have it.
Yeah, and I'm not prepared to go that far. There's no magic to where you start and stop, but I think having the adjacent parcels requiring a conditional use permit provides that level of protection as many people have spoken to over the course of multiple days of letter writing, that is a tool that many people favor. So I personally would only support the ban within the boundaries of the ERN. The next.
Yeah, I can accept that.
Thank you. Talking about development standards then generally.
Chair Hart?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to suggest that as you go through each one of these items, just clarify if you're talking about the coastal regulations, inland regulations, or both.
We're only talking about inland. We haven't
just
talked
inland
about
for now.
coastal.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, because it follows on, and I have a letter from the city of Buellton and conversations with other cities in my district. And one of the things we asked the Planning Commission to do was look at urban areas. We currently require a CUP. The issue with that is that the boundary isn't consistent. And I think there are 2 and that's difficult. And what I hear from cities is, well, then we need to expand our sphere of influence, or we need to annex inland to be able to protect our residents. So I think if we could set a consistent boundary, either where we say we don't want it, it would be a buffer or an overlay zone around urban areas, or at least that within that consistent boundary we have a CUP, so that it's not a jigsaw puzzle. We've got something that's clear, and that cities understand what the process is. So it's not a parcel by parcel, but it's a clear area surrounding the urban boundary.
Okay, are there others that are interested in that approach? Supervisor Lavanino?
No, I'm not. Hey, why don't we just change everything to residential? I mean, EDRNs, they want the protection of residential. Let's make it residential. And around cities, they already have a city limit. Then there's a sphere of influence. Now we want something greater. And I'm glad that we didn't go with this outside of an EDRN, because this is what you see. And I'm not voting for anything until I see a map, because what we end up doing is, we get a boundary, and then we want the adjacent to the boundary, and then we want the gateway to the adjacent piece of property next to the boundary. So I want to see, what does it look like? What are we talking about? A piece of paper written out is one thing, but I want to see what we're actually talking about, how many properties are impacted. And that's why you have a city limit, and that's why you have an urban-rural boundary line.
Are there any other board members who are interested in talking about this?
Well, if I might.
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
Okay, I see Supervisor Hartman's come back, and I'm just wondering how you would treat Orchid with that, since it's not a city, but it's a large urban area.
We may want to ask P&D about that, but Los Alamos is similarly situated, and I do believe we may have maps.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we did prepare some graphics for the Planning Commission when this topic came up. And so I've asked Mr. Clement to retrieve those graphics, and we'll see if we can get them up on the screen to give you an idea. I think what in that example, we had set a 1 mile boundary, or I'm sorry, area from an urban boundary where the CUP would be required. And then beyond that, it would be a land use permit. So if you'll give us a moment, we'll dig that graphic up.
Supervisor Adam, are you interested in pursuing this?
Yeah, I could talk about that.
Okay, I guess.
I think that's worth considering.
Supervisor Williams, are you interested? Okay. This is too far for me too. I'm not supportive of that, so I don't know if we need to spend a lot of time on maps and things at this stage.
Sorry, John.
Are there other, there's the question of a CUP in other areas, perhaps tied to the an acreage cap. I'm intrigued with the idea of a CUP requirement for anything over 51% acreage cultivation. I think that gets to the intensity and the concentration, the size of a development, and the Planning Commission has talked a lot about an acreage cap as being one of the tools that they could use in applying to a CUP. Are there others that are open to that? Supervisor Williams?
I could agree to that in the inland portion. Not that there's anything of that size not that there's anything of great size in the coastal zone, but because of the size and difference in the inland, I could agree to that.
And that's what we're talking about, is the inland. Are there others that are interested in that? Supervisor Hartman.
I would be interested in that. I think again, what are the problems that we're trying to address? And for me, in my district, that is especially the Santa Ynez Valley and the Santa Rita Hills, we have an inland cap, I believe, of 1575. And the proposed acreage for that area alone is about 731 acres. So that's, a large percentage of the cap concentrated in a small AVA. And right now, 723 of those acres would be a land use permit, and only 8.11 acre would be a CUP. So I think my preference would be beyond just a percentage of each parcel. I would like to look at that area and the conflict that raises with our premier wine area and cannabis. So I don't know how to talk about one without bringing up the other.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, given those two choices, I prefer I was not a big fan of the parcel size percentage, but I see how that kind of played out a little bit. So if those are my two choices between Supervisor Hartman's kind of idea and the one that you two have supported, I would be okay with that.
And Supervisor Adam, could you support that?
Well, the 51%, I don't know if I could support that just as a strict constraint, because, this is why I wanted to go with CUPs on that type of stuff, because that may be, depending upon where it's placed, highly injurious to another existing business. So, that doesn't really get me where I want to go.
Well, just to be clear, there would be a threshold that would require a conditional use permit. If you were proposing to cultivate more than 51% of the total acreage, that would require a conditional use permit. It would not prohibit that if you were in the location that you described earlier, where you're in Cuyama and you have no neighbors and there's no conflicts. There would be a path, but places where there are conflicts and there are issues would have this extra scrutiny of a conditional use permit process. Supervisor Williams?
I'm just going to want to make one note, because a lot of people did this in public comment, and you and I have the relationship that I'm going to say it now.
Yep.
Is there actually are people who live in Cuyama.
Thank you. That's a great.
And they do have neighbors.
Yes.
And they don't, like, in this whole process, one of the ideas that came out of the Planning Commission was basically, let's just put it all in Cuyama. And that's not right, and it is not recognizing the fact that, people, live in Cuyama. They want it to be a good community. Some are very supportive of cannabis. Some don't want it to be too big. It's just like any other community with differences of opinions and necessary for compatibility with existing uses.
And I appreciate that
Mr.
clarification,
Chair?
and you're right. I was very sloppy with the language. I was imagining, 10 miles outside of where the residences were in a truly isolated
Chair?
place. Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I want to clarify that too, because I use Cuyama as an example of sparsely dense populations, or sparsely populated areas with large parcels and many, many parcels that have nobody living on them at all, and fairly large parcels as well. My family owns approximately 3,000 acres, and I think there's 6 parcels on that ranch. And, I don't, if we put 200 acres of cannabis in the middle of that thing, literally nobody would know. So, that's why I use Cuyama, because I just envision that as a wide space. And not that there's not other places in the county that have wide spaces and hardly any people, but that's why I use Cuyama. Could we go back to this acreage cap thing and maybe get it down a little bit? Because what I do worry about is places like Santa Rita that have smaller parcels, higher densities, lots of existing development businesses, and where, you know, if there, it could be maybe 40% of the parcel we could get it down to, that would kick in that CUP, because otherwise, you know, 51% of or 50% of a, you know, 200-acre parcel is still a boatload. And if you're, and you're, even though it's a 200-acre parcel, especially if it's got a relatively small amount of flat on the front and then it goes up and there's a huge hill on the back, you're probably likely to be next to some other type of established business, which then you got all your conflict that kicks in. So how does anybody feel about that?
Mr. Gazzoni and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Chair and Supervisors, as you're considering things like percentages, I would offer that as a practical matter, it would be helpful if you also discussed whether an overlay might be another way to do that. I think in practice, if somebody looks on a map and sees the overlay, they would be able to discern really quickly what permit regime they were under, as opposed to trying to do acreage calculations. And I think that the case law in this area is supportive of overlays for restrictions that are greater or lesser than the standard inland zoning code. And I think that's a tool that would be worth discussing today, rather than starting off with acreage changes for the entire inland code, to see whether an overlay might get you where you want to go.
Well, yeah, that's problematic because unless you overlay the entire inland area, I mean, it's great for Joan because she's going to have her district overlaid and then nobody else does. So I understand where that's going. It's either the AVA or it's the 3rd district or whatever it is going to have an overlay, and then everything inside there would need a CUP. That doesn't work for me.
Ultimately, our product today is going to be direction to staff, and I think things like this might have to be a second wave. I don't know that we can fine-tune this today. Supervisor Williams.
I'm just going to make an argument against things that are a second wave. I mean, the Planning Commission has ad nauseum.
Well, I don't think we don't have ordinances. We don't have anything here today. All we could do is give direction to staff to have them come back and bring.
That's not what staff said last week. Staff said anything is on the table that the Planning Commission.
I'm not talking about going back to the Planning Commission. I'm talking about us.
Got it. Yes. Okay. That's you and I are on the same page.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Everything that we're discussing has been discussed by the Planning Commission in their long deliberations and does not require us to return these policy discussions to the Planning Commission. But it will require another public hearing to adopt what we're talking about, and that will be an opportunity for people to comment on that. And some of the folks who have not commented to date because they didn't know that this would necessarily apply to them will probably take advantage of that and speak to us about these things.
And Mr. Chair, I just had one thing to add. I think one of the things that the board may be trying to get at with the percentage cap is the density, not just the permit requirement, but the density of the grows on the parcels.
Thank you for that addition. And the 51%, I think, helps navigate around Williamson Act issues. So, Supervisor Hartman?
Well, this is in response to Supervisor Lavanino, and I'm not asking for a ban in the 3rd District or even in the entire Santa Ynez Valley. What I'm saying is that in the Santa Rita Hills, almost 50% of our cap is proposed to be concentrated, where we already have a premier existing wine industry and tourism industry that goes with it. So I'm struggling to find what is a good land use tool that could address that concentration. That's where the issue has arisen, and that's where I'm trying to find something that would work. Someone once said that government regulation is a blunt instrument, and we keep trying to fine-tune it. But I think that's what's absolutely essential in this case.
All right, well, it sounds like there is a consensus, or at least a majority for, not a consensus, but a majority for that approach. There's been a lot of discussion about setbacks. You know, should there be setbacks from tasting rooms? Should there be setbacks from property lines? Let's talk about that. Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think probably tasting rooms should have been one of our, what do you call it, sensitive receptors. And I would be okay with a 500-foot. But, you know, again, this is what's interesting about odor, and I think that's the reason why tasting rooms I identified that it is odor. It's not the property line that is the problem for the tasting room. So what I would like to see is a 500-foot buffer from cannabis activity, whether that's drying, growing, cultivating, whatever it is, 500 feet from that to the tasting room. And I would also make it so that it is existing permitted tasting rooms, so that in case somebody decides they want to come in and build another one, it doesn't impact somebody. So,
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Adam?
Well, I think this is really an odor control issue, and I think we should, instead of putting a number of feet setback, which, you know, might work or might not, depending upon where the 500 feet are and the sensitive receptor and the source of the odor, I think we should just say something like, you know, if you cannot cause a nuisance with odor to sensitive receptors, like tasting rooms. And so it's incumbent on the person creating the odor to make sure that they don't go over the line.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I got to say, Supervisor Adam, that from the original, when we first started talking about this, when your defense was that this was going to be a slippery slope into agriculture, to stop something that's a cultivated project from smelling as, quote, a nuisance to a neighbor, and I know you're saying you're changing your mind, but that's more than a 180. That's a 180 with a flip in the middle. You know, I just think that is a really slippery slope for anybody to say, you know, that this is a nuisance. So, I don't know, man. I'm also curious, want to make sure that we were all here on Tuesday. If I remember right with roll call, I just went back and looked. We were all here Tuesday for budget hearing. And these changes that we're going to make are going to have significant impacts on providing services for people of this county.
You know, another way to get at this issue, it might be development standards for outdoor drying. That is one of the most intense odor generators in the issue of managing neighborhood compatibility. There might be a way to get to this issue that way. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want to agree that either we could have some kind of odor plan required or some kind of development standards. But I do not, you know, I think it's really important that we do not in any law mandate a technology, that we need to leave the assessment of and a standard up to staff. And I really want to argue against the idea that it's a good idea to put up odor control devices for outdoor grows that will experience odor for 2 weeks or 4 weeks out of a year. The most important thing to reduce odor is to address the processing issue. We should generally favor indoor processing. Though it may be important that we allow the indoor processing to be a secondary application so that the current applications do not stay in limbo forever. I know that would be different than our normal way of doing things, but I do think that to hold up the completion of an application and our other standards for the building of a indoor processing could be problematic. It might not be great policy, but ultimately our goal should be indoor processing because that is the stinkiest part of this, and it's a lot more viable to address that rather than to waste a ton of energy and a ton of essence oil and building pipes around the perimeter of an outdoor area. I mean, to me, understanding, I represent the valley, that's going to be more of a visual blight than marijuana ever would be, is these piping systems having to be used everywhere. I just think that's kind of a crazy idea. And contrary to our values about energy usage, sort of nakedly in conflict with our values in that regard.
Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I very much favor a development standard that would say either no processing on site, or if it is done, then it has to be in a closed facility with carbon filtration, drying, whatever. Now, I don't know exactly how to reconcile that with not decreeing a technology, but as a general rule, having worked for regulatory agencies, it's good to give a result because the technology can change and improve over time. So I think we just want to say something about that there is some odor control even in outdoor, or some standards for odor even outdoors. And I know that that puts our planning director's nose a challenge trying to figure this all out. Maybe you could give us some ideas.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman.
Maybe a specific question along that line is, could we have as a condition of a permit that that the applicant submit plans for an indoor growing facility within 3 months of the issuance of a permit or something like that? Because I'm just torn between the fact that we're throwing a lot of things mid-process with the fact that I know processing creates the odor, but that I don't want to send all this processing by trucking to Lompoc, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense for us either. So I'm conflicted between those three things.
Ms. Plowman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, and Supervisor Williams, I think there are some things you have to balance, certainly. And the cannabis is going to have to leave the site at one point or another, whether it's to be processed someplace else or sold someplace else. But one way to deal with this concept of not dictating the technology would be to give examples, but to say using the best available technology to contain the odors within the facility. And that's going to require them to have some practices and whatnot that will address that. I'm concerned about requiring a follow-up permit because I think the system is already we have a lot of cannabis permits in the process. So I would rather see the requirement be applied to applications now, and they have a choice. They can either flash freeze it on site and ship it out, or dry it indoors on site. But a lot of them are proposing buildings where they would be doing some type of activities, and the question is, would you have to upgrade that structure as part of their application? But I think that'd be more expedient for them than trying to get a secondary permit.
Supervisor Williams.
Can an application say we'll be processing off-site for the first 6 months and then build something? And if the answer is no, then you're setting up something that it essentially conflicts with our basic understanding of how this should work, which is, talk about something that would impact our ability to provide services. That means we have to put up with all the grows, but don't get don't get the revenue.
Small fraction. Yeah.
Supervisor.
Question for Mr. Gazzoni would be, is there a way to mandate where it would be processed? As far as if we said, because we're losing a huge percentage of our tax base when we say you can't do it here. They go to Lompoc where they have a zero tax. Could we say you had to have it done somewhere in the unincorporated county?
We normally try to give you a quick yes/no at the hearings.
I wish I would have thought of this beforehand.
Yeah, I think that's one we would have to look at to make sure we weren't restraining commerce through the police power. I think another way to do that, as we look at that, would be to make it enticing to grow it, both grow it and process it on site, because presumably businesses would have an interest of processing it as close to on site as possible.
But now I think we're actually doing the opposite. We're trying to disincentivize somebody from processing on site, it seems.
Well, I think that there has been some discussion about what is processed indoors, what is processed outdoors, and that could still be part of a logical calculation by the grower that they're better off to process it on site even if it's indoors with odor control.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Williams, I wanted to answer a question that he had, which was, could an applicant in their proposal say that I'm going to process off-site for the first 6 months and then I will build this structure that's been approved as part of my project? They certainly could do that. Mm-hmm. We can accommodate that in the project description. So was that your question?
Repeat that one more time.
So I believe you asked whether or not an applicant could come in with a project description that says, I'll be processing off-site for the first 6 months, and then I will build this structure that's part of my application, and then I will process on-site, inside.
I think
Yes, we can accommodate that.
That's great. That's a helpful answer.
And Chair, if I could add to that especially if you're looking at a CUP requirement as opposed to a land use permit, part of the balance of the findings that you're making on that, you could certainly consider the benefits that come from the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, I'm going to weigh in here a little bit and say that I do not want to agree to ban processing on site, but I do think odor control is a really important value that is the source of a good 75%, maybe much more than that of the conflicts. And I think that if there's not technology today that can economically control the odor, there will be at some point, and somebody's going to figure it out. And I think we should just let the producers take responsibility and if they want to go out there and take the risk of planting stuff within 500 feet of a tasting room, as long as we find that it's a nuisance, if it's got odor that is a nuisance and leaves the site, then I think they should be on the hook for figuring out how to control that.
Okay, so let's see. Maybe we can come back to that. Is there anything else that folks want to talk about? Supervisor?
Mr. Chair, I think we need to clarify too who this applies to. we're talking about, what do we have, 100 and something, 90 applications? I definitely, for one, from my point of view, I do not want to go back and rehash the projects that we already saw. So I like the last bullet point that was up there.
Right, so that is.
That everybody would be.
When do these things apply? It's a broad category that we do need to apply. Folks want to, I guess this is a good time to weigh in on that. And your point is, folks who've already gotten a permit should be
Whoever
judged by that.
whoever went through the system got a permit upon permit approval, that they went through the process, they got the public hearing. This would go from that point forward.
Everyone agree to that?
Hold on, let's look at the 4 options. They got a good slide on this because it's way complicated, right? You know, is it at issuance, approval, and exhausting of appeals, or, you know, well, why not issuance? Why, you know?
Director Plowman.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, issuance follows the approval, and sometimes there are conditions or compliance matters that have to be taken care of before we can issue the permit, and so that can result in some delay. So if a permit's been approved by the department and the appeals have been exhausted, they've been through their process, they just haven't actually received the permit. It hasn't been issued, and then they haven't started work. So we had chosen approval as being the point at which you might want to exclude those applicants that have already been through their process. They got approved, the appeal period expired, or they've been through their appeals, that the board's already seen them.
Okay, I see that and agree with it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
could I
Zani.
suggest that we have a slide up that actually has some draft language on this? I thought it was going to be a little bit larger on the screen, but I feel like I'm at the optometrist.
Does that language ratify what we just talked
But
about?
I think if we provide, if Director Plum
I
can.
think our county council has a masochistic element to it.
So,
Chair Hart, I could enlarge it, but it'd go off the screen. So that's why we had copies of this printed out and shared it with you so that you can read it. Apologize for that. You should have hard copies of it.
So I'll read it, if that would help.
That'd be great. Thank you, Director Plummet, since you're.
However,
Good
cannabis, so this is about, when the ordinance takes effect. And then we say in yellow, however, cannabis applications have a final approved permit as of the effective date of this ordinance are exempt from the requirements of this ordinance. For purposes of this section, a final approved permit is a permit that has been, 1, approved and the appeal period has expired without an appeal. 2, approved on appeal with a final decision rendered by the county on the permit application by the effective date of this ordinance. Or 3, approved and subject to litigation, which if the permit is upheld shall be exempt from this ordinance, but if not upheld by the court, then the applicant shall comply with the county codes going forward, including this ordinance.
and I think that basically lays out the flavors and addresses applicants who have been through the complete county process and are now in litigation as to whether they go back or not, depending on the outcome of the court decisions. And we can certainly would draft this in at the board's direction and pretty it up a little bit. But I think this would take care of in detail where on the timeline different applicants fall.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Adam,
I can agree with that.
thank you. Appreciate that. I think that is a consensus. That's the one we might have all 5 on. Let's see. Going back, let's draw a conclusion to the odor control standard. What was Director Plowman?
So, Mr. Chair, if I might try and frame it a little bit, the question, I think, the initial question was, would the board be interested in requiring processing and drying to be indoors? So that's one question you could answer.
All right, does anyone want to weigh on that particularly? Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, well, I just wanted to, if we're going to get a conceptual vote, I think that is one important source of odor that could be addressed in that fashion, and that would be, I think, appropriate.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes, I mean, as part of the final process, as long as we can make it so that the entities can have the period to build such a facility. I don't think we should be mandating technology. I think that the instances in the valley where we've seen.
I don't think we're doing that.
Yeah.
Let's not confuse that. That just makes it harder.
Yeah.
We're just saying outdoors, no outdoor processing and cultivation. You can do it in an indoor facility. Supervisor Levine.
I like that with, I know you had said 6 months, but it would be nice to be able to, it takes longer than 6 months sometimes to build a building and do all that stuff. So if we can make that a little bit longer, but yeah, I like that idea.
Well, the operator would have the choice to ship the product to another location.
True. At our
Yes.
unfortunate expense.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification, so required to build a structure in process and dry indoor, and we could add using the best available technology to control odors or minimize odors. Because you can't just, if you build a barn and you do it inside, that's not going to do much. You have to use some kind of system to minimize odors.
Yes, okay. Supervisor Williams.
I think it should be a director's determination. There are going to be some, cases where somebody goes, okay, I've got this technique for drying that's going to be X, Y, and Z, and I'm 5 million miles away from anything else versus something that's really close, that's going to need something that's really tight. So I think staff can do that as a director's determination.
Okay, well, I think, we're going to hear public comment on these particular specific things when we come back, and we'll probably have more refinements, but I think just for the direction. Supervisor Adam, can you live with that?
Yeah, and I'm happy to have that happen in an indoor processing, and I'd almost put 2 years on that because I'd never seen anybody get a permit, and unless they're already permitted, and actually build a building in 6 months. I mean, that is, building a building is hard enough to get the people in the building and all that stuff. So that's a long process. But I'm not sure it gets the whole way there, I mean, there is a certain amount of odor produced just by the plants themselves. So, that's kind of, I don't think we didn't do anything with a setback at all. And I don't think we should, because I think that setbacks they'll work sometimes and not others. But this odor control, I think that we should mandate that there not be odors going into other places that they shouldn't be going.
Appreciate that. Supervisor Hartman.
I agree with Supervisor Adam strongly on that point. There are different varieties of plants. Some people just have 2 harvests a year. If it's a good year, they might get 3 harvests. That's only 6 weeks, but some people stagger the grows in different blocks, so it can be an ongoing problem that is odor, and it very much depends on wind patterns and heat and moisture. So I think setting some standard is important, but it is a difficult thing to do. But we do have it in Carpinteria, and I think we need something in the San Ynez Valley.
Supervisor Williams.
I just think that it should not be looking the same. I mean, you have grows that are only going to be 1 a year in some places, right? If you have a uniform age of crop once a year, you're talking about a requirement for a 2-week period of odor. And so obviously, in the case of that you cite, I actually think growing multiple ages is a terrible idea for an outdoor grow. That's my personal opinion. I think in those cases, we want to let the director be, gonna have to have a lot more of a tightly processing if you're going to have multiple ages of crop versus somebody who's going to have 1-2 week period that may exist farther than somebody else. I believe we should have some level of subjectivity for staff to be looking at this, to be both reasonable in cases where it's not as needed, such as one uniform age with a small footprint that's removed from neighbors, versus the opposite example, somebody who's doing multiple ages of a crop with a large footprint, where our requirements on processing should be tighter.
Okay, I think we've gone to consensus and then drift away the more we're talking about odor, so let's stay where we are. And there was some discussion about setbacks. And Supervisor Lavanino mentioned, a setback from a tasting room. One of the complexities of that is that we actually do have wineries that want to grow cannabis. And, I think that may occur more in the future, and I think that's a real challenge. If we were to have some kind of setback from the property line, that helps manage some of the agricultural incompatibility issues that other folks have spoken to in public comment. If it was something like 50 feet, I think that is a manageable distance. It gives people a little margin for error in some of the conflicts between uses. It's not going to make a big difference on odor, but we have a strategy for helping on odor outdoors. And, that might be something that would begin to help a little bit in some of these difficult situations. But that's just an idea.
You have my support on that one.
Okay. Is there anybody else that could support that?
50 feet setback?
Yes,
From who?
from the property line.
For what?
No
I'm-
cultivation as a
Mr.
development
Chair.
standard. Supervisor Adam?
Yeah, my cousin had the record for shot putting in high school, and I think he threw an 8-pound shot 52 feet. So, as I recall, 50 feet is like right there.
Well, it's more than zero.
I could agree to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Hartman, you're reluctantly? Yeah. Okay. I think we have that. All right, so I think we have the pieces now. So let's make sure I think I'm right. And if anybody else wants to bring anything else up, please do. This is the time, because otherwise I think we're going to try and wrap it up and work through the delicate process of putting something to a motion. So we have a majority of folks who support a ban on cultivation and processing in EDRNs. We have a majority of folks who support a greater than 51% acreage cultivation requirement for a CUP, or requiring a CUP when greater than 51% of the acreage is proposed to be cultivated in cannabis. We have an odor control consensus about processing and drying indoors. And we have a consensus about a 50-foot setback from property lines. Is that a correct summary of our conversation and deliberations?
I want to say I'm still against ban in EDRNs. That may be where the majority wants to go, and I just think it's ironic that our first, I understand some of the places, some of these operations out in the EDRNs don't seem to quite have the same level of professionalism in some cases, and some of them wouldn't make it through our permitting process. But, one of them is the first one to do a labor peace agreement, and I think maybe the only one that's done labor peace agreement. And I just think it's kind of weird that we're banning the only ones that are, and we're the pro-labor Board of Supervisors. But so I think that's unfortunate, but I think that there's consensus on the other item.
Supervisor Hartman, or excuse me, Supervisor Levanino. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't want that to go away, but it's going to come back anyway, and we'll discuss it again and have, because I was going to say, as far as I'm concerned, I know we're widely noticed, but if somebody's out there that had a 2 or 3 acre grow inside an EDRN, I don't think that they were based on what we had talked about. We're talking about, I think they need to have their voice heard today. At some point, and it will come back to us. My question is, let's say that this did go forward and we just said, okay, we're banning in EDRNs. What happens then? My first thing is I know that there are some quote unquote legal, and I use that very loosely, legal non-conforming in some of these areas. What's the timeline? Do they get grace period out, or do we just whack them? Does it get enforced in 30 days, or what would happen after that?
Mr. Guzani?
Chair and Supervisors, I think the speed with which the package comes back to the board for action is going to be key as to how many people in EDRNs presently have a permit issued. And we can just hear from planning on that. That's the first part.
And we'll take a minute for you to, that's not something you probably know off the top of your head, so we'll get a little time to, well, maybe there is,
Sure.
maybe you do know.
So there's 0, I think, right, that are going to get approved before this would come back. No, what I was talking about was there are people that are actively growing right now. We pass a ban, what happens? If they don't have an approved permit after this, so they're not grandfathered in.
So we have the 2 different schemes, the land use, the zoning code, and the business licenses, and both basically have said that people may continue their legal non-conforming until they get through the permit process. But if the permit process has no room for them, then they would be discontinuing it. And one of the things we could look at is what, if any, phase out you would want to have. For most of these legal non-conforming, asserted legal non-conforming uses, they've been on a multi-year period already. So it's been a long and generous amortization period for that legal non-conforming status.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to make that point, that there's been a lot of profit already realized through expanded beyond legal nonconforming. I heard county council say that it is difficult to just put a percentage of parcel. It might be better to say a CUP for greater than 25 acres. That would cover a lot. I also heard overlay zone, and I am asking once again to consider that in the Santa Rita Hills AVA, and just, if you're absolutely opposed to it, then just go on record. But I think a CUP in the Santa Rita Hills AVA, given that almost 50% of our cap is proposed there, is one way to limit concentration, and I haven't heard a discussion about how else we could do that that would be effective.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think it should be based on lot sizes. I mean, there's plenty of places where 20 acres is way too big, and then there's plenty of places that 20 acres is not way too big. And I just think that a trigger at that acreage size is too blunt of a policy instrument. I would be open to particular rules for the ABA, but not a blanket CUP. I think that's the more places that we place under a CUP, the slower the process goes for not just inland, but for everybody, because it's the same staff trying to process these applications.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
Well, I think the number of places that it's appropriate increases dramatically if you put some odor control on all of them.
Which is what we're proposing to do.
You know, I'm talking about growing crop. I'm talking about odor leaving the site.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
To a sensitive receptor. See, if you solve that, And see, kind of the whole 51% thing, if you're going to go to something like 25 acres, I think that just removes all the good out of that too. You know, I don't think that's going to really result in any kind of the level of protection for existing businesses that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think it's hard to, we can keep talking about it, and I think we can get further away from what we had a rough consensus on. And this is not the last time. This is sending direction to staff to come back with the actual implementation language, and, you know, people will comment, and there may be more refinements, you know, as much as that.
Well, Mr. Chair, with the refinements are great, but, you know, if we limit odor control to processing facilities, we're still leaving a great amount of the problem on the table unresolved. And I just think that it would make it easier for all of this stuff. I mean, I could agree to a lot less restrictive things for a lot less CUPs or much less fine net if we just told people they couldn't go odor their neighbors out. That would make it way easier for me. And then maybe we don't need to go into all these micro management things like we're doing.
Thank you. Let's see. Do we want a single motion that combines what I summarized, or do we want, all right. Okay, so let's take them one at a time. Who wants to make a motion about, Supervisor Hartman, do you want to make a motion about EDRNs?
And I would just, to do it at the front, say, my ask is that we have language that these are conceptual direction to staff to return with a draft
Thank you.
ordinance.
That's great qualification, thank you.
Yeah, I think we
Supervisor
already
Hartman,
did this, but
go ahead.
I'll propose that cannabis cultivation be banned in EDRNs.
Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lavanino,
No.
Mr. Williams,
No.
Ms. Hartman,
Aye.
Mr. Adam,
Aye.
Chair Hart.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
And again, I had understood that motion to be conceptual direction to staff to return with the draft ordinance to affect that.
Okay. And then can we get a motion regarding the 51% acreage cultivation requiring a CUP? I can make that motion if that's
Chair
easy.
Hart.
Yes, Supervisor Lavanino. Click somewhere. Mr.
Sorry,
Clement.
Chair Hart, sorry. Just want to clarify that for this motion, it's 51%, that is greater than 51% of the lot on which the cannabis cultivation is being proposed, because I heard some discussion of Williamson Act contracts and the guidelines there, and it's a little bit different, so I just want to
Okay,
clarify
yes,
that.
your definition is what I was meaning to say. So,
Thank you.
I'm going to second Dan's motion.
thank you very much.
In concept, do we have to do this on every single one? This is concept motion, direction to staff, what Mr. Clemens said.
Thank you. And you want to make it or you want to second it?
This
Either
is
way.
triggering a CUP in the
Correct.
inland zone.
Correct, in the inland zone, correct. Okay, so I think I made the motion that Mr. Clement clarified as a conceptual thing. Supervisor Lavanino seconding it. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call.
Mr. Lavanino,
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Hartman,
No.
Mr. Adam,
No.
Okay, and I'll vote aye.
Chair Hart. Motion passes 3-2.
And then who would like to make a motion on the odor control item, processing and drying indoors? I'll make a motion on the processing item that we described before. This is a conceptual motion, direction to staff, that we not have outdoor processing and drying and require the best available technology on an indoor facility.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Lavanino.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Aye.
Chair Hart.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then would anybody like to make a motion on the 50-foot setback from the property lines?
I'll make a motion, what do you say? It's conceptual in
Conceptual.
nature, direction to staff, 50-foot setbacks. From other, well, how do we
From
want
the
to say it?
property line.
From property line.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? All those, oh, excuse me, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lavanino.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
No.
Chair Hart.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, well, I think those are all the pieces of the
Oh,
puzzle.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I think we have to adopt
Let me.
the language that's up on the wall.
Yes, thank you, that is right.
I'll make a motion, conceptual motion, direction to staff, that we use the language that we see on our slide titled CUP requirement options for existing LUP CDP applications.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Did somebody already second it?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lavanino.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Aye.
Chair Hart.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, these may not have support from my board colleagues, but I at least would like to get a vote. First would be that there be odor abatement plans to limit odor at the property line.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
And I understood that to be a conceptual direction to staff.
Motion's been made and seconded. And roll call, please.
Mr. Lavanino.
No.
Mr. Williams.
No.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Aye.
Chair Hart.
No.
Motion fails.
And then I would like another motion, if I may, Mr. Chair, and that is to the Santa Rita Hills AVA requiring a CUP.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please. And this is conceptual. motion.
Conceptual, and were you envisioning that this would be accomplished through an overlay?
Yes, through an overlay zone, consistent with the existing AVA for Santa Rita Hills.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Lavanino.
Aye. No. Oh, I'm sorry.
I heard it.
It doesn't.
Yes.
I was saying aye. That's a no.
Mr. Lavanino, for clarification.
Clarification is a no.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
No.
Ms. Hartman.
Aye.
Mr. Adam.
Aye.
Chair Hart.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
All right, is there anything else on this item? Then we are not adjourned. We are we are recessed. That's the word. Thank you. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock for a time certain for department item number 4. Thank you very much for your work today. We will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and the first item on the agenda is the clerk explaining the ways that we can have people access this meeting today. So, Madam Clerk, would you please help folks join our participation today?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board, I would like to announce to members of the public who would like to participate in today's hearing today to please note the scroll that is going along the top of your TV screen as we speak. And if you would like to make a comment by phone, to please call area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. Please state your name and your phone number, and we will call you at the appropriate time. And I would also just like to remind members of the public to please make every effort to be available and to mute any streaming devices on your end when it is your turn. And Chair Hart, members of the board, just a little housekeeping item. We had a public comment period earlier in the day today, and unfortunately, there was a caller on the line trying to get through as we were moving on to that item. So if we can please take that up before departmental item number 4, we do have one request to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Becker, shall we connect?
Great, hold on just one moment.
Okay, thank you. And before I begin, I would like to thank Jacqueline and all the other people at the clerk's office. It's been a very difficult day for them, and they managed to get me through, and I appreciate their efforts. So thank you very much, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Mr. Becker, for that. Thank you.
I would like to say now something that I said last Tuesday concerning the coronavirus and statistics. As you recall, the County of Santa Barbara, the Board of Supervisors, approved a document called the RISE document, which laid out the criteria for how to reopen the county and what criteria or what events would have to take place for the county to either go into stage 3 or to revert back to stage 1, which was lockdown. And I told you that when we opened up on stage 2, that infections went right back up, hospitalizations shot right back up. They went right back to the level where the RISE document said that we would go back into a lockdown stage 1. Instead, The county health department and you people up there are saying, no, we're going to go into stage 3 now. After you approved a document that said if those statistics went back up, we'd have to revert back to stage 1 for public safety. That's a pretty good indication that the science and all this was just a lot of malarkey. You never believed it. Newsom didn't believe anything that he was saying when he put us in the lockdown. Millions of people in this state suffered from this lockdown, and it was all based on phony baloney, fake science. And you know it, because if you really believe the science, if you really believe what you did, we'd go going back into stage 1. We'd go back into lockdown, but tomorrow we're proceeding back into pretty much a full open situation. This is an example for everybody listening of how sometimes you just don't want to believe the scientists. Scientists may be very smart. They may have a PhD after their name, but a lot of these people are full of it. This lockdown was based on phony science that is proving now they never really even believed. And you have to think about things like climate change, another scientific endeavor, whether or not that information is accurate. You have to wonder about other things too, like reports about police brutality and the statistics on that. Is that real or is it fake? Is it something that people are creating to advance an agenda? People really need to think about it. Think about the suffering that many of the people listening right now went through because of this coronavirus. It was all fake. All the statistical information was fake. So anyway, thank you very much for your time, and good luck with today, because I think you're going to have a lot of people calling in. And Greg, be very patient, because there are people going to try to call in that may not get through right away. Please be patient. You probably have a lot of people that are going to that aren't going to be able to get through right away. Be patient and just let them have their say. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. That's good advice. We'll now begin the board hearing on racial equity and the criminal justice system, a hearing that we've convened in the wake of the tragic deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and other Black Americans. I'd like to start off by saying this is an opportunity for community members to make their voices heard and for my colleagues and I to be good listeners and allies. This is also an opportunity for our county leadership team to begin discussions and how we can make meaningful change after hearing from our community members. Over the past few weeks, many Santa Barbara County residents have taken to the streets, written their elected officials, and had important conversations with their loved ones about addressing systemic racism. These past few weeks have highlighted the toll of systemic racism on our Black and brown communities. I don't want to take up too much space at this point in time in the conversation, but I would like to say that Black lives matter. A simple truth and acknowledgement of love for our Black community during this very challenging time. I'd now like to provide an opportunity for Supervisor Williams and my colleagues to make brief opening statements before we turn the hearing over to our facilitators. Supervisor Williams?
I think you could rightly say that I've been waiting most of my adult life for this unique moment in time when it is fully acceptable to have a conversation about race and a conversation that should have happened a long time ago in this community. I love this community with all my heart, but there are improvements that we could make, and improvements along the lines to make this a more just community. Too often, for example, the conversations about diversity in this community, which are all over the place, are only talking about diversity, gender diversity, and not racial or economic or even religious diversity. And I think the big one, since there's a couple big ones. One is the criminal justice system and equity and justice within that, and I think we'll have plenty of comments and conversation about that today, so I won't go in that in my opening comments. And I want to keep it very brief because I think part of this unique moment in time is to spend more time listening than speaking as an elected official. But I also don't want to let pass by the moment to talk about the most crushing, everyday injustice in our community is the fact that our economic status, maybe even elements of our public policy that limit housing and economic opportunities, are on a weekly or monthly basis an exercise in unconsciously attempting to exile people of color out of this community. There is a reason why we have such a rich history of a black community in this town, but why there are so few left. And it does not have to do with the fact that they wanted to leave. It has everything to do with the fact that this town has become a very difficult one to survive in economically. And that is a long-term trend, and that is now also squeezing out hundreds of Latino families every year out of our community. And so one of the things, since we as a Board of Supervisors do have land use authority, we do have a housing authority, one of the things I don't want to let pass by is the fact that to have a just and inclusive society means that there does need to be economic opportunities and housing opportunities to maintain the diversity that keeps this community so rich.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Are there, excuse me, yeah, I forgot to have the clerk read this item into the record, so would you mind going back and doing that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hart and members of the board. This is departmental item number 4. It's sponsored by Supervisor Hart and Supervisor Williams. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding holding a hearing on racial equity and the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would my other board colleagues like to make any introductory remarks? All right, well, if not, then we are, Supervisor Hartman, please.
Yes, I didn't realize I'd have this opportunity, but it is one I want to take advantage of. And I'm glad that you have put it front and center, that Black Lives Matter. And it matters in a context of a 401-year history of slavery. And the symbolism that we saw in Minneapolis with the knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds was so powerful because it is the image of a much longer history of 401 years. And it's led to huge inequities in health, in education, in public investment, in private investment, jobs, and then the end of it is incarceration. But there's a whole set of things that have been unequal in that period. We all maybe grew up with different values, religious traditions. I was raised in a Christian family, and one of the greatest concepts of Christianity is the idea of redemption. We all can do bad things, but we can turn the corner and be better. But it's a process, and you first have to acknowledge. You can't say, I'm perfect, I didn't do anything wrong. You have to acknowledge. And slavery is the original sin of our country. We have to acknowledge that. And then there has to be remorse. And then there's atonement. You take action, you do something. And when you go through that process, then you can clean the slate and move forward. In our country, we've had this wound that scabs over, gets scraped off, and we've never dealt with it fully. And this moment is an unparalleled opportunity to really come to terms at all levels, individual through government and policy. So I'm grateful to my colleagues, and I'm grateful to everyone who is participating in this conversation, because in the end, my hope is we can go through this process, come out better, and heal.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Anyone else? Supervisor Lavanino.
My parents always told me you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and sometimes it's better to listen, so I'm here to listen today.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Adam? Okay. We're joined today by 3 respected community leaders who will serve as facilitators for our public hearing. I'm so grateful for their leadership during this critical moment. Ms. Wendy Sims-Moten is the Director of First 5 of the County of Santa Barbara. She's also an elected member of the Santa Barbara Unified School District and a leader in our faith community. Mr. Aaron Jones is the Director of UC Santa Barbara's Educational Opportunity Program, a longtime community advocate and a parent of children in our local schools. Mr. Jones is currently completing his PhD in education. Thank you both for being here and helping us with this conversation. You will now lead us in today's critically important discussion and public hearing. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chair Hart, members of the board, and those of us who are in the room, and certainly all of you who are out there in the Zoom world. This is a moment that I've had to take a pause, right? And is this really the first step in doing things differently? Is it really that step? Because how many times have we been in meetings that said we're going to do something differently? But how differently are we going to do today? And I think this is a first step in terms of allowing folks to come in and have a hearing and really being not your typical listening tour, if you will, but really, really listening. And also, thank you for that introduction, but Pastor Moore wasn't able to join us here in the room, but he will be participating in the public comments, so I wanted to do that. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Jones here. I called him and he answered the call. And that's the important part too. When you call someone, you answer the call. And I want us to think about when our citizens are calling upon this county, how are we going to answer that call? Something to just think about. This has been a difficult time, but it's another incident that I, as a parent of an African-American young man, 25, hadn't quite got that frontal lobe developed. You know, he should be able to just be 25 like everyone else. That I worry. I sleep in a twilight zone since he started to drive. Oftentimes people of color, we have dual citizenship in a place that we're born, because we have to figure out how to work in a world that has different rules. So again, as part of our step today, we have really got to be able to listen to people's experience, get out of our own way, get out of our own head, our pre-talking points that we thought we needed to have before we got here. They should be differently after we hear in terms of that. Most of the questions that we've been hearing and probably been asking ourselves is, why does this keep happening? And where do we go from here? And I had it in 2 places. Here, H-E-R-E, and here, H-E-A-R. Are we going to hear? Where do we go from here? Over these past 2.5 weeks, and historically, there are times I literally have no words to say. Just no words to say, to describe. And the words that I have to describe are not necessarily nice. And so my mom said, if you don't have anything nice, don't say anything. But we're beyond nice, and we need to be able to speak up in a respectful way, in a manner. So I say we're here today. Again, thank you for allowing us to be in this space. It is a privilege and it is a responsibility to be in this space today. And it's important how we say we're going to take a different step, we're going to take a first step. It's how and what form we take that first step today. I want to kind of reference us back to babies when they're taking that very first step. They're with hope that they're going to eventually get stronger in their walk, and they use their arms to kind of help them balance to get to where they're going. And so I want us to do just that. by taking our first steps today with our hearts and our minds open, and to set aside our natural need to defend what we're doing or what we're not doing. To listen. Listen hard. Listen with humility. And listen with a commitment to do better. In addition, I would like for us to have a conversation with the broader African American community. We are proud members of that, but we're not the only community that's here in Santa Barbara. Oftentimes, the communication with the African American community and communities of color is in the middle of a crisis. And in the middle of a crisis, you cannot develop a relationship. So I want us to have a conversation over time, consistently having a conversation outside a conflict or a crisis. To really start to develop a relationship where you start to have a conversation, because you then are having a back and forth as opposed to being told or listen to me. And then you start to build in that relationship, you start to build a little bit of trust. So when we're in the middle of a crisis, I'm not wondering, why are you here? Are you here just because it's expedient? Or are you truly here because you know I need your help? Whether that's through our policies, whether that's through our protocols, and whether that's through our processes. We've got to do that piece. And it's important, lastly, I just want to say that it's important to understand the questions that we ask ourselves as African American. How do we feel in our community, and how we feel about our community, and how do they feel about us? And sometimes that's evident in actions that are here, both policies, protocols, and processes. So I want, and I know Mr. Jones is going to come on right out this, but we also want to know, just to think of this question, because I'll ask it again at the end of this: how will we answer the call of our African American community and our communities of color to do better, to expect better, and to be treated fairly, justly, and humanely?
Thank you very much. Mr. Jones.
Members of the board, both here and, sorry about that. Members of the board, both here and afar, thank you for this opportunity, those who are here present and virtually. I found in a conversation during the MLK celebrations this past January at the Pacifica Graduate Institute that I'm a structuralist. I didn't realize it, but in responding to questions about what can we do, I kept referring back to, well, until we address the structure, until we address the roots, until we address the foundation. And I participated in, and folks in that particular conversation kind of laughed at me because I had this self-awareness. I must be a structuralist. But I say that because I'm reminded of a webinar recently in response to the xenophobic incidences that are Asian Pacific Islander, Asian identified, Asian American community throughout the country have been experiencing in the wake of COVID, right? And in this particular webinar, I think it was put on by, there's a Center for Race and Justice, or Race and Social Justice at USC. The organizers started by saying, you know, we recognize that there could not be xenophobia and incidences of hate against the Asian American community, against women, against the Muslim American community, if it were not for the institution, the two original sins, the institution of slavery and the genocide of the indigenous people in this country. What we're experiencing right now is rooted in the very fabric of this country. Until we begin to excise that, until we begin to acknowledge that, until we begin to, like Wendy was saying, Ms. Sims-Moulton was saying, you know, those baby steps, until we begin to address and move through the voices of those who are not embodying a sense of maturity in terms of acknowledging literally the ground that we are standing upon, we will continue to be here. Until we begin to acknowledge that law enforcement is based out of slave patrols, that there was no such thing as law enforcement in this country, save for the organization of primarily white men who had the legal authority to hunt and kill black bodies as capital, as property. And until we can see the connection to that, to this very moment, to George Floyd, to Sandra Bland, to all these people, until we can make those connections legitimately, we will continue to be here. And it's not like this is anything new. Supervisor Hartman spoke to what we all know. This is nothing new. So what are we going to do? And how are we going to make it more than just lip service because this is the crisis of the moment? Certainly, this is very unprecedented, depending on what community you're speaking from or coming from. And certainly, there is a lot that has happened. But this is so deeply rooted. What are we going to do to start to really get at the structure? As much as I respect the members of the board, I have to say, I have to push back on the previous statements about these unconscious attempts to not have the black community or communities of color here. I actually would challenge that. I think the attempts of having the people of color here, people of underserved communities, people of low income, has been very conscious, has been very intentional. So I think that the economic aspect is absolutely right, but I don't think it's unconscious. I think it's very deliberate. And the history proves it, both in housing and in education and in healthcare and all those things that were mentioned. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King gave a speech, and I've been referring to it a lot lately, and I don't know when and where, what the title of the speech was. You can Google it. I found it a number of times. But during the speech, he talks about after slavery was legally abolished, the infrastructure in the South had to do something, to create something, to make sure that Africans in this country remained second-class citizens. And so they invented Jim Crow. And he goes on to talk about how Jim Crow was used. He says, when there was no housing for the young white boys and girls in the South, they housed them in Jim Crow. When they didn't have education, they taught them Jim Crow. When they didn't have food to eat on their tables, they fed them Jim Crow. And that has stuck with me for years. And until we get at that, what is literally the poison that has been fed to our children over generations and generations? Even the speaker who spoke talking about make sure we're being, Mr. Becker, make sure we're being, being clear about the statistics about police brutality. Mr. Becker, I invite you to contact me directly. I will give you statistics, statistics upon statistics. I will say this, and I appreciate your time. And this, I say this with all due respect and sincerity. Y'all have the luxury to hear and not do a damn thing. And like James Baldwin said, I don't have to believe what you say because I see what you do. So now is the time. And I appreciate this opportunity, and I hope this doesn't come off as being combative, because that's not the point. It's being intensive and intentional. Now is the time for us to collectively, as a community, in this beautiful community that we all love, to act consistently and accordingly and structurally to move this conversation forward that has been needing to move forward for centuries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, and thank you for that challenge. Appreciate that. Next, we will go to members of the public. And we have a number of people who have already sent us letters, and then we have folks on the phone too. And the clerks will manage this process. Folks, actually, excuse me, the next person is Wendy.
Okay, so you actually kind of started that for me, so we're good. And just in terms of that, I know the clerk of the board has already explained in terms of the process today. I just want to let you know, the folks in the public and those who are sending in their emails, that we really want to hear you, and why we are encouraging you to continue to call in as long as the lines are open. And if you can't get in, then make sure that you're sending written information so that we are hearing your voice as well. And if you've not already done so, please call 805-568-2240 to let the clerk of the board know that you would like to speak, and simply provide your phone number and name. We'll add you to the list and call you at the appropriate time. Everyone will have about 3 minutes to speak. To ensure that everyone's voice can be heard, please try to make your best to make your comments within this time frame. And if you feel like you haven't been heard in that 3 minutes, again, follow up in written so that we make sure that your voice is being heard. And so, if you're not able to get your comments all done in 3 minutes, if you could send a follow-up email to SB as in boy, COB as in boy, at countyofsb.org. And again, the clerk will be able to forward those messages to each supervisor and other relevant county officials. So now we're going to get started and to begin the public comment process. And again, I just want to appreciate being in this space and knowing that we are going to act as a challenge, as a call to action has been said from this table, and many of you that have been speaking out in the public. So we know that it takes courage to make one's voice heard in this format, but we want to hear you. And the board wants to make sure that this is a safe space for your voice to be heard, and do everything and to do everything and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that it's a safe space. So speak your mind. You got 3 minutes to do so, and follow up with a voicemail, with an email if you cannot do that. So I will now turn this over to the clerk.
Thank you.
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have 50 letters to be read into the record, as well as 34 public comment requests by phone. So we are going first with a letter to be read into the record.
We will first go to a letter that was submitted by, an identical letter submitted by Daniel Bernal and Phoenix Plotner. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere, not in our community. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and the district attorney to implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration.
Thank you for your letter.
We will now go to the phone for Andrea Fishman, to be followed by Rachel Myers. Alrighty, Andrea, you can go ahead.
Hello, this is Andrea Fishman. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm calling in support of the Black Lives Matter's demands for institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year, for the sheriff update on its use of force policy to enter on de-escalation, to end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and for the district attorney to implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe that the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere but not in our community. And we know that racism and white supremacy exists in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. So thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Fishman.
We will now go to Rachel Myers, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record. Alrighty, Rachel, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. My comments today are about how this reflects in our criminal justice system here in Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara presents as a very white town with majority white business owners and white leadership. This division is reflected in both of the division of our education system and our neighborhood schools, in criminal justice, in housing and access to medical, and also how we just present as a city aesthetically on our streets, because our streets show our values. This disparity in Santa Barbara is between majority white culture and in the separation that otherizes the people of culture in access and opportunity in education and employment in our city. I appreciate the earlier comments that were just mentioned about Jim Crow, because it affects the systemic racism and how people are governed and treated in our town. Touching briefly on the criminal justice system, my experience with this personally was in the sentencing of a Latino youth who was a family friend in Santa Barbara for a crime that he committed as an adolescent at 11 years old, and he is now serving 8 years in prison for something that was what happened. He was very young and was treated as an adult by our judges here in town. My interest specifically in my neighborhood is that I live within the Harding Elementary School District, and I've seen the disparity in the education and how the school is not integrated between Latino families and white families, and that white families in the neighborhood often send their children to private schools rather than a community school, which continues to stay halted in its growth and is one of the lowest performing schools in the district. When I talk about communities' values being reflected in the city, what I'm interested in seeing, as I've seen in cities all over the country in the paintings of Black Lives Matter murals in the streets, is that our city of Santa Barbara does something to engage visibly in sculpture, in public art, in activating conversations about race and identity and the history of this town. That could mean Black Lives Matter specifically, but it also could broaden the definition in some terms of thinking about how the history of Latino community members in the city, the Chumash and indigenous foundations of our region are reflected in our art, in engagement, in public activations, in the moment now that we have with State Street being opened to make this a space that is celebrating the diversity of voices. And I know we have a very restrictive style guide in terms of white aesthetics, of Spanish style architecture for downtown, but I think that when people come to visit Santa Barbara and people walk State Street, that State Street should be a declaration of our values of inclusivity and opportunity. And so I would encourage the council and the conversations further to talk about how we can engage artists and community leaders to broaden the definition of how race and history is more visible as we see that our lives are being lived more outdoors in the next few years, particularly with COVID. There could be panels, performances, classes, and conversations about these things that are inclusive outdoors in the streets. I think that if you don't see the values of your ethnic group represented on your streets and you don't see change, that affects you. And I think that we are in a distinct moment in this conversation and also in actionable items after this conversation to change the way that this city defines these things coming forward. And thank you very much for taking these into consideration. And I would also encourage the council to do a follow-up with actual actionable sessions with community members so that people can get involved, because there are a lot of people who are stirred up, and I know that people would come out on our streets to paint murals or involve themselves in panels or committees, and I think that's the kind of grassroots organizing that needs to happen in the engagement of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Dan Corman. I would like to see Santa Barbara County take concrete steps towards combating racism and police brutality in the county. I want to see de-escalation play a central role in the sheriff's use of force policy. I want to see an end to isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court. And I want to see the DA pursuing alternatives to incarceration. But more than that, I want to see the county taking concrete steps towards creating a welcoming environment for our Black neighbors. One way of achieving this is to pledge annual support, including financial support, for Juneteenth celebrations. Daniel Corman, Professor of Philosophy, UCSB.
Thank you, Dr. McCorman.
We will now go to another letter submitted by Colette Zylstra. My name is Colette Zylstra, and I am here to speak out against white supremacy and for true racial equity throughout Santa Barbara County. It's a farce to believe that racism doesn't happen in Santa Barbara, that our community is unique to discrimination and police brutality occurring worldwide. Cases like Megan Hockaday and reports released by The Independent only scratch the surface. Black people in our community are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day. This constant scrutiny and fear for life has an effect on Black people's mental, physical, and emotional health. It's not enough to condemn acts of racism and white supremacy. We must make our institutions anti-racist. I expect you to accept all of our demands. 1, condemning police brutality and declaring racism as a public health emergency. 2, institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration. 3, the protection and preservation of Black landmarks in our community. 4, the creation of a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Should you refuse these demands, you are making a statement that you do not care about supporting and uplifting the Black people in our community, that you are compliant with the harassment, racial discrimination, public health inequity, housing discrimination, and so many more injustices that have been ongoing in our community for centuries. What you do today sends a message on where you stand. So do your job and know that we are watching. Colette Zylstra.
Thank you, Ms. Zylstra.
And we will now go to Caitlin Call. Alrighty, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin, and I appreciate having some time to talk today. I'm calling in because I'm a resident, and I'm extremely concerned about the unacceptably high rates of racial disparities about who's in our local jail, and also the lack of transparency about who is in the jail and why. According to publicly available data, compared to white people, a Black person in this town is 4 times more likely to be in the jail. A Native American is 2.5 times more likely, and Latinx people are incarcerated at double the rate. But one of the problems, and one of the reasons I'm calling today, is because this data is 3 years old. And as a community member and a voter, I find it unacceptable that I can't find current data about who's in the jail and why. And as a starting place, I ask you to make publicly available data in a timely and regular manner about who's in the jail, why, their legal status, bond amount, their length of stay to date, and especially their race and gender. I think the reason why jail is so important is because, and the reason why I'm calling about it today, is it's a county facility. We, the taxpayers of this county, foot the bill for local incarceration. The policies and practices about who go in the jail and why are largely ours. And jail is not only extremely expensive, but it's counterproductive. Incarceration disrupts employment and schooling, destabilizes families, worsens mental health issues, and increases trauma. It's our most expensive option, and it's our least effective option. The other thing I want to draw attention to today is that as a citizen, I could not find any information about what the jail is doing around COVID. People in jail are extremely vulnerable to this virus, and it's not gone yet. Counties around the country have made meaningful reductions in their jail populations, and I have no information on if this has happened in Santa Barbara. The Prison Policy Initiative reports that the average jail around the country has decreased their population by 30%. So in the light of this pandemic, I want to learn how much Santa Barbara has reduced their jail population, and if we're not near this 30%, what tangible steps will we take immediately to address this? Because the public health crisis is ongoing, and people are extremely vulnerable to this disease. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Call.
And Mr. Chair, I will take the liberty of just footnoting that one and asking our sheriff or his lieutenants to just tell us what the percentage reduction is. My understanding, it's the lowest jail population since before the tough on crime movement of the 1990s, but I don't know the percentage reduction offhand.
Yeah, keep going. We'll circle back with information
We will now go to a letter submitted by Daniel Kearney. While Santa Barbara often feels like a bubble separate from the rest of America, racism is as real and as deadly on the South Coast as anywhere else. What's happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and far too many others is a direct result of unchallenged white supremacy implicitly endorsed by the state. We demand the adoption of a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency. We demand annual, ongoing financial and institutional support for the Juneteenth celebration and the protection and preservation of Black landmarks in our county. We demand a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. We also oppose the construction of a new Santa Barbara City Police Department. Santa Barbara Police Department accounts for almost a third of the Santa Barbara City budget. This money should be spent on social programs that address the root causes of crime and poverty, not towards a militarized police force that upholds laws which criminalize poverty. Thank you, Daniel Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Turney.
We will now go to Waleed Afifi to be followed by Gabrielle Abraham. Go ahead.
This is Waleed Afifi. I want to thank Ms. Moten and Mr. Jones for the introductory remarks, and for supervisors for creating this space. I really appreciate it. I'm a father of 2 children going to school in Santa Barbara, a professor in the Department of Communication at UCSB, and director of the Center for Middle East Studies. So I come to this moment as someone of Palestinian descent and as an Arab American. I say this primarily in part as a moment of solidarity with my community, as they've given solidarity to us, but also as a brief caution about the outcome of revolutions. We are in a revolutionary moment. These things don't happen very often, and I know too well the ways in which systems and structures operate to divert, silence, delay, and obstruct change. You are in a position to either allow that to happen or to try to ensure that it does not happen. And so everyone's excited at this moment in terms of, I'm using excited in terms of, passionate, but this will fade. And ultimately, the decades and centuries of oppression will make it very difficult to change. So my general call is to make sure that you make changes that will make that more difficult to happen. Create structural changes, as Mr. Jones and Mr. Moten urged. On that third evidence, some evidence that Sheriff Brown is not the leader we need if we're serious about making structural change. The calls for change in the police departments, depends on the willingness of the sheriff and his office to make those changes, and the Board of Supervisors to demand it. I'm going to give you some quotes for those specifically who may not have not seen Sheriff Brown's opinion piece or the city council meeting a couple days ago, just so that everyone's aware of some of the things that are problematic with Sheriff Brown. So Sheriff Brown discussed violence by protesters and then said this, quote, "The people who commit these crimes attack our American way of life," unquote. I understand that our American way of life has historically valued property more than the lives of Black folk, but for him to use this myth to attack protesters is stunning. Where in our American way of life is, for example, creating laws and enforcement strategies that lead to the ongoing oppression of the Black community and other people of color. If anything, that is indeed our American way of life. I'll suggest that it is in fact central to that. What will you do as the Board of Supervisors to change that particular way of life? He also repeats the trope of the bad apple in the police department. Quote, "The very, very small percentage of bad police officers who abuse their authority and engage in brutal or otherwise unlawful behavior." I appreciate that many of the police have good intentions, and I have no doubt that there are police officers, likely even many, who work hard to be just in the treatment of everyone is to be expected. But they remain within a systemic hierarchy of racism and that is racist and gendered. A 29 report, ironically titled Tarnished Brass, the piece that Jen Brown wrote, reviewed 22,124 investigations of officers using excessive force across a 10-year period. 3,000 plus allegations of rape, child molestation, other sexual misconduct, and 2,300 cases of domestic violence with officers in the United States. Again, across a 10-year period. Those are the cases that actually get reported. So this idea that it's bad apple is simply not true. There's a systemic problem within the police department that is situated within a system of racism that is within our country. He also argued that, quote, certain communities need to achieve positive changes in both police and community culture. In other words, he's implying that certain communities, quote unquote, need to change their culture. I have no words to express what that sort of implies and what that means for a sheriff of our county to say something like that. I'm assuming he means the white community, since that's where the violence is situated, but I'm guessing he does not. Finally, at the council meeting of 2 days ago, he gave the analogy, he gave this quote about the Minneapolis considering of abolishing or defunding the police department. He said, to me, that would be tantamount to having a doctor who committed a malpractice occurrence. This is, unquote, this is not about a single occurrence of malpractice. This is about centuries of harm. It's unbelievable that the sheriff would think that an analogy about an occurrence of malpractice is appropriate. It's also curious that the sheriff uses the medical field as an analogy. In fact, both professions have at their core the supported care for humans, yet both have centuries-long record of distributing that care primarily to white folks. This is not about an occurrence of malpractice. And that analogy is stunning in its ignorance of what the black community lives through, not only nationally, but in our towns here locally. So my call to action is to develop a community board with majority of community members of color to oversee the police department and the sheriff's department. I have no trust that other folks, or certainly not themselves, can do this, especially given the budgetary commitments that we've just made. We need to begin a conversation about alternatives to the police. If we're serious about structural change, that has to be a part of our conversation. We need to adopt all demands of our local Black Lives Matter, and we can look into changes into policy and structures that make it impossible to go back. And that's really ultimately what I go back to. This moment will pass. The rhetoric will pass. What's left are structures like yourself who are able to create structures, change policies, and do radical change that will push back against the centuries of momentum that make that nearly impossible. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And if you would be so kind as to send them in writing, we had a little bit of a challenge hearing everything you said, and it would be really helpful if you could communicate in writing as well. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, we're hoping that we will have enough time to make sure that the sheriff is directly accountable and speaks to the public. And to do so, we all need to keep in the brevity of what we have before us. So, that time limits should be time limits because we all need to be able to have our voices heard.
Thank you.
And we also need to have enough time for them to actually respond to the public.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Gabriel Abraham on the phone.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Abraham. I'm a voting resident of Santa Barbara County. I am proud to live in a county that is taking a stand about racial equity in the criminal justice system, but I am concerned that this move will be largely symbolic. I want to ensure that the Sheriff's Department and you all are held accountable for the racial inequalities experienced in the criminal justice system of this county. I recognize that you literally just voted on a budget for this year. However, I saw that there was no move in the budget to mandate that all sheriffs wear a body camera that they cannot turn off. There was no budget set aside to hire a data manager to make use of force statistics publicly available. And finally, there was no budget for a civilian review board. These are all necessary to begin to eliminate the racial inequity in the criminal justice system. But as Bill Brown complained about this Monday, his department doesn't have enough funds for any of these forms of public accountability. Instead, it's my understanding that we've decided to hire 10 more custody officers, 4 more deputies, and 7 more law enforcement officers. We don't need more enforcement. The people of the criminal justice system have shown their biases. They showed it when they arrested and used force against a disproportionate number of Black and brown people. It's time to stop leaving the accountability to the officers and justice system and start giving it to the people. In addition, I iterate that the county must support an annual Juneteenth celebration, force the sheriff to update its use of forces policy to center on de-escalation and isolation for inmates attending court, and have the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Finally, I wish to say that this is the first step of many, many steps that need to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Reese Kennard. There is an urgent need to prioritize the safety and needs of Black people in Santa Barbara. Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. The district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration, and institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. And that is again submitted by Reese Kennard.
Thank you, Mr. Kennard.
And we will now go to Jeff Shameless on the phone.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hart and supervisors of the board. My name is Jeff Chambliss. I am an attorney, and I sent a letter by email last night on behalf of Santa Barbara Defenders. I'm the president of Santa Barbara Defenders. We're a countywide organization of private criminal defense attorneys, practicing over 40 members, practicing throughout the courts of Santa Barbara County. Myself, I've been practicing in the courts of Santa Barbara County for 30 years, 26 years, as a proud member of the Santa Barbara County Public Defender's Office. I left that office as a chief trial deputy in 2017. My membership myself I've been in every courthouse in this county. I've tried over 50 jury trials to juries, to citizens of this county. It hardens me that we are here at this point, saddens me that it takes the tragic death of Mr. Floyd and other individuals named, that we're here talking about addressing systemic racism, and what its byproduct is mass incarceration. And make no mistake, I think in my time in the county, and I've heard several speakers speak of this, there's this idea that we're special here, and we don't have mass incarceration in Santa Barbara, and we don't have systemic racism, and we do. What the sheriff is proposing right now, and let me say as an aside, in my limited professional dealings with Sheriff Brown, he was very reasonable, and I believe he's sincere in his commitment to mental health, social programs, and not exclusively incarceration. DA Joyce Dudley, I consider a friend. I've tried jury trials with her. I think she's been very reasonable in her administration. But what the sheriff is proposing here in opening the North County Jail is a tripling, at least a doubling of available bed space, jail beds. Supervisor Williams posed a question. What is the current jail population? The figure I was told yesterday is 540. What's the historic South County jail population run? Prior to COVID, I'm not exactly sure, but it's going to be in the 900, perhaps close to 1,000 range of people in custody. We are at historic lows, half of what typically we hold in our South County jail. And has there been an increase in crime? No. Make no joke. Make no mistake, sorry, not a joke, make no mistake, if you open this North County jail, you renovate the South County jail, you're going to triple jail space. And I'm always reminded of the Kevin Costner movie, Field of Dreams, right? If you build it, they will come. If you build it, if you open it, they will fill it. That's just the nature of jails and prisons. It's time to end mass incarceration. It's time to end it in Santa Barbara County, and you have the power to do that. On behalf of Santa Barbara Defenders, this private criminal defense bar, I am urging you to take those steps. I am heartened that we are here today, because you have the power to do this, and you should do it. Because it is wrong. It is tragically wrong to incarcerate people for innocuous crimes. And that happens in this county. And I know because I am in the courtrooms every day, and I have been for the last 30 years. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Carlos Bardalis. Hello, my name is Carlos Bardalis, and I am an educator. I promote social justice and equity in my classroom. I teach my students the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated. I find it difficult to hold on to that rule as golden when in our community the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen. I know racism and white supremacy exist because it is a daily occurrence in the lives of my friends as members of the Black community in Santa Barbara. We know that white supremacy and racism exist because one of our community members, Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. Our community should not wait to act. We should not wait to see another murder like that of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday. Our community should not deal with the constant trauma caused by racism and white supremacy. It is not enough to condemn acts of racism and white supremacy, but we must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, I demand the adoption of a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency. Institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The protection and preservation of Black landmarks like Friendship Baptist Church and Franklin Neighborhood Center, and the creation of a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. With hope, Carlos Bardalis.
Thank you, Mr. Knowles.
We will now go to the phone with Tom Becker.
Okay, hi, Tom Becker from Bealton again. And I'd like to say if the gentleman would like to talk statistics with me, Jacqueline, you go ahead and give him my phone number. He has permission. You have permission to give him my phone number and call me up and talk about statistics, because I love statistics. Okay. You know, I think the main problem here is, and it's been touched on briefly, it's a matter of economics. It really is. I'm a firm believer that money does make the world go around. I mean, it seems to be the focus of most people's lives, of getting money so they could buy a house, have food, get health care, take care of their kids, you know, things like that, okay? My experience, and there's not a lot of experience with Black people. I mean, I'm not going to say how many Black friends. That would be a tokenism or whatever. But anyway, my experience here in Santa Barbara, I'll give you an example. There's a Black-owned business on Quinientos Street. Not going to name the name of the business or the owner. Black-owned business. And I repair trucks and earth-moving equipment, and he has a truck and earth-moving equipment business. And sometimes I've got to get him to help me out on things. And I'll call him up and, you know, come on over, fix this. I know you can do it, or I'm swamped with work. Can you take this job for me and get it done? And you know what? When the job is done and he does good work, I give him money. And he takes the money and he takes care of his family. And I don't care if he's Black. I don't care. He's taking care of a problem for me. I give him money. It's a beautiful thing. It's like it's the leveler between the two of us. Okay? One of my customers happens to be one of the wealthiest black women in the world. I'm not going to name her name. You can probably figure out who it is. I go up to her property in Montecito and work on her equipment. She's always been nice to me. Her staff's always been nice to me. But the nicest thing is that when I give them an invoice, they give me a check. I can't argue with that. It's the leveler. I believe that most of the issues, yes, police brutality, we can talk about that, but I believe it's the economic disparity or economics in general that really cause most of the problems, not only in this particular issue, but around the world. I really do believe that. If people were prosperous and they had jobs and they had businesses and they were making good money, most of this problem would go away. Not all of it, but most of it. I honestly believe that to be the case, and you may have opinions about certain people based upon the color of their skin or ethnicity, but money's the level. And if a person could take care of your problem and you pay them money, that is what makes people equal. We may not like each other necessarily, but it makes them equal, and it makes them want to work with each other and be at peace with each other. You might want to think about that. Thank you very much. Bye.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Amara Teague. I feel that Santa Barbara has been avoiding the virus that is white supremacy and racism for too long now. The burden of enduring white supremacy and racism has an enormous effect on our physical, mental, and emotional health. As a black woman who was born to a black family in Santa Barbara, it has been the unspoken problem that has gone on for too long. We must address it now. I often wonder when my brother, who suffers from mental illness, might end up in a situation where a cop pulls his gun rather than de-escalation. I worry if he ever needed help, he would suffer in a jail rather than a hospital. We know that the criminal justice system disproportionately affects black people and people of color. Only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is black. When police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time, the target of their force is black. This is unacceptable and inexcusable. We need you to do better. Now is the time to take action and create meaningful impact that will benefit the community. This is why we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Amara Teague.
Thank you, Ms. Teague.
And we will now go to the phone with Ms. Brown. Alrighty, go ahead.
Hello. I just want to make a few comments and then make a suggestion at the end. What we are witnessing now and what we're seeing in the streets is an outcry of all African American males who feel like what it feels to be Floyd, George Floyd, and Ahmaud Arbery. And the younger males see themselves as Michael Brown and Trayvon Martin. These are the reasons that African Americans are extremely outraged by what happened to George Floyd. Society in general tend to look at black men as with suspicion and as thugs. And this is the reason that the police, who bring their biases with them, often see black men as suspicious or either as criminals, or I should say worse, as criminals. For example, an example of suspicion is a young man. I'm going to describe two instances. One is a young man standing on the corner, and the police drive up and say, if I ask those people up the street that you were looking in cars, will they tell me that that's what you were doing? Another example is walking on the beach. A person who is not even an American, but someone from a different country, calls the police and says, there's someone on the beach that looks like they don't belong there. Fast forward. The police drive up 2 or 3 cars. By then, the young man is walking on the sidewalk. Police call out. He continues walking. Next thing, he's on the ground, violently pulled his arms behind his back, handcuffed him, threw him in jail, threw him in the police car, and then arrested. Now, these 2 situations happened in Santa Barbara. My suggestion going forward, in addition to all of what everyone else has said, is we need to look at frivolous laws that are on the books in Santa Barbara that allow people of color, particularly African American and brown people, to be arrested and charged with crimes or so-called crimes that are frivolous and need to be removed. So I am hoping that the Citizens Review Board that has been suggested is developed, and the first order would be to remove these charges. Remove these laws that allow the police to indiscriminately arrest people for no reason other than being black while standing or being black while walking on the beach. I disagree with Sheriff Brown's unwillingness to remove police force in chokeholds when we know that training is dangerous, and in youth it is even more dangerous, which is what killed George Floyd.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
With that, I will end and lastly state that I support the...
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Brown. You know, at this point, we're going to close public comment to new speakers. We have a lot of people who are queued up in line, and we won't be taking additional speakers, but we have a large number to continue through.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Jack Fornash. Santa Barbara County's police handbook should add new and revise existing policies to match research from the Police Use of Force Project as soon as possible. By implementing all 8 suggested limits on use of force in police departments, evidence from other departments shows a marked reduction in violence and death, both citizen deaths and police deaths. I reviewed Santa Barbara County's existing use of force policy. It meets 4 of the 8 suggestions. 1, a requirement to give a verbal warning before the use of force. 2, restrictions on shooting at moving vehicles. 3, a duty to intervene. And 4, a requirement for complete reporting when force is used. It does not meet these 4 recommendations. 1, a requirement to de-escalate. 2, establishment of a use of force continuum. 3, a requirement to exhaust all other means before using deadly force. And 4, a ban on chokeholds and strangleholds. Adding these missing policies is necessary and easily achievable. A committee established to review the current police handbook and make edits for adoption should include non-governmental, non-police, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, and in leadership roles. Implementing and enforcing new policies and reporting completely on them will require oversight and follow through from all levels to stop the murder of Black and minority residents. Beyond policy, outreach programs and support services should be well funded and supplant a police response when appropriate. Any programs and services should be easily accessed by rural residents. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Jack Fornash, New Koyama resident.
Thank you, Mr. Fornash.
And we will now go to Reverend Dr. David Moore to be followed by Amanda Kuehl.
Hello.
All righty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the chance to, first of all, share that I am my ancestors' wildest dream. I appreciate the comments made by Ms. Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones, and so many who have written and called in. I want to express my thanks for your support of Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matters and our desires and demands. Let me first say that there's a reason I am not there with you in the room, and it is because of COVID-19. I'm 65 years old, and unlike some people, I don't have the luxury of thinking that this is a phantom or the figment of scientists' imaginations, because I know people and I have friends who have family who have died from COVID-19, which is taking a disproportionate toll on African Americans. It is not a phantom, but that concept that it is a phantom is corollary to some people's perception of the pain of African Americans, including those who live right here in the Santa Barbara area. But this is real. It is not illusory. Supervisor Hartman properly noted that this is a window for this conversation. I want to insert that we would not likely be having this global conversation around George Floyd were it not for a football player by the name of Colin Kaepernick. Some people are more indignant and enraged over Kaepernick kneeling than over Officer Chauvin kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. But what I do take heart in is that the NFL commissioner, National Football League Commissioner Roger Goodell, said we were wrong. And so I say all of this to assert that we are not phantoms, we are real in Santa Barbara, and now we are refusing to be invisible and we're refusing to be silent. I'm the father of 4 sons, and even though only 2 of them now live in Santa Barbara, still, one thing they share in common is they do live in the United States, and I identify the fear that my sons live with just living in America, and it really burdens me. And I would like to see at least Santa Barbara take advantage of this conversation and do like the NFL did, say we were wrong. Council member Kristen Sneddon wrote yesterday, I'm sorry. So I'm just saying that we cannot deal with issues, as Wendy Sims-Moten pointed out, unless we acknowledge how real they are. We are not phantoms. Our issues and problems are not phantoms. Thank you very much.
Reverend Dr. Moore, thank you very much for calling in. Totally understand why you are on the phone and appreciate your leadership in the community.
We will now go to Amanda Kuehl. Ready?
Okay. Hello, yes, hi. Thank you for taking my comment. First of all, I just want to voice my support for the demands that have been set forth by the Black Lives Matter chapter in Santa Barbara. And secondly, I just want to say to each of our county supervisors that we're in the middle of a revolutionary and historical civil rights movement, and each of you sitting in a power of position, you have an opportunity to really make a powerful and meaningful and lasting change in our county. And this isn't the time to just, push all of these comments to the side. I really hope that you guys are listening and learning. We can't feign ignorance on this issue anymore. This exists in Santa Barbara County, and it's time to address it. So I just wanted to encourage you guys to, take all of these things to heart and then put them into meaningful action and stand on the right side of history. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Q.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Bonnie Dawson. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere, not in our community. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. And that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. We cannot look away from these issues because they are uncomfortable. To be complicit and silence is to choose the side of the oppressor, and as the majority of Santa Barbara is white, it is vital to listen to the Black and brown community. White people don't get to decide if an issue surrounding race is real or not, because we are the oppressors. To deny someone's reality is gaslighting them in order to push white comfort and white delusion. Listen to the community and stop performing progress and actually make concrete steps toward change. Sincerely, Bonnie Dawson.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
We will now go to the phone for Christian Alonso, to be followed by Luanda Lyons Pruitt.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your time. My name is Christian Alonso, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Young Democrats. On behalf of SBYD, I want to echo the voices of others here today in support of enacting racial justice policies in our county. I also want to reiterate my calls on Tuesday to the sheriff and district attorney to adopt a permanent policy of decarceration and for this board to fund community-based programs like restorative justice. Additionally, today I wanted to publicly ask our district attorney, Joyce Dudley, to apologize for a tone-deaf article they recently penned in Newshawk, where she called police warriors, insinuated that Black people have not always been treated this way by the police, and disturbingly called into question countless instances of police violence and murder by saying, "We have all seen similar images, but to some they were always blurry, taken from a distance or an obscure angle, and there were always multiple possible explanations," quote unquote. Your only call to action was to support the police, and you offered no support or outreach from your office to our Black community or leaders. District Attorney, the murder of George Floyd is not the exception you characterize it as in your piece. The murder of George Floyd is the predictable result of systemic white supremacy and a racist criminal justice system that you have participated in and enabled. To suggest otherwise is offensive and disrespectful to the memories of Megan Hockaday, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and countless others we have lost to police violence and homicide. It's scary to think that you have these views when your office is charged with the responsibility to give a legal stamp of approval to police homicide in our county. It's also a particularly offensive viewpoint to have when you are the California State Chair of Police Officer Standards and Training. Just ask the family of Stephon Clark to find out how well your commission is protecting Black people in California from police violence and holding officers accountable. We talk a lot about cannabis issues in these hearings, but never in the way that we should be. While other district attorneys in our state and around the country are expunging thousands of criminal convictions for cannabis-related crimes, your office sits idly by while mostly white cannabis entrepreneurs make millions in our county. These folks need their convictions expunged because felonies and misdemeanors and criminal records have made it hard for them to get jobs, and you want to keep punishing them, even though they have already served their time. Many of the folks in our community know you as a stalwart champion for victims of sexual assault. Please search your heart and understand that the Black and brown folks you fill our jails with and load up with charges to secure unfair plea bargains are likely to be victims of crime themselves. Be a champion for them too, and advocate for decarceration, funding alternative community-based programs to incarceration, and start by apologizing to the Black folks in our county for your terrible article. Thanks, I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Alonzo.
And we will now go to Lawanda Lyons Pruitt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Hart, Supervisors, Facilitator Sims Moulton, Facilitator Jones. My name is Lawanda Lyons Pruitt. I'm President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also known as the NAACP. I'm going to skip what our mission is and how we were founded because I realize I have limited time. Between 1920 and 1938, the NAACP flew a flag outside its offices that read, "A man was lynched yesterday," to mark the lynching of Black people in the United States. It's a shame that almost a century later, Black people continue to be brutalized and killed by racists. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. Benjamin Franklin. The murder of George Floyd by police is an unspeakable tragedy. Our communities are angry, saddened, and outraged. Frankly, I haven't been able to sleep since May 25th. Sadly, police brutality against the Black community has been an ever-present occurrence, dating back to its roots as a method to preserve the system of slavery. Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Micah Brown, Sandra Bland, Oscar Grant, Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, Freddie Gray, Emmett Till, Laquan McDonald. And while I was listening, I was on Facebook, and one of my activist friends, I'm going to give her the credit because she deserves it. She said, "How many of you have a white son on a hoodie and go to the grocery store to get candy and is murdered? Name one." How many of you have a son who's out for a jog and is hunted down and murdered because of the color of his skin? How many of you have a 26-year-old daughter sleeping in her bed at 1 a.m. in the morning and with a no-knock search warrant is murdered. I would submit to you that none of you have that. This is not isolated incidents. They are directly the result of systemic racism that has plagued our country at an even more alarming rate than the coronavirus. Our communities have been in a state of emergency long before the first COVID-19 case was brought to light. The uprising that you're seeing all across the nation, including in Santa Barbara and in Santa Maria, are a result of the anger, the fear, the sadness, and distrust that have manifested for years throughout our communities. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. And that is so true, and that's what we're seeing. Our national office is calling for federal legislation similar to a hate crime bill to be developed, which would give detailed procedures and penalties in cases of blatant police brutality. They have called on us at the local level to identify what the police departments have standing citizen review boards. And we're asking Sheriff Bill Brown, we're asking our city police departments, we're asking them to have standing citizen review board. We're asking to review the police department's use of force policy, ensuring that they have 6 levels of steps. We are demanding that the police department ban the use of the knee hold and the chokehold. Sheriff Brown, I know Sheriff Brown. I respect him, but I beg to differ that you want to hold on, to continue to hold on to the chokehold as a last resort. Will it take another Derek Chauvin before you change your mind? All it takes is one more Derek Chauvin who snuffed the life out of George Floyd for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. We want to look at the Open Records Act to determine if officers' misconduct, information, and disciplinary histories, are they open for us to see those? We want to review the disciplinary record against officers that are charged with misconduct. We want a statewide review board for police officers who use deadly force so that they can't go to another department and get hired on. We know that this is a community effort. It will start with the community. We believe that Santa Barbara County, you need to create a plan where it's inclusive, an inclusive plan. We're tired of walking behind caskets. We're not walking behind another casket. We are done dying. We ask you to create a plan, promote diversity, which I know you've been doing, but it's not enough, and have committed resources to advance success. We think you need to combat biases with cultural awareness programs, such as training and implicit bias, a program that is offered through Just Communities. But we think that every county employee, including the Sheriff's Department, need to take implicit bias training. I thank you so much for your time. I have a lot more. What I will do is I will send my letter in. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you putting on the first of many hearings. I just don't want this to be a hearing that is, we have a hearing, and then that is the end of it until we have the next crisis. We want to deal with this once and for all. I can frankly say that this has hit me in my gut, and I cannot idly stand by and watch another horror murders such as the one that have happened to some of the people that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons-Pruitt.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Vivian Avila. Ignorance is not bliss, it is harmful. Many people in Santa Barbara are under the illusion that racism doesn't occur here since they don't see it on a daily basis. But we all know that this is false since Black members of our community still experience racism. We know racism still occurs here since one of our Santa Barbara Rays members named Megan Hockaday was killed by an Oxnard officer. The officer killed Megan within 20 seconds of entering her home. Megan's 3 children witnessed their mother's murder. They witnessed an officer kill their mother, the officer whose job is to protect them and their mother, which he did not do that day. Megan never received justice. I've seen racism in my own school. I've seen racist acts being swept under the rug and forgotten about by schools and the city itself, and this ignorance creates more harm. Ignoring racism, white supremacy, and police brutality is harming the Black members of our community, and this harm must come to an end. We need to make our institutions anti-racist, defund the police, and hold police accountable for their violent acts. Therefore, we demand the adoption of a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency, institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year, the protection and preservation of Black landmarks like St. Mar AME, Friendship Baptist Church, and Franklin Neighborhood Center, and the creation of a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you, Ms. Avila.
We will now go to the phone with Kim Pascage to be followed by Pratik Raghu.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kim Pascage, and I am speaking on behalf of Showing Up for Racial Justice Santa Barbara. Another world is possible. The pandemic has given us an opportunity to rethink the world we want to create. Living in a world without police violence is possible, and it's on its way. This past week, 9 Minneapolis City Council members publicly committed to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department and begin a community-led process to reimagine and reinvest in a transformative model of community safety. The people are speaking, and Minneapolis is showing the world that transformation and abolition of the policing and prison system is possible in our lifetimes. Black, Indigenous, and people of color-led movements and organizations have been dreaming of this, planning for, and working towards a world without police for generations. Minneapolis is showing us that reinvesting police budgets in education, healthcare, affordable housing, and community safety is possible. As the Movement for Black Lives explains, this is about investing in Black communities determined by Black communities and divestment from exploitive forces, including prisons, fossil fuels, police, surveillance, and exploitative corporations. At Showing Up for Racial Justice Santa Barbara, we refuse to accept the lie that our communities are safer with more police. Systemic changes by redirecting budget funds, transparency, and accountability must happen. Meet with, listen, and implement the demands of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cascade.
And we will now go to Pratik Raghu.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Pratik Raghu, and I'm a UCSB graduate student, teaching assistant, and organizer. I'm calling you because I, as a young educator, am deeply concerned about the holistic safety and well-being of fellow young people of color and all racially marginalized people in the city and county of Santa Barbara. I'm calling you because the shadow of white supremacy looms large over Santa Barbara. I know this all too well from my personal experiences as a man of color in Santa Barbara. I've been stopped by the police while cycling at night for no apparent reason and questioned as to the legality of my status in this country. I've been profiled by on-duty police officers to the point that I'm wary of running in the evening. And I've confronted white supremacists on and off campus whose bigotry has been shielded by the police. The shadow of white supremacy looms large over Santa Barbara, in no small part because the threat of police surveillance, harassment, and violence looms large over Santa Barbara. Having studied, taught, and lived in Santa Barbara for almost 4 years, I know that the issues I have identified are not unique. I know for a fact that a lot of my friends, neighbors, students, colleagues, and fellow organizers have it much, much worse than I do in this regard. I worry about the predominantly Latinx and Black students of San Marcos High School around the corner from me, who are under constant watch by the police patrolling Goleta, and who have received death threats when they have organized for racial justice. I worry about Black students, students of color, and otherwise vulnerable students at UCSB who have repeatedly said that they feel unsafe walking through Ivy and the city of Santa Barbara. I worry for houseless young people, especially Black youth and youth of color, all across the city and the county, who risk being turned out of their dwellings, arrested, or worse, simply for trying to survive, in a number of cases with significant mental and physical health issues. I worry that all of these young people, any of these young people, might end up like Megan Hockaday, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, or the 8.7% of people who have been brutalized and traumatized by Santa Barbara police as a result of the color of their skin, as a result of their race. The question then is, what concrete actions are you going to take as a Board of Supervisors to guarantee the holistic well-being and safety, that is, the social, psychological, economic, and cultural safety and well-being of racially oppressed populations in the county? Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara has given you a list of demands that are some crucial starting points for answering this question. Provide institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration every year. Get the sheriff to update his use of force policy to center de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. Get the district attorney to implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. And create a civilian review board to oversee the activities of the police, for a start. Taking these measures are crucial steps towards creating a city and a county in which Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agu.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Kelly Whaling. I would like to submit my support for the demands from the Black community. Racism is a public health crisis, and Santa Barbara is not immune from its effects. From the disproportionate amount of Black and brown boys at Los Prietos, while white youth receive therapy and rehabilitation, to the devastating COVID-19 crisis within Lompoc Federal Prison, to the murder of Megan Hockaday, a Santa Barbara native, by Oxnard Police Department, people of color in our community are not safe. Black and brown folks are the backbone of our community. We need to listen. They shouldn't have had to make these demands, and the fact that they did is a gift. Be on the right side of history. I support all of the healing justice Black Lives Matter demands, especially institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you very much for your time. Sincerely, Kelly M. Whaling, doctoral candidate at the University of California, Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Ms. Whaling.
And we will now go to the phone with Tosh Clements. Alrighty, Tosh, go ahead.
I would first like to just state that I am fervently behind the Black Lives Matters and Juneteenth demands. I'm a white guy in Santa Barbara, so I'm speaking on behalf, not on behalf of, but I'm speaking to the white folks in town. It is very imperative that we get behind these demands, and that the people on this board, the council members, everyone get behind these demands. It is not a matter of just sitting idly by and hoping that this goes away. It is a matter of getting behind this as an action of being anti-racist. Because to do anything other than get behind these demands would in itself be an act of racism in my eyes. I fear that the privileged position that all of us have in Santa Barbara of feeling exempt from the rest of the country is as dangerous. It is the same type of poison that was spoken to earlier of Jim Crow, and that it's something that we all willingly take with our coffee and acai bowls every single morning. I would like to thank that guy, Mr. Becker, for calling in twice and proving such a valid point that is kind of the sentiment and feeling of white folks in Santa Barbara. Is, hey, I have a black person that I know, so I give them money, and we're pretty civil even if we don't like each other. And that's where it ends. I would like to see that everyone start to jump into the discomfort of unlearning and unpacking the racism that has been inherently built into this entire country from its inception. This is not our land. I would like that we all start by listening, amplifying, and giving abundant space to black and brown voices. It's not only their right, but it should be mandatory. I don't think I need to take up much more space than that. I think that defunding the police is absolutely necessary in moving forward, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Chloe Hoke. My name is Chloe Hoke, and I am a white woman born and raised in Santa Barbara. I submit this comment in solidarity and support of the Black Lives Matter movement. Santa Barbara is not exempt. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. The Independent reports that although only 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is black, 8.7% of physical action by police is targeted at black community members, including kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday cannot be forgotten nor overlooked. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, to end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you. Sincerely, Chloe Hoke.
Thank you, Ms. Hoke.
We will now go to the phone with Brendan Leonard. Alrighty, Brendan, I'm going to put you on speaker and I'll let you know when to begin. Alrighty, go ahead, Brendan.
My name is Brendan Leonard, and I'm a voting resident of Goleta, California. My comment has two parts. First, I want to emphasize Black Lives Matter's demand for an independent civilian review board. Activists have already done a fantastic job for the county by pointing out a 2015 law review article by Udi Ofer, the executive director of the New Jersey ACLU, explaining some best practices for setting up civilian review boards. I want to read out a top-line summary of the 8 recommendations from that article. And then second, I want to recommend county supervisors read an additional report on civilian oversight boards, which has local policymakers and county supervisors in particular as its audience in mind. So first, the oath article makes the following 8 recommendations. Sorry, just a moment. 1, make sure the board members are nominated by civic organizations. 2, make sure the board is able to review a broad scope of complaints. In short, we shouldn't have to wait until someone gets killed in order to make an investigation. 3, the board must have independent investigatory authority and have subpoena powers. 4, the board must be able to ensure that officers are disciplined. 5, the board must be able to audit policies and practices of the sheriff's department, not just individual actions or transgressions. 6, the board must be guaranteed adequate funding. We can't let this thing be starved out of existence. 7, we need due process guarantees for officers. 8, the public needs to be able to access board meetings, and there should be reports of the board meetings as well. I think that 8th point is particularly important given that the council meetings and county supervisor meetings are often held during working hours. I am lucky enough that my work schedule allows me to attend today. However, these afternoon workday meetings make it difficult for working folks to participate. Here's a quote from the offer article expanding on this point. Moreover, to allow for in-person filing of complaints, the board's office should be located in a central location and remain open during hours that are accessible to people who work or study full-time. Thus, the review board should remain open during evening hours at least once a week and on a weekend at least once a month. Second, I want to recommend a report on civilian police oversight titled Citizen Review of Police Approaches and Implementation, released in 2011 by the Department of Justice, with county supervisors in mind as one of its audiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Victor Borda. There are 3 easy steps Santa Barbara County Sheriff can and should adopt as official policy. Number 1, not hire officers who have been fired or asked to resign from previous positions. Number 2, not hire officers who have a record of citizen complaints against them. And number 3, ban knee to neck and chokehold measures. It would also be helpful for the sheriffs to acknowledge that not all cases of police brutality are accidental or of the moment, that while most officers take the badge for the right reasons, there are some who take it specifically because they know it gives them qualified immunity to act out their own aggression and hate towards others. Those ones give the good officers a bad name, and they usually have a track record. The above steps would let them know Santa Barbara County stands strong against that kind of behavior. Thank you, Victor Borda.
Thank you, Mr. Borda.
And our next speaker will be Juliette Lesfever.
Yes, hi. First of all, I am fervently behind healing justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth Santa Barbara. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe this isn't happening here. As a mother of a Black youth in Santa Barbara, I can tell you that the people around me seem to be clueless as to what that means. And sorry, I feel a little bit caught off guard. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, Emmett Till, and all others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. Our community is suffocating. We can't breathe. I need to pull up a statement from, one moment. In the meantime, we demand, and I support every demand by the organizations here, and including the institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. We devote a gigantic amount of funds to the glorification of missionary history in our county that is obsolete and completely out of touch. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation and isolation, quarantine for inmates, attending court or contacting their lawyer, that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration, to adopt a resolution condemning police brutality, holding the police department accountable, and creating a civilian review board to oversee the actions of the police. The idea of Black Lives Matter is not just a slogan. We are here to speak about is acknowledging the true value of people who have been on a lockdown under the pandemic of racism for hundreds of years. I stand again behind our community's Black leaders at Healing Justice and Juneteenth and urge you to listen and to actively engage in making things change. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Allison Day. In my 3 short years living in Santa Barbara, it has become quite clear to me that the general attitude held by many about racism and white supremacy is something along the lines of "not my problem." Santa Barbara, it is time to wake up. This is your problem and has been for as long as this city has been erasing the existence and experiences of Black folks and culture. Why is it that while only 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, 8.7% of the time police use physical force, it is against Black bodies? Attending Santa Barbara City College, hate crime, racist slurs, and white innocence, always preserved, has been the norm. The responses to these issues has been sickening, but it is not unexpected. The city of Santa Barbara needs to step up and put an end to this. How can you expect anyone to be safe when the Black population is so vulnerable and so targeted? There needs to be city-backed work done to stop racism, to become anti-racist. We demand institutional and financial support for a Juneteenth celebration this year and every year forward. That the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, to end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Sincerely, Allison Day.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
We will now go to the phone with Janet Blevins.
Thank you very much. My name is Janet Blevins. I live in Lompoc. I am white, and I am absolutely horrified at what has been going on in our county as well as around the world. Systemic racism is a huge issue, and we all need to be educated in it. We also need to be educated in the whole idea of white privilege. Any one of us with a white skin has privileges way above anybody that does not have a white skin. And I would hope that most people in a position of supervision or a governmental position would understand that. But I believe that everyone who works for the government and everyone who works for the police departments and everyone who works for the sheriff's department need to be trained in white privilege. Because if you're not, you just don't realize that because you're white, when you go to the store to get a bandage, you can get one that matches you pretty much. Or at least it's not as discriminatory as a flesh-colored strip on a Black skin. I looked up an organization called Campaign Zero, which has given our Sheriff's Department a rating of 43% in all kinds of areas that are very important for law enforcement. Santa Barbara Sheriff's got 39% in police accountability because out of 84 civilian complaints, only 17% were ruled in favor of civilians. 20 use of force complaints, 1 was ruled in favor of civilians. The list goes on. The police violence grade for Santa Barbara County Sheriffs was a 38%. And I'm a school teacher, so I
38% was not very good. In addition, I think that tear gas and pepper spray should be banned from the earth. And I would like to know, and maybe you do know this, I know that you won't answer my question now, but how many people do we have in jail for failure to pay fines? And then failure to pay the fine on top of the fine for failure to pay. Racism definitely needs to be made a public health emergency. I agree with all of the Black Lives Matter demands, and frankly, all of the ones that I've heard from callers. In addition, I believe that the coroner and medical examiner responsibility in our county needs to be shifted away from the sheriff's department, because how can you, as the sheriff and the enforcer, properly investigate if your sheriffs have killed somebody? That just doesn't make sense to me. I think that might be the end of my comment. Thank you so much, Chair Hart, and thank you, supervisors, for providing this opportunity. We are not immune from this horrible disease here in Santa Barbara County. I went to a die-in in Lompoc, and we lay down on our bellies with our hands behind our back, and for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, we said, "I can't breathe." And I was in tears at the end of that. Anyway, thank you for your work. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Blevins. We'll take a break now and then return in 10 minutes. We'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're in the middle of public comment, and we have 37 more letters and 29 phone calls.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Crystal Franco. County Board of Supervisors. Setting aside $500,000 to improve racial equity is 0.04% of the $1.1 billion budget. Is there an outline for how to invest? Which existing budget was this pulled from? Some supervisors' comments this Tuesday concerned me. Supervisor Lavanino saying, "We owe the person at home that hasn't done anything safety," discounts those who were simply living while black when they were murdered by police. Breonna Taylor was sleeping in her home. Supervisor Adam labeling police brutality as passion of a situation is abhorrent. You also said, until you've got RoboCop that doesn't have emotions, you can remove him and can remove himself from the passion of a situation, followed by saying you were not justifying George Floyd's death with this statement. But then you went on to say, quote, "We might find out there's way more to that situation on a personal level than we know now." Sounds contradictory. You are justifying the murder of George Floyd due to Derek Chauvin's passion for something personal. The chaos you speak of has been a part of the everyday lives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and yet how have Black, Indigenous, and people of color been kept safe by law enforcement from this daily chaos? Defunding the police doesn't mean abolishing the police. It means reinvesting in services by those who are properly trained in their field so that they have financial support to answer calls for instances such as domestic abuse, mental health crisis, even crimes where the results does not have to be yet another murder and/or assault by police. Time to reinvest in your community. Thank you, Crystal Franco, constituent of District 2.
Thank you, Ms. Franco.
And we will now go to the phone with Sage Gerson. Alrighty, Sage, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sage Gerson, and I'm a Goleta-based Santa Barbara County resident. I am calling to urge the county supervisors to stand with Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Juneteenth Santa Barbara to meet their demands. I joined Black Lives Matter first and foremost in demanding institutional support, and both financially and otherwise, for an annual Juneteenth celebration, including a city and county commitment to allocate funds in order to celebrate Black emancipation and liberation. I also urge you all to hold SB County Sheriff to more transparency and accountability, including updating the use of force policy to center de-escalation, ensure that no isolation for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, reducing jail admissions by redirecting people to community-based mental health and substance abuse treatment services. I know that Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara Juneteenth also made demands of the city of Santa Barbara for the creation of an independent civilian review board, but this is something that the county can also do over the sheriff. And I want to point out that the creation of a civilian review board is already enabled by Assembly Bill 1185, officer oversight. Some of the sections of this bill that I think are particularly relevant to Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara's demands include Section 2, which states a county may create a sheriff oversight board, either by action of the Board of Supervisors or through a vote by county residents, comprised of civilians to assist in the board's supervisorial duties over the sheriff. I'd also like to point out that it seems pretty problematic that the sheriff's budget in 2018 and 2019 overspent by $9.1 million. And in 2019 and 2020, the projected overtime costs for the sheriff's budget include $8.2 million. Now, more than ever, we need to work to defund the police and to hold them accountable to the communities and people they serve. So I urge you to meet Black Lives Matter's demands and begin to dismantle the white supremacist institutional systems that govern our county. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Emilio Chidas. My name is Emilio Chides, and I'm a resident in Santa Barbara. I would like to state that I am in full support of the demands of the Black Lives Matter group. I would also like this email to be read on the record. Living in Santa Barbara, it is easy to think that we live in a progressive coastal town where racial injustices do not exist. However, we know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chavis.
And we will now go on the phone with Alice Ferrer, to be followed by Maureen Earls.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Alice Freer, and I'm calling just to voice my support. I'm sure many of the things that I will have to say have already been stated before, but I would like to voice my support and make it known that I stand with Black Lives Matter of Santa Barbara and the entire Black community that we have in our city. I know that Santa Barbara has a lot of covert racism, and as opposed to the overt racism which we see in many places, although because Santa Barbara does not have Confederate flags on every corner, that does not mean that our city does not experience racism in every form. We can see this in a lot of racial profiling that goes on in our schools and on the streets of Santa Barbara. We have the Santa Barbara Independent, their stats that Santa Barbara has around 1.3 of the population, but 8.7% of the time police targeting is of people of color and Black people. And we know that racism is a deep-rooted system that we can see in every single part of our country, in our city, and in our lives. And we cannot forget that Santa Barbara has white supremacy. We cannot forget that, and we can't let that go unpunished and not talked about. So we need to show that the Black community is very important to every single person in our community and that we care about them. We need to show our respect, and we need to show them that they are protected. We can make Santa Barbara a better place by getting in routine contact. So I'm speaking to you, Board of Supervisors, and everyone in Santa Barbara that has power to connect with these people. We need to make sure that you are in routine contact with Black leaders in Santa Barbara and actively implement their demands and their ideas for a better community. You can fund annual Juneteenth celebrations that celebrate the beauty of Black lives and their emancipation. We need to fund that annually. We can defund the police and reinvest that money in schools, hospitals, the homeless population, mental health services, and services for the Black community to make Santa Barbara a better place for them. And we can pursue alternatives to incarceration and implement diversion programs. I hope you take all of these thoughts and actions into account and really implement them in Santa Barbara's lives. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Freer.
And we will now go to Maureen Earls.
Hello, I'm Maureen Earls, and I'm a member of CLU, which is Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And first of all, I want to say All right. So first of all, I would like to say that we strongly support the Black Lives Matter recommendations, and we're especially focused on jail reform because the people, not only because, but as you know, the majority of the people in the jail are people of color. And Black Lives Matter focuses on accountability and transparency, and that's where we have a strong connection with them in terms of jail reform. We are particularly concerned about the realignment budget, and it's meant for jail reform and to reduce recidivism. And we've had approximately $10 million a year for over 10 years now. And at the 5-year point, we had a report from Dr. Austin saying what was positive and working and what was not. And we think now, after over 10 years, we need to redo that report because we need to document that all of this money we're spending is actually turning out to reduce recidivism. And secondly, as you're reviewing the budget this year, I think you need to look at each program that is in that budget, and it should be justified not by the number of people it's serving or the growth in the number of people it's serving, but rather the real results. Where do these programs, the people participating in these programs, really demonstrate that they're reducing recidivism of those participants? And also the 2015 jail intake and screening review that was done by an outside group pointed out there were serious harms to people who are entering our jail where needed medications, for example, that are required but not provided, and a number of other problems. So we need to redo that evaluation again for updates and see the progress on those recommended practices. And thirdly, the American Disabilities group came in and evaluated our jail from the outside again regarding the practices related to mental illness. And they concluded there were very specific and serious abuses and neglect practices going on in our jail. So we need to call them back to evaluate again, what's the data on the progress? Are we reducing those very practices that they identified, and have they been eliminated? We have introduced Stepping Up as a program which has the goal of reducing mental illness in jail. But again, we need to look at, do we have even an accurate number of those with mental illness in jail and those who are experiencing recidivism? Do we even know how many are homeless, how many are people of color? These are really important points of data for us to be able to be accountable and transparent about progress we're making toward improvement. And finally, we are very appreciative of the county for approving a budget of over $2 million for reentry supportive housing for the vulnerable. And I urge you to check the budget that you've been submitted this year and see whether that is just a pilot one time or if all that money that was allocated is in the ongoing budget that will continue this support for reentry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earls.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Emily Benaron. Listening to George Floyd's family speak at his funeral broke my heart. Hearing his brother weeping openly for the hole left in his life, his aunt and niece speaking of his big heart and sense of humor, and his old friend from 6th grade speaking of George's dreams to touch the world allowed just a glimpse of the man he was before being murdered with a knee on his neck. He was a man, a human being. Hearing that the parents of many other victims of police violence came to support George Floyd's family, some just weeks after their own children were murdered, broke my heart. As Reverend Al Sharpton stated, they now belong to a family where they are bound by immense loss. Listening to Breonna Taylor's mother speak of her own grief after her daughter was murdered in her own home, making it hard for her to breathe sometimes, is only a slight understanding of the magnitude of unnecessary pain these families have had to face. This has to stop. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere. Racism and white supremacy exist in our community and are experienced daily by our Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored and accepted as the norm. These are men and women, human beings. They deserve to be safe and protected. The well-being of our Black community members is suffering due to acts of racism and white supremacy every day. We need to do more than condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. There is no turning back from this. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Sincerely, Emily Benaron.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to the phone with Jonathan Aboud, to be followed by Julie Carlson.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for holding this first of many hearings on this topic. I want to start off by thanking Ms. Sims-Moden and Mr. Jones for their comments at the beginning, and what many others have said I want to support, including and especially LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt's comments. I want to give my support for the Black Lives Matter movement and the local demands here by Healing Justice Santa Barbara, especially to speak out against and act against white supremacy and for racial equality, financial support for Juneteenth this year and every year, and greater transparency and accountability from the Sheriff's Office, especially with the Citizens Review Board and updating the force of use policy to be totally focused on de-escalation. I strongly support the notion that many others have shared that we aren't special here in Santa Barbara in terms of racism. It's all around us. And issues like racism and being anti-racist, they take making it a daily priority, not just after tragedies like the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, to solve. I've always liked what Supervisor Williams has said about breaking the cycle of neglect in Isla Vista, and that's the same kind of thinking that should be applied to systemic racism in our counties. We can't just wait after a tragedy to take action. It needs to be every day on a consistent basis. And so that's why I thank you for allocating the $500,000, and it should just be a starting point and grown from there and spent in alignment with community groups, especially in the Black community, and none going back to administrative overhead. And I'd say that this fund should be grown by defunding the policing budget, which again makes up hundreds of millions of dollars of the county budget, and really focus on preventative programs and community resources that solve the symptoms of crime rather than managing it. San Francisco County just moved to remove sworn officers from responding to non-criminal activities like homelessness and mental health. They banned the use of military-grade weapons, and they're diverting funding to communities of color. Another simple action to take is reining in overtime policies. Like was said, millions of dollars in overtime alone. These are precious and limited resources that could go towards solving housing and homelessness, mental health, and racism as it intersects with all of them. Spending less on traditional law enforcement is the same idea as spending less on the military nationally or on prisons at the state level to move those funds to where they're needed. I want to finally encourage the board as it begins thinking about supporting schools and communities first on the ballot in November. That's going to bring in, I think, $121 million new dollars to our county, and I think we should make a commitment now to not spend those new dollars on traditional law enforcement, but to fund things like the Civilian Review Board and make the investments in racial equity and community services that are needed. Thank you for giving me the time to make these comments today, and I want to reiterate support for Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aboud.
And now we will go to Julie Carlson on the phone. Alrighty, Julie, go ahead.
Hi, this is Julie Carlson. I'm faculty at UC Santa Barbara, and I just wanted to echo some of the speakers who've talked about asking that if we launch this discussion, then I would ask that we begin it from the point of view of the discussion about the critical justice system by thinking first about abolition and then secondarily about reform. In other words, I agree with several of the speakers who have said that this is such an interwoven and systemic problem that is as often linked to crimes against people as so-called protecting the community from criminals, that I believe that we need to think as broadly and systemically as possible about what needs to be considered in order to actually have a just society. And so I won't go into all of that, but I would just endorse also the platforms about decarcerizing the system on Movement for Black Lives, as well as the Poor People's Campaign, where they talk about defunding the police as well as abolishing the prison system. And I think that this is crucial at the local level as well as the national level for reasons that everybody's been talking about the way the statistics, in fact, support this kind of need for a broad-ranging discussion. More precisely, I'd also like to echo the call to not open the North County Jail. Of course, I didn't want it built in the first place, but I think, again, as the gentleman said, if you build it, they will come. It's exactly the wrong time. It's exactly, incarceration is not the answer to many of these problems, which are difficult, but they can't be solved by simply locking people up rather than in investing in their minds, investing in our communities, investing in thinking about, as other people have said, restorative justice and alternative means of living together. I would also support, I think it was Ms. Call who talked about the need for transparency on the Santa Barbara Jail website about who's in there, what proportion of people are in there, and about I know that there have been many different times where members from different groups, including ACLU, have been at the Santa Barbara City Jail to look into human rights and human rights violations. We should be informed about that. I think that Santa Barbara Jail should also make sure that it partners with Lompoc Jail, where that is cruel and unusual punishment. The way that the proportion of inmates and staff with COVID-19. So those are some of the concrete things that I feel we need to start our discussion but again, I ask for the broad-ranging discussion about what justice and restorative justice might really look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Mason Boucher. We cannot ignore systematic racism and white supremacy in our country any longer. I know Santa Barbara likes to imagine itself as this progressive and welcoming place, but in reality, racism and white supremacy are just as prevalent here. Our Black community is crying out and needs to be heard. If you don't believe them, then you are part of the problem. Also, even as a white person, I have never felt comfortable when seeing a police officer. They are expected to do too much, and I've never understood why someone who responds to calls that are primarily nonviolent needs to always have a weapon on them. I wholeheartedly support the demands below and hope our community can be a leader as we step into the future and not be the ones stumbling to catch up. Institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, to end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher.
We will now go to the phone with Stephanie Proofer.
All right. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Proofer. I'm a campaigner with the Center for Biological Diversity. We work closely in coalition with local Santa Barbara groups. And I'm here today to stand with the Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter demands. And those demands are that we demand institutional and financial support for the annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. We also demand that the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. We demand an end to isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court and inmates contacting their lawyers. And we demand that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Prefer.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Tiana Miscagno. My name is Tiana Miscagno, and I am a Santa Barbara local. I am submitting the following comment to be read in the record. As a Santa Barbara local and a privileged white woman, I have been guilty of turning a blind eye to the racism in this community until far too recently. While I have been an anti-racist in conversation and in theory, it is only now that I am finally taking action to make real change. My hope is that the Board of Supervisors will follow the lead of so many like me in admitting that you have been wrong and that now is the time to change. Look to the citizens of Santa Barbara who are stepping up and demanding a better community, listening to our Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara leaders and doing the work to right so many wrongs. With this in mind, we demand the adoption of a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency, institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The protection and preservation of Black landmarks like St. Mar AME, Friendship Baptist Church, and Franklin Neighborhood Center, and the creation of a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Thank you, Tiana Miscagno.
Thank you, Ms. Miscagno.
We will now go to the phone with Ron Terrace.
Okay. First of all, thanks for just having this particular meeting. It's so well needed. Number one, new jail is a number. No, I've been there 20 years. I looked at it from all standpoints. It's a no. We don't need more police. I would definitely like someone to take my number down to be on the civilian reboot board. I definitely would like to be there, need to be there. The DA, Miss Dudley, wonderful person, but At this point, she needs to apologize what the young man said or be fired, as far as I'm concerned. Sam Bowes, I understand from talking to John Palmetier when we put it up there, that the mayor is considering taking it down. As far as a lot of people are concerned, that sign should remain on Haley Street, right down from St. Paul Church anyway, but it's brought nothing but good vibrations from all the people that turn that corner. Hispanics and black, I've been personally attacked in 20 years I've been here by not just white people, but by some Hispanics. And I just like to just send that out that, you know, they're the least persons I would think be attacking me. But that has happened also due to other circumstances beyond my control and anyone's. The Women Police Department, I've had personal experiences with them, and they are wonderful additions, as I told Lori just Saturday when we were marching and singing and going down to the wharf, you know. I certainly hope someone gives me a call and let me be involved in this. Sam Bowes, I can't do them but congratulate them, but I'm just wondering exactly what are they going to put up there for a new sign. It did say Sam Love, but I don't know. I know that's going to stay there at all. The mural on, as I said, on Haley should definitely remain there as far as too many people to even call realizing and what have you. And the only reason why I'm personally still here in 20 years is because of the march that I was led when Marty Bloom was the mayor. I know was so pleased and proud of the Santa Barbara to see that when they were black, white, it was a peaceful march, and the police were right with us, you know. Thank God for Santa Barbara. Let's hope for a better day. That's all I got to say, you know. Make sure they take my name down, civilian Reed Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Turisk.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Jessica Green. The recent killing of George Floyd brought to light the difficult truth of what the Black experience in America has been for so many of our citizens. These injustices have been happening since the beginning of our nation, and by failing to address these horrifying acts, we are failing members of our community. Statistics have made clear that the Black community faces higher rates of acts of violence against them by police in Santa Barbara County. We have allowed too many citizens to be discriminated against, beaten, and murdered in the face of white supremacy and the systems that it infiltrates. The need for reform is clear. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. That the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Jessica Green.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
We will now go to another letter, public comment submitted by Mariah Jones. Many people believe that racism doesn't exist in Santa Barbara, that Santa Barbara is a safe space for everyone. I'm here to tell you it's not. From the numerous times I've been called the N-word, to white women clenching their purses at the mere sight of me, to being followed around a store while trying to shop, to the time a white man called my wife a dirty Mexican because she was simply walking by. Every time I leave my home, I always wonder if this time will be the time that something horrible happens to me or my family, simply because the color of our skin. I have a 3-year-old son and shouldn't have to live in fear of leaving his mother a single parent for a simple traffic stop. Megan Hockaday, Tamir Rice, Ayanna Jones, Jordan Edwards, and George Floyd have fallen victim to white supremacy. It's time we stop ignoring the racism in Santa Barbara and make these changes for the safety of everyone in our community. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Mariah Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
And we will now go to the phone with Elizabeth Weber.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Weber, and I thank you for this opportunity I am a faculty member at UC Santa Barbara. I grew up in Germany and as a teenager learned a lot and in horrifying detail about the crimes committed by the Nazis, condoned by far too many German citizens. I would like to refer to the American philosopher Susan Neiman's recently published book entitled Learning from the Germans, Race and the Memory of Evil. In this book, the author shows that confronting the past without embellishing or excusing its brutality has helped Germans to truly change their society, as many flaws as it may still have today. Neiman believes that too many U.S. citizens lack an understanding of the legacy of slavery, and too many events prove her right. I fully agree with what Aaron Jones said earlier, that the two original sins of this country, the genocide of indigenous people and slavery, have not been atoned, nor has a long history of lynching, condoned and even celebrated by a lot of white citizens who took their children out of school as if they were going to a carnival and, cheered on the brutal torture of African American fellow human beings. These massive crimes need to be faced honestly and without alibis. And this needs to be done through education. For example, films like Ava DuVernay's 13th should be offered to be seen in all history and civics classes in schools. This film illustrates powerfully what several speakers today have commented on already, the direct pipeline from slavery to today's system of mass incarceration. On that note, I would urge the board to push for fundamental change, especially in the juvenile justice system, but also the criminal system in general. Thank you again for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Weber.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Tara Dressler. I am writing in support of the demands put forth by Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. Contrary to what most of us have been taught or want to believe, racism is alive and well in Santa Barbara, as evidenced by daily experiences of our Black community members and by blatant racial disparities in our criminal justice system. We have lots of work to do to create a safer community for people of color. These demands are a great place to start in making our local institutions actively anti-racist. Thank you for your time, Tara Dressler.
Thank you, Ms. Dressler.
And we will now go to our next speaker on the phone, Maureen Sullivan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having this forum today. This is my first time participating in this kind of thing. I appreciate all the opening statements. Start off by just voicing my full support for Black Lives Matter and the Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter demands. I'm white, and I am ashamed that it took the murder of George Floyd by a white police officer in broad daylight to make racism my problem every day, not as a principle, but as urgent and visceral. I have learned from the callers and panelists today so much. I didn't know that the police force was originally created to control slaves. I completely agree with Mr. Alonso's request about Joyce Dudley, and I'm shocked and appalled to hear of her statements in her editorial. I encourage Mr. Becker and other white people like myself who don't yet understand our complicity in racism to read the book White Fragility and Me and White Supremacy, which I have just started reading myself. Also, to white people, I strongly recommend watching the movie 13th to understand more about how mass incarceration is a continuation of slavery in this country. and I agree with the caller, please do not open a new North County jail. I agree with another caller about murals and art that reflects Black people around the city, and I would also suggest showing the movie 13th for free as a community service. I would like to support the demands that the city and county adopt a resolution condemning police brutality and declare racism a public health emergency. I would also like to demand transparency and accountability from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff. I want them to implement body cams. I don't know if we have quotas, but I'm against them having quotas. I want them to update the use of force policy to center de-escalation, no chokeholds, no isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, reduce jail admissions by redirecting people to community-based mental health and substance abuse treatment services. I would like to join with Black Lives Matter in demanding institutional support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, a city and county commitment to allocate funds for this annual celebration of Black emancipation and liberation. Supervisor Hartman and Mr. Jones both spoke to the genocide of Native Americans and slavery of Black people that underlies the founding of our country. And I am ashamed of this. I don't believe our country ever has been great or ever can be great without owning up to and making reparations for these horrifying crimes, this blood on our hands from our ancestors. Angela Davis said, in a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist. And I appreciate all of you for being here and for allowing me to voice my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Max Lemison. We Santa Barbarians respect all our fellow citizens, including the officers out there protecting us. I'd like to say thank you for tirelessly working to keep us safe. Thank you, Max Lemison.
Thank you, Mr. Winnison.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Charlotte Gillette-Moore. I would like for the Santa Barbara Police Department to reevaluate every office and staff member with a psychological test to rule out characteristics or traits of racist ideologies. If positive, these individuals should not be functioning in a job with direct contact with the public or involving the public. Secondly, any officer or staff with an internal affairs record or complaints of racist actions should be suspended without pay or fired if found with multiple occurrences. With the absence of these identified individuals, their pay can offset the cost to improve your community policing efforts or incentivize the officers who are utilizing an equality and equitable approach when serving the Santa Barbara community. Respectfully, Charlotte Gillette-Moore.
Thank you, ma'am.
We will now go to Frank Rodriguez on the phone to be followed by Athena Tan.
Thank you. Ms. Sims-Moulton, Mr. Jones, and Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Frank Rodriguez, and here to say that Cause and Cause Action Fund fully supports the Juneteenth Healing Justice demands and demands of the NAACP raised by Luanda Lyns Pruitt earlier today. We appreciate the proactiveness of the County Board of Supervisors in responding to the work of Black women in Santa Barbara County who have time and time again brought us in for collective liberation. As Cause, we have raised the importance of transparency that the Truth Act forums attempt to bring about from our local Sheriff's Department's collaboration with Immigration Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE, the proactiveness of the County Sheriff's collaboration with the federal deportation machine that rips families from our communities is rooted in the same history of racism and white supremacy. As noted by the State of Black Immigrants by the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, BAJI, although 7.2% of undocumented population in the U.S. is Black, 20.3% of folks facing deportation for criminal charges are Black. We demand the county continually work to address the anti-Blackness of our institutions, especially in our criminal justice system. We uplifted demands for institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. and isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
And we will now go to Athena Tan.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. As you plan your hearing on racial equity and the criminal justice system, I hope you'll move forward on the terms and with the urgency that Wendy Sims Moden and Aaron Jones set out for you and for all of us who are not Black at the beginning of this hearing, of this session. Along with the public hearing, I urge you to take immediate action on the demands of Healing Justice Santa Barbara leaders, including institutional and financial support for a Juneteenth celebration every year, an update to the sheriff's use of force policy to center de-escalation, ending isolation and quarantine for people in custody at the county jail, and for the district attorney to implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. County Behavioral Wellness did a racial and ethnic disparities report in 2016 showing that Black youth are referred into behavioral wellness and then into the jail and probation system at highly disproportionate rates. The report shows that for every one white youth that's referred to the criminal justice system from behavioral wellness, there are 7.17 Black youth. Our county population is 2% Black, yet the county jail population is 8% Black. You work with a DA who finds almost every use of force by sheriffs reasonable. And despite being a victim's rights advocate, DA Dudley does not address how police and jails have always been designed as agents of gender and sexual abuse. County Public Health did not address the impact of COVID on Black communities until Black leaders asked them to. Your entire time in office so far should have been a listening session on racial injustice, yet you just approved a budget for next year that gives an additional $12 million to the sheriff. You have pledged to keep increasing the general fund allocation to the new jail for the next 4 years. We do not need quote-unquote better jails. We need stronger communities, and that takes resources that you are in the position to reallocate. Supervisors, you have been presented with the beginning of a constructive, beautiful vision by Black community members. All you need to do is follow their lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Han.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Ella Arnerich. My name is Ella Arnerich, and I am a resident of Isla Vista. I am a non-Black ally standing in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and the Black community of Santa Barbara County. Racism and white supremacy exists in our communities. Racism is a public health issue that is prevalent in all of our systems, including but not limited to healthcare, education, housing, and law enforcement. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Our county has the opportunity to make sustainable changes to our institutions in order to create a more equitable society and a better community for current and future generations. I demand, 1, that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. 2, the sheriff update the use of force policy to center on de-escalation. 3, provide institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration. And 4, end isolation for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. Sincerely, Ella Arnerich.
Thank you, Ms. Arnerich.
And we will now go to the phone with Spencer Brandt.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Board of Supervisors. My name is Spencer Brandt, President of the Isla Vista Community Services District, and I fully support the demands made by Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and the NAACP. Over the past 2 weeks, we've heard loud and clear from our Black brothers and sisters that we cannot return to business as usual, and for good reason. institutional and structural racism in our criminal justice system has plagued our society for far too long. And as other commenters today have clearly demonstrated, Santa Barbara is not magically exempt from the ill of white supremacy. Racism is here in our community, and it is nowhere more alive and well than on our safety and justice system. This is not just about one or two bad apples in law enforcement. It's not even just about individual officers and deputies who have biases. It is a cycle that begins with over-policing in black and brown and disadvantaged neighborhoods, over-enforcement of minor infractions, and that leads to eroded community trust and ends with the over-representation of black and brown folks in the criminal justice system. At the same time, the criminal justice system has become so embedded in responding to every social ill of our society: homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health issues. In Isla Vista, it is used to respond to quality of life issues like loud music or social gatherings. Did our public safety officers join law enforcement to be social workers? Did they join law enforcement to become arbiters between neighbor disputes? Every officer I've ever met responds with a resounding no. The badge and the gun is the bluntest tool in the toolbox, but somehow it always seems to become the only tool that we have. And that is a significant problem. The Sheriff's Office needs to articulate a plan to shift their operations to community-oriented policing and build on the positive work that has been done by the implementation of crisis intervention team and the co-response teams with mental health clinicians. These models need to become the norm, not only the exception. We simply cannot afford to hire more and more traditional deputies. Our experience under COVID-19 proves that we can hold people accountable for minor offenses outside of the jail and incarceration state and in community-based programs. With the jail population at its lowest in decades, we are proving it right here in Santa Barbara County that we can end mass incarceration. There is no reason why we should return to normal upon the conclusion of this pandemic. Our sheriff and DA need to invest in alternatives to incarceration. That means keeping people out of the system altogether by keeping arrests low, investing in community-oriented programs that provide for rehabilitation and treatment rather than criminalization. We must acknowledge that the old normal was both costly, inefficient, and sowed the seeds of mistrust that make it harder to keep our communities safe and was, by and large, wholly racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Solmaz Soleimani. My name is Solmaz Soleimani, and I have called Santa Barbara my home for 6 years. I'm disappointed that people in Santa Barbara often believe that racism and white supremacy, along with their violent legacy, are not issues here. We must listen to our Black and people of color community members as they share their experiences and demands. We know racism is a dangerous issue in Santa Barbara because of what happened to Megan Hockaday, who was murdered by the Oxnard police. We know racism affects our community because although only 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical, 8.7% of the time, the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and countless others whose murder, harassment, and oppression was not caught on camera are not isolated events. They are symptoms of institutionalized racism that governments have failed to address and continue to perpetuate. It is not enough to condemn racism. Our institutions must actively strive to be anti-racist. We demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Solmaz Soleimani.
Thank you, Ms. Soleimani.
And we will now go to the phone with Eve Sanford, to be followed by Mariah Clegg. All right, Eve, go
Hi, this is Eve Sanford, and I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, and a number of the requests that have already been outlined today. We know that use of force is exerted at a higher and more frequent and harmful rate against Black members of our community. This is unacceptable. I want to see investments in training and updates to policies that reduce the use of force and focus on de-escalation. I want to note that a 2017 Santa Barbara grand jury recommended body cameras for all officers in Santa Barbara, and it's long over time that we equip our officers with these. I'd like to see our DA and our DA's office pursue restorative justice and focus on alternatives to incarceration, including investing in a robust and well-resourced restorative court system. I would like to see a decrease in police spending and police budgets in our communities, and investments in the specialized mental health resources and a housing first policy that would actually address the systemic root causes of homelessness, as we know that is a significant portion of where our current policing efforts are directed at. Furthermore, I just want to say that I hope this is a start of a conversation with the community, and that we not only have this agenda item for this meeting, but that we see a follow-up within 3 to 6 months with some updates on some of the asks that have been made today. And, I really hope that the Board of Supervisors walks with us in this conversation, and that we don't have this doesn't end here, and that we return back with updates on what actions we're taking to meet people's requests today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanford. I'd like to pause for a moment. Supervisor Adam has to leave the meeting, and he would like to make some remarks. So, Supervisor Adam, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Hart. I want to thank all of our speakers today. I will review the balance of the meeting and listen to my colleagues' comments with interest. To start with, I want to make the following very clear. I denounce police brutality. I denounce racism. I denounce white supremacy. I am very interested in any real and practical policy that fights these and improves our criminal justice system. I also denounce evil. Unfortunately, I fear that as long as we have humans on this earth, there will be evil like we saw on display in the case of George Floyd. We know that there are evil people all over the world in all time periods. Evil should be the enemy, and the only antidote to evil is good. I do not denounce our law enforcement. Men and women put on the uniform and put their lives on the line on a daily basis, not as an occupying force, but as peacekeepers protecting the rights and freedoms of all persons regardless of color. If there are evil humans within our law enforcement departments, they should be removed. If there are policies that protect those humans who have engaged in evil behavior, I want them removed. That all said, I have been in closed sessions where we discussed legal actions that are brought against the county for the last 7.5 years. I have never seen any behavior of the sort committed by our sheriff's department. I will not call for defunding the police. I will not denounce our country. While some want to paint our country as racist, I reject that premise. This country has done more than any other, including a civil war that cost 620,000 lives, to end slavery, and is a worldwide leader in the fight for personal freedom and civil rights all over the world. I do not denounce capitalism. Capitalism has done more to lift more people out of grinding poverty than any other economic system. It undoubtedly produces these results with imperfection. Of all the governmental systems in the history of the world, it is the system that produces the least amount of imperfection and raises the quality of life for all persons. Capitalism is agnostic. Capitalism is colorblind. Now I'd like to end with 2 quotes, one from Milton Friedman and the other from Jesse Jackson. You can decide which is which. Watch the walls come down, whether it's in the South or on Wall Street. When the walls come down, what do we find? More markets, more talent, more capital and growth, which means that the race and sex discrimination stunt economic growth. It's not good for capitalism, it's not good for America's growth, and it's not morally right. The other is the great virtue of a free market system is that it does not care what color people are. It does not care what their religion is. It only cares whether they can produce something you want to buy. It is the most effective system we have discovered to enable people who hate one another to deal with one another and help one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Sorry you can't stay with us. We'll continue with public comment.
Chair Hart, members of the board, we will continue on the phone with Mariah Clegg.
Thank you so much for your time today. I'd like to make a few points today from my position as a sociologist employed at UCSB, an educator, and a community organizer. First, we need to stop treating law enforcement as the first and best solution to social problems. That means we have to shrink the sheriff's budget. Whatever new programs are developed to address racial injustice in policing should not become more money for Sheriff Brown to play with, even if that money is disguised as funds for implicit bias training and de-escalation training, which are not evidence-based. New programs, transformative justice programs, substance use treatment services, community mental health programs should be established in departments autonomous from the sheriff. We need to decrease the opportunities available for law enforcement officers to begin altercations with civilians. This will mean changing our emergency response system so that the cops don't show up whenever such services are called for. If you call in because of a mental health episode, the person who shows up should not be equipped with a gun and legal impunity. To make sure Brown doesn't keep sucking money out of our community, he must be disciplined to live within his means. In 2018 to 2019, the sheriff spent $9.1 million in overtime costs. In 2019 to 2020, the projected overtime costs are $8.2 million. No more letting Brown overspend. Next, it is essential that the Sheriff's Department be overseen by an independent civilian review board. The Board of Supervisors is empowered to create such a board by AB 1185. The county must hold Brown Act meetings to engage in roundtable discussions with the community to hammer out the specifics of the review board, and they must familiarize themselves with scholarly literature on the subject. I'm emailing you an excellent article on civilian review boards published in the Seton Hall Law Review. Among other things, it emphasizes that the Civilian Review Board must be comprised of members nominated by local civic organizations, and they must have subpoena powers. We must also reduce county jail populations. We've made good progress on this front in the county in response to COVID, and the sky has not fallen, so we should continue to deepen these practices. This will require that the district attorney cease sentencing for misdemeanor offenses, stop using the jails to inter houseless folks, and divert more would-be inmates to substance use treatment services and community-based mental health services. We can then trim the prison's budget by reducing our corrections officers. There are currently 334 to oversee 540 inmates. Then we can move the entire inmate population to North County facilities, which has fewer environmental hazards, and close South County Jail forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clegg.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Lucas Grancolis. I am writing you, our public servants, to demand that you perform your duties and work to improve racial equity in our county. I am firmly against the supremacy of white people in our government and our society. I demand that equity for racial issues in our county, including gentrification, natural disasters, law enforcement, economic development, and education, among others, be served. There are too many Black and Latinx members of our community being profiled or incarcerated, too many being pushed out due to gentrification, too many being left behind by a school system that prioritizes the achievements of white students over others, too many being disproportionately affected by our natural disasters. As a Santa Barbara High School, and UCSB alumni, I know a thing or two about racial disparity in our local schools and county at large. I watched my Latinx classmates be left behind, excluded from classes that grant college credits, representing a barrier to entry to universities. I've watched my East Side neighborhood become more and more white. Our county is not immune to racial issues, so let's not act like it. Thank you, Lucas Grancolis.
Thank you, Mr. Grancolis.
And we will now go to the phone with Angela Antonor.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, Ms. Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones, for providing this opportunity to contribute to the beginning of a very important change and to make history. This is an unprecedented opportunity for us to leverage the massive changes we're all experiencing. Sorry, I'm really emotional because this is really important, because this is the time. It's for this reason that I'm cautiously optimistic for the first time in a really long time. We can no longer resist, deny, or wish away racism. There's no excuse, there's no turning back. The lives of our Black neighbors, brothers, sisters, and friends depend on it. It's our collective health and safety that depends on it. We're embarking together on a challenging path, and we can and must do this together. There's no single person who can dismantle systemic racism. It requires a collective and strategic commitment, and that's what we're asking you to do today. We're here to support you, to hold you accountable, and to develop a strategy to make smart and needed changes. I'm white, and I've dedicated my career and volunteer work to always be learning what it means to act as an ally to help make communities better. And this includes leveraging diverse perspectives, practicing inclusion, and building community. Working against racism and other forms of repression requires a lifelong commitment to learning, listening, and believing people whose experiences are different than my own. I respectfully request you commit to the same, a systemic and long-term commitment, individually and collectively, as our board for our county. I believe we can be among those who model the ways forward and to be anti-racist. This is about safety, physical and emotional safety. As a professional facilitator, trainer, and mediator in this field for over 25 years, I've been in sessions when the KKK and skinhead groups made their presence known, and while it was scary, I used my power and my leadership role to act, to create safety for those being threatened. And I firmly and unquestionably served as an ally. And while some may sit here and think that our day-to-day in Santa Barbara is not as extreme as what I'd share about the hate groups, I'm here to tell you that it is. People's lives depend on you and us to act accordingly. We're not going to arrest our way out of this crisis. More violent tactics or equipment only begets more violence. Those approaches not only will not solve racism, in fact, historically perpetuate and inflame it. It's undeniable. We must identify and change law enforcement strategies now, because what got us here will not get us where we have to go. You as our county leaders have an opportunity, a duty, and a responsibility to act, support, lead, and make real meaningful change against racism in our county. You're being asked to use your power, your privileges, and your resources to create safety, both physical and emotional safety. None of us is safe if anyone is unsafe. You have the power, and I expect and hope that you will use it for good, to pursue and implement anti-racist systems and practices. This is the beginning of a journey in which there will be issues we cannot yet see, and together we have to make a long-term commitment. I commit to support you and members of our community to do better, because if not now, when? Racism is a public health and public safety emergency. It is your duty and responsibility to invest in the people and programs, including for those who work in county departments and community-based agencies who are trained in and committed to learning and implementing culturally competent strategies in response to support the health and safety of everyone.
We also expect you to hold yourselves and leaders within the county accountable to passionately engage and pursue those strategies essential to dismantle and address inequities in health access and therefore racism. If not now, when? Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Ms. Antonori.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Olivia Davi. I have already contacted the Board of Supervisors via email last week in support of these demands, but would like to reiterate that I stand with Black Lives Matter in demanding transparency and accountability from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff. I stand by all demands and urge you to take action now. You have a responsibility to serve and protect the people of this community. Listen to our voices now. Be with us and stand with Black Lives Matter. Olivia Davi.
Thank you, Ms. Dobby.
And we will now go to the phone with Lauren Gartell.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm muting my devices. Apologize. Good afternoon, Chairman and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Lauren Gartrell, and I'm a public defender working in Santa Barbara County. But today my comment is as a private tax-paying citizen of Santa Barbara. I implore the board to closely look at the police department and sheriff department's budgets and reconsider the allocation of funds as currently set for this year. Police are not mental health counselors. Police are not social workers. Police are not medical professionals. Hiring more officers is the wrong move to help our county. We need to reallocate the funding of new officer positions to social workers and mental health providers. The next big area of concern is this county's tax bail schedule. Our normal bail schedule, or how bail is currently set within our county, disproportionately impacts our Black, Brown, and Latino brothers and sisters, whom are already earning less due to years of systemic racism. We need accurate and up-to-date data of who is in our jail so we can show with facts who is in custody and on what charges. Judges can and often set bail above schedule, further trapping Black, Brown, and Latino individuals in jail who are presumed innocent. The current emergency bail schedule, which allows $0 bail for nonviolent misdemeanors and appropriate felonies, keeps our jail population down, allows people to keep their jobs, keep their housing, and support their families. This board can support and advocate for the continuation of this appropriate bail schedule to the presiding judge and our local courts. I also ask that you follow through on the demands brought by Black Lives Matter. Please create an independent review board for all law enforcement violence, misconduct, and use of force. You cannot have police policing themselves. If they were actually doing their jobs, we wouldn't have officers with multiple force or misconduct complaints and issues against them here on active duty in our county. I implore you to respect our community, to listen to those of us that are here that want change, that are advocating for it, and that support our Black community and those here who are struggling and dealing with everyday racism. This moment in time presents an opportunity to be on the correct side of history. Don't just listen, act. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Dartel.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Emma Wilkins. I am emailing to voice my support of the following demands laid out by Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. These actions are just the first steps towards racial justice, and it is imperative that these demands are met with your full support. Racism and white supremacy are prevalent in Santa Barbara County, and these demands are just the first steps towards amending this. Institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Emma Wilkins.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins.
We will now go to the phone with Alexander Conrad.
Hello, and I'd like to thank the chairman and the supervisors
I very much want to express my support for all of the demands from Black Lives Matter movement, including Juneteenth, as well as to not open a new jail. However, what I would specifically like to mention right now is a different type of systemic racism in our community, the school districts. The crazy shapes and sizes of the school districts in Santa Barbara reduce the opportunity for Santa Barbans of color. It is entirely unreasonable that schools in Santa Barbara School District should require help from the Audacious Foundation when there are tiny wealthy districts like Cold Spring that are still part of the larger high school district. These tiny schools are separate and unequal. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Simone Aquila. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere, not in our community. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you, Simone Aquila.
Thank you, Ms. Aquila.
And we will now go to the phone with Theo LeCain to be followed by Sarah Allers.
Hi there, my name is Theo. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara County for 7 years. I'm a member of 350 Santa Barbara and a campaigner with the Center for Biological Diversity. Today I want to register my support for the demands Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara has put forward, namely that institutional and financial resources are directed towards an annual Juneteenth celebration, that the sheriff updates its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, that isolation and or quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers is ended, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. I urge the board to adopt and approve all of these. I also urge the board to rein in and discipline the sheriff's spending, build out alternatives to the police being necessarily the first responders in all emergency situations, and work towards greater transparency and accountability from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff with the creation of an independent civilian review board. Members of this review board should be nominated by civic organizations and fully empowered with investigatory authority and subpoena power to review a broad scope of complaints, ensure that officers are disciplined, and be able to audit policies and practices of the Sheriff's Department. The board must be guaranteed adequate funding and accessible to the public. I urge you to take all of these very modest demands seriously as you consider how to address ongoing structural racism and white supremacy within our county institutions, including within the Sheriff's Department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Julia Bickford. Too many people in this county believe that white supremacy and systemic racism are problems that only affect other communities. This is a false narrative. We know that white supremacy, systemic racism, and individual racism exist here in Santa Barbara because so many Black community members have come forward to share their experiences. We know that it has gone on for decades, unchecked and overlooked, because a popular restaurant bearing the racist slur Sambo's was considered a beloved historical attraction by many until just this week. We know racism exists here because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by police in Oxnard. We know because according to the Santa Barbara Independent, although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical, 8.7% of the time, the target of their force is Black. I am not Black, but on behalf of Santa Barbara County's Black community, I beg you to quit ignoring their suffering at the hands of systemic racism. We have inherited this system. Now we must make the conscious choice to end the systematic racism that causes our Black community mental, physical, and emotional anguish every single day. We have to decide collectively that Black lives matter and make all of our institutions anti-racist. Immediately implementing their demands will be a solid first step in the right direction. Support annual Juneteenth celebrations, focus on de-escalation and police training, end inmate isolation, and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Thank you for your time, Julia Bickford.
Thank you, Ms. Bickford.
We will now return to the phone with Sarah Allers.
Hi, I'm calling as an expression of my support for the demands made by our local Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth Santa Barbara organizations. Their demands are designed to disrupt the systemic racism and white supremacy that is woven into our community institutions, laws, and customs. As others have commented on, the de facto segregation that I witnessed as a white teacher, a parent, and a community member of this county, I also saw as a white child growing up here. What I saw as a white child growing up here, I hear mirrored in the stories of my white parents, aunts, and uncles that they share from their own youth here in this same county. The disproportional brutality and violence Black Americans experience because of systemic racism and white supremacy is a public health emergency, and Santa Barbara County is no exception. We have to stop watching. Our white silence is transgenerational violence, and I implore you to disrupt this cycle of violence with anti-racist action. What we celebrate, what monuments we honor, what methods we use to intervene on behalf of public safety, that status quo harms us all and is killing, incarcerating, and attacking our Black, Indigenous, people of color at pandemic proportions. Your action is required to save lives. So be bold and go beyond performative allyship. Take the many smart and valuable resources that are being given to you today in this hearing and in the future hearings and make a plan and take the action because our future demands it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allers.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Ariana Spiller. Hello, my name is Ariana Spiller, and I have lived in Santa Barbara since I was 11. Every day that we don't intentionally make Santa Barbara safer for our Black communities and communities of color, we are actively upholding and honoring white supremacy. The dangers of white supremacy and police brutality have strong roots in our town, a town built on colonization and indigenous genocide. Our demands to start actively combating these are as follows: the adoption of a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency, institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year, the protection and preservation of Black landmarks like St. Mar AME, Friendship Baptist Church, and Franklin Neighborhood Center, the creation of a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Not honoring and instituting these demands is making a clear and blatant statement that you are willing to uphold white supremacy and police brutality over the safety of Black and brown communities. I don't know how many marches, how many shootings, or how many Black lives lost you need to make change, but one is too many, and the changes need to be made now. Thank you, Ariana Spiller.
Thank you, Ms. Spiller.
And we will now go to the phone with Matt Lowe.
Hi, Board of Supervisors and Chair Hart. Thank you for your time today. And I'd like to say especially thank you to Natasha for reading these letters to the board. I believe it does something to you when you read these things, and I believe something has happened to you, and I really hope something has happened to our Board of Supervisors today. Chair Hart, your comments in the beginning, reflecting on this as a window of great opportunity for us right now, is of great importance, and I appreciate that you are taking a honorable perspective, but I would encourage you to see it not as a window, but as a door, because we need something to move through. The door needs to be opened, and you need to take the step through that door. And I believe, and I trust that you will take the action to uphold these calls for action by Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, and the Juneteenth organizations, including the NAACP as well. In this, I trust that you have heard all the comments today, and I do not need to talk anymore about police brutality and the calls to limit the funding that goes to the Sheriff's Department. Instead, what I would like to acknowledge is that these comments today show proof that we need to hear the voices of our community in a truth commission. Santa Barbara needs to have an opportunity for the community to come hear these responses, and the community needs to address the racial problem that they have in Santa Barbara. From Santa Maria to Santa Barbara, we've had issues. Recently, somebody said the N-word at City Council. That is not acceptable. In this last week, death threats have been given to a Latina City Council member in Santa Maria. That is not acceptable. We have a community-wide issue. This is not just on the government to address. We need to address the public. There is funding that goes into areas that create unsafe living conditions for people of color and take black lives, and we need to address those. But there is a community-wide issue, and you as a advisory council, commissioners that serve our county, you have the ability to put forth funding to address the entire county. I did not ask this of Santa Barbara City, because the city is not enough. We need to do the entire county, and money needs to be put forth to this, because it not only addresses the anti-blackness rooted in Santa Barbara, but it addresses an intersectional focus on the roles of colonialism that have impacted our community, that have taken lands from our local Chumash people, including the area of Pope Ranch. And we need to address the issues that are underlying and at root in our community for us to truly heal and be a whole community together. This is something that we do as a community and not a top-down. We need to empower the local people, including the youth, who made powerful demands last week of their school district and of the police department. We uplift our youth and we uplift the black voices that have led this movement, including the women that are not going to be silent any longer and will not be ignored. We are here as a community, and we will be empowered and move forward until this is a healing community and we address these issues head on. I encourage you to move forth with a truth commission in Santa Barbara County to address the underlying issues in this county of the harm that has taken place over the centuries that Santa Barbara has been occupied. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Luz Reyes Martin. My name is Luz Reyes Martin. I thank you for holding this important hearing to allow the people of Santa Barbara County to have their voices heard. I lend my voice as a resident of the 2nd District, as a Goleta School Board member, and as the president of the Santa Barbara Women's Political Committee. What we have witnessed over the last few weeks is not new, but it is a tipping point. The murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and many more Black people are calling on us to take action. Enough is enough. We love this community, and we rise today with urgency to demand that we do better. Institutional racism exists here in our own communities. I appreciate the statements of solidarity and the outpouring of support that we have witnessed on our streets and in our public meetings. Statements are important, and action is a necessary next step. I support institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. That the Santa Barbara Sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. That the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Lastly, budgets are statements of values. I ask that the Board of Supervisors take this to heart and consider the ways funds can be invested in our communities to support mental health, housing, child care, and youth programs. Luz Reyes Martin, President, Santa Barbara Women's Political Committee and Trustee of Goleta Union School District.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes Martin.
We will now go to the phone with Breanne Bridge, to be followed by Robert O'Hare.
Thank you for listening. My name is Breanne. The Black community members here in Santa Barbara and all over the U.S. are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It's not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Support at annual Juneteenth celebration every year could be a start. Also, the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation and to end inmate isolation. The DA should also implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Remember Megan Hockaday, Breonna Taylor, and countless others, and please refuse to allow another Black human to mourn the loss of their child. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna.
We will now go to Robert O'Hare.
All right, hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, my name is Robert O'Hare, citizen of Santa Barbara. Thank you for your time, board, today, and hearing me out and putting me on this platform, as well as everyone else. I appreciate you facilitating the public conversation in this way, which I know is probably at present a little overwhelming, given all the national crises and stuff that are going on, so thank you for that. Publicly, I want to say that I partially support some of what the Black Lives Matter activism movement is about from like a literal standpoint. I think it's obvious that like Black Lives Matter, and I don't have to go on about that because it's been said multiple times. But also, I want to remind the local government to have appropriate negotiative pushback against more radical and hyperbolic claims and demands from the Black Lives Matter movement, because as much as like I'm a registered Democrat, I would consider myself liberal, but I think it's very important for the sake of democracy at both the national as well as the local level to have a balanced conversation and to respect conservative voices and to respect certain elements. Like the police themselves are not the sort of like evil force out to get the public, and I do genuinely believe most of them really want to engage with the community, and not just the white community, as like bougie and white the community as Santa Barbara is, but with the Black community as well. And specifically with, I assume it's a lot of these comments are like high school and college student copy pasta, where you see like we know that racism exists because this, and like every single comment is exactly the same. And it's pretty clear that you guys are just copy and pasting something and emailing it in because you're under the impression that participating once in one council meeting is political activism, which, I'm sorry if that sounds like a harsh critique, but I'm saying it because if you're hyperbolic about certain issues of race, you're going to turn into the activism movement that cried racism, just like the boy cried wolf. Megan Hockaday was not murdered, right? I just, earlier today, I was like, who is this? What was going on here? So I decided to look into it. I Googled Megan Hockaday police report, which there's a 27th page, publicly accessible police report. You can find it in about 15, 20 seconds of Googling that term. She was not murdered. She brandished a knife and charged at her boyfriend, who she had already torn and clawed his shirt off, was pulling the hair of and abusing her children. She was an alcoholic. She was wilding out and charged at the man who called the police on her, and that man ran behind the police officer, who then promptly shot her, not a million times, not a bunch. He shot her twice. She went down. The officer immediately called EMS services, and when the next officer arrived on the scene, he was seen pleading for her to stay with him over her dying body. That officer is not a murderer. And portraying him as such, it portrays the Black Lives Matter movement as a hyperbolic and as a childish movement, which is bad. It's bad for Black lives, because if you speak with disingenuous and hyperbolic rhetoric, you're going to devalue the claims that you're making, which are very real. That systematic and institutionalized racism it affects communities in a very real way, and we need to do something about the over-incarceration disproportionately of Black and Hispanic folks. So, yeah, I just want to put that out there, that I'm in full support of some aspects of the movement that are calling for more accountability, civilian accountability on the police, and I'm all in favor of that. But I'm also I'm more like, left of center position. I do support the cops, and if there are any cops out there that are listening, not everyone in the community is afraid of you and hates you, and a lot of us really just want the community on both ends of it to work together to heal and to recognize that the political process is incredibly complex and nuanced, and that especially for the professors out there, there's a sociology professor who was just talking from UCSB. She was brilliant. She was saying really intelligent stuff. There are a lot of students who look up to and listen to you, and when you implore them to take political action, don't encourage them to just copy-paste some stuff that they don't really understand. Encourage them to really think about what they're saying and about the way that they may be impacting their community, because it's not a good time for anyone at any level, whether it's national, state, local, to evolve into dichotomous us versus them thought. Is dangerous for anyone as a community, and it's not black and white, pun intended. It's not a black and white issue. It's very complex. It's very nuanced, and I think the community needs to work together to heal. And so just want to make that comment. I yield the rest of my time, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hare.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Olivia Sparkle. My name is Olivia, and I am a resident of Carpinteria. For too long, the county of Santa Barbara has been comfortable with its whiteness. It's time to get uncomfortable. It's time to witness the overt and systemic racism that pulses through the veins of your community. It's time to listen to the pained and tired Black and brown voices that have been shouting for your attention for generations. It's time to confront the fact that your leadership has not served, supported, or protected Black and brown bodies, and it's time to do something about it. Below are our demands. May you heed them and be on the right side of history. We are all watching closely. Institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration.
Thank you, Ms. Sparkle.
And we will now go to Connie Ford on the phone.
Okay, thank you for taking my comments. My name is Connie Ford. I live in North Santa Barbara County. And no one is saying that every police officer is a racist. We know that isn't true. It's that initial contact with weaponized police who are racist that make Black people and other minorities vulnerable, knowing that those racist police are protected by the system. That's what we're talking about. Racism has been baked into our judicial system, beginning with policing all the way through conviction, incarceration, and even making incarceration and out into the job market and the housing. This is not about tearing down our whole country or capitalism. It's about making our country better and safer for all of our citizens. Our police are often expected to act as social workers. So our police need to have training in social work. Maybe that isn't what they signed up for, and I know a lot of them feel that that isn't what they signed up for, and I totally sympathize with them. That is a completely different major in college. But there also needs to be social workers involved from the very first contact with the public by law enforcement all the way through the entire judicial system, including jury selection to weed out racists and continuing support after incarceration into civilian life. Sometimes they're just turned out and they really don't get any help. This is something that should be extended to the families of those incarcerated and also stay with them after their release. I think this speaks directly to the budget. If it seems like I'm leaning more into resources for social work, it's because we know we have systemic racism in our society, and it's not just about laws. It's not just about the police. The statistics are pretty clear that arrests, convictions, incarcerations, longer sentences, those are all biased against Black people and other minorities as well. Another problem is how police officers and other judicial employees have been fined and reprimanded and charged with crimes. They can go into another area all over the country, even maybe from county to county. There's no cross-checking to make sure that they're not hired for the same exact position by another department. And there's another thing too. There are active racist groups operating in our communities. Although we can use Megan's Law to identify sex offenders in our neighborhoods, which is a good thing, we have no such ability to find the locations of racist hate groups known to the FBI and listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center, many who have had members that have been convicted of hate crimes that may be freely operating in secrecy in our own community. Exposure can at least warn the public that these groups walk among us, live among us, operate among us, so that we can work on that. So, and also, I do thank you for having these hearings on the internet with phone, email, and letter manner, because sometimes it's very difficult for us to get to the locations for these public hearings. So anyway, that's all I have to say, and thank you again for taking my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Nicole Evans. Racism is real in Santa Barbara. The Santa Barbara Independent reports only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines. 8.7% of the time, the target of their force is Black. The names are numerous: George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday. Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, and end isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Sincerely, Nicole Evans.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
And we will now go to the phone with Christine Dominguez.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Christine Dominguez. I'm a mental health social worker in Santa Barbara County who worked with both youth and adults impacted by the justice system for 5 years. I'm calling in support of the Black Lives Matter demands. I'm urging Santa Barbara to take the time to look at its systemic structure and take the necessary steps to combat racial and ethnic inequality in this county. I grew up in Santa Barbara, and to be completely honest, I left as soon as it was possible because as a person of color, I grew resentful of my experiences in this town. A town that allows a street name to remain Indio Muerto, dead Indian. After returning to Santa Barbara, it makes me really sad to realize that it has not changed all that much. I see the racial and ethnic inequality every day in the experiences shared by the Black, Indigenous, and people of color I work with in Santa Barbara. I, along with so many other mental health providers and community providers, work tirelessly to undo the brainwashing of this privileged white colonial community, and it has become exhausting. I find this sad to say, but at least 90% of the population I work with is struggling to sort through some internalized dialogue, questioning their value, battling with messages of feeling less than, and I always ask where it comes from. And it's sad to say, but almost every single time the answer is the school system, the justice system, or a lived experience with a white person in the community. This is what we call internalized racism. Black, Indigenous people of color learn the language from systemic structures that have embodied the language towards these populations to eventually lead Black, Indigenous people of color to turn on themselves. The end result becomes Black on Black violence, brown on brown violence, brown on Black, Black on brown. The gang problem in Santa Barbara is a direct result of systemic racism along with ethnic and economic inequality in this town. I'm calling to urge the implementation of diversion programs and the pursuit of alternatives to incarceration. Our community of Black, Indigenous, and people of color need healing urgently. Too often we wait for the pains to brew up, so much so that people have no other outlet but anger and resentment. I want to call to remembrance a time in which Santa Barbara decided to funnel efforts towards its youth to combat gang violence in 2015 after 15-year-old Luis Angel Linares died behind Saks Fifth Avenue. And the issue of brown on brown violence came knocking at the door of so many comfortable, white, rich Santa Barbarians and tourists. Let's not wait for the problem to explode to do something. I would like to remind Santa Barbara of money that was funneled by the county to bring in the Burns Institute for Justice, Fairness, and Equity to explore and research the striking rates of incarceration of youth of color in our county. One of the biggest critiques that came from that study was that youth did not have access to support services that were culturally competent services. I'm asking that the county go back to the research and take the steps to make the changes that have been recommended to the county even years ago, and to not stop there, but to move forward with continued efforts in learning more about what our Black, Indigenous, and people of color in this community need. I'm asking that we not open the North County Jail. I'm also in support of the Sheriff's Office updating its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, and law enforcement in Santa Barbara County all over Santa Barbara County having behavioral co-response teams. I lost a dear friend over 3 years ago who was dealing with significant mental health issues, who was experiencing delusions and paranoia, was shot 18 times by the Sheriff's Department in Santa Barbara. And I can't help but think he would still be here if the Sheriff's Department was trained differently. I support a citizen review board and isolation to quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. I urge you all to please, please, please listen and do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're continuing with public comment.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Roya Bazai. I am a 31-year-old public school teacher born and raised in Santa Barbara. I'm writing to you as an ally of the Black Lives Matter movement to voice my support for all of their demands. Specifically, I ask for institutional support and funding for an annual Juneteenth celebration. I ask that the Sheriff's Office update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. I I ask that we end isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. I ask that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Black people in our community deserve to feel safe, seen, and celebrated. I've heard over and over again from Black community members that right now they do not. It is your responsibility as city leaders to change that. Your incentives to make these changes are strong. Black people add an incalculable amount of value to our community. Where diversity and culture are welcomed and celebrated, there is so much more collective wisdom, truth, and innovation. Intelligent, culturally competent young professionals will not continue to live in a city that does not celebrate and protect people of color. The status quo is unsustainable. Please do something.
Thank you for your comments.
And now we will go to Penny O'Mahony on the phone. Alrighty, Penny, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am commenting today to express support for Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and to urge you to take concrete steps to defund and demilitarize the SBPD and to invest in Black communities in Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara has famously stringent rules and regulations in order to preserve the cultural heritage of the town. Tell me why, then, that Black landmarks have all but been erased. I would like to echo Facilitator Jones' sentiment that gentrification in Santa Barbara has been entirely intentional. How can Black citizens feel at home in a city that only protects and honors its white landmarks and culture? I am 18 years old, and I already feel that I have lost time being ignorant and inactive on issues concerning police brutality and institutionalized racism. How long have you, members of the board, been in government? How long have you had the power to make positive change for Black communities in our city? How much time have you lost to inactivity? How much longer are you going to tread water with empty platitudes? This crisis demands so much more than vaguely condemning racism or condemning evil, as Councilman Adams said. Every moment that you are inactive, the lives of your Black citizens are at stake. What will you do to make real change in our community? I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Dylan Verana. The murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis has sparked protests against police violence throughout America. Police act with outsized budgets, minimal accountability, and obvious racist intent. While some would pretend otherwise, Santa Barbara is no different. A recent investigation by The Independent found that 8.7% of violence from the Santa Barbara Police Department is directed at Black Santa Barbara residents, despite them only making up 1.3% of the county's population. Similarly, they found that 44.2% of Santa Barbara Police Department violence is directed at Latino residents, despite them making up 36.5% of the county. The county sheriff's office, which refuses to ban known deadly neck restraints like the one used to murder George Floyd, is no better. I call on the county to immediately accept the demands of Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter, including institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation, end isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Additionally, I believe the county should reconsider the budget of the sheriff's office. Much of the $154 million currently spent on that office would be better spent on programs to serve the community and lift people up, rather than officers to police and imprison them.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to the phone with Crystal Farmer Seagart. Crystal, go ahead.
Hello, board members. My name is Crystal Farmer Seagart, and today I would like to talk about SB County's urgent need to address police brutality, anti-Blackness, and racism in this community. The need for the Board of Supervisors and Sheriff Bill Brown to honor all the demands presented by Healing Justice SB and Black Lives Matter, and to highlight what racism, anti-Blackness, and police brutality looks like in law enforcement. I would like to focus my comments on elected SB County Sheriff Bill Brown, as the office is led by him. In the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, we are seeing many organizations and institutions come to terms with what anti-Blackness and racism can look like, how embedded white supremacy is within our systems, and focus on ways to actively address the harm that has been caused by whiteness for centuries. As we talk about racial equity within the criminal justice system, it is important for us to be transparent on what inequities look like racially. When Simone and I led the protest on May 31st at the SB courthouse, we had a list of demands that called out these institutions, called out white supremacy, and demanded long overdue change in this community. Sheriff Bill Brown's office was among many on that list. As people began emailing, Sheriff Bill Brown responded with a tone-deaf, ignorant, racist, anti-Black, egotistical statement that showed not only does he lack the educational ability to do his job, he also has no common sense. In his statement, Sheriff Bill Brown rambled on about his African-American male friend, a pastor that he had the privilege of being friends with for 13 years. He described his African-American friend as, and I quote, a huge man with a booming bass voice, and when he shook my hand, I remember his hand was so large, I thought he might be wearing a catcher's mitt, end quote. There is nothing more anti-Black than discussing racial inequities and the Black experience, and then mentioning the one Black friend you have to try and absolve yourself and your office from racism and police brutality. My heart goes out to that family, as he tried to use them to gaslight many hurt, tired, and outraged people in this community. Fast forward to a few days later in a Goleta City Council meeting Sheriff Bill Brown was invited to participate in. He makes even more problematic and false statements where he says that he doesn't want his department, quote, painted with the same brush that other agencies that have had systemic problems with police brutality. I would like to remind Sheriff Bill Brown that in 2017, 5 SB County sheriffs shot and killed Brian Carreno. He was shot 20 times, per the SB Independent, and that in the earlier part of this year, 2 SB County Sheriff's Office employees were arrested on multiple felony sexual assault charges, per the SB Independent. And our neighboring community, Oxnard, where Megan Hockaday, a Black woman who went to school in Santa Barbara, a beloved mother of 3, was murdered by Oxnard PD. That affects us. She was a member of this community. The SB County Sheriff's Department is not above police brutality. They do not get to absolve themselves from racial profiling, inhumane actions, or in Sheriff Bill Brown's case, accountability for being completely ignorant and highly misinformed. It happens right here in our community, and I'm sure there are countless stories and experiences that we haven't heard of as well. We need to fight for restorative justice practices. We need to defund these militarized institutions. We need to end police brutality, and we need to really reevaluate the leadership we have during these challenging times. We need people in leadership positions that are willing to dismantle these harmful systems and recreate systems that serve Black, brown, and Indigenous folks in meaningful ways. The safest communities don't have the most cops. The safest communities have the most resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Arlene Stepatat. The Freedom to Choose Project, FTC, a local 501c3, was founded to provide innovative and healing programs for those incarcerated in the California prison system. For the last 15 years, FTC has relied on community and nationwide volunteers to carry forth its mission, transforming the lives of individuals impacted by incarceration through compassionate, experiential education. Last year, we received a grant from the CDCR to expand to a total of 6 prisons within our state. Just prior to the COVID outbreak, we were meeting with members of the Sheriff's Department alongside of CLU, Clergy and Laity United, to consider how these programs could be brought into our local jail. Our intention as an organization is to continue to do our part, to listen and take action in the face of injustice, racism, and bigotry. We are painfully aware of the disproportionate number of people of color in the prison system and how this reflects deeply rooted institutionalized racism. FTC takes its name from the work of Viktor Frankl, who was a survivor of the Nazi concentration camps. His work serves to remind us of the consequence of ignoring institutionalized racism. The heart of our work is about valuing all people, regardless of color. Frankl said that between stimulus and response is an opportunity to make a choice about how we act, and that is our freedom. We choose to bring change and to assist in transforming the criminal justice system, especially in our own county.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter by Timur Nasafi. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black and Brown community members. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle-like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. And I know it exists because I personally have been profiled by Bill Brown's overfunded and overenthusiastic Gestapo. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Megan Hockaday, and countless others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black and Brown community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand 1, institutional and financial support for our annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. 2, the sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. 3, end isolation, quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. 4, the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. 5, investigate defunding the sheriff's department. Get on board or get out. Timur Nasafi.
Thank you.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Angela Weidman. Far too many Santa Barbara citizens believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are happening elsewhere and not in our community. However, we know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of our Black community members. Because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in this town, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. Because the Independent reports that although only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and the many others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand not just financial, but institutional support for an annual Juneteenth celebration this year, but every year. The sheriff must update the use of force policy to center on de-escalation. We demand an end to isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. And we demand that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Angela Weidman.
Thank you, Ms. Whiteman.
We will now go to a letter by Michael Welsh. Hello, my name is Michael Welsh, and I call Santa Barbara County home. I'm writing to you today in both grief and hope. Grief that it has taken yet another Black life to shine a spotlight on the injustice ingrained within this nation, and hope that this moment will incite the very change that prevents any more blood from being spilled. I urge you to introduce legislation that seeks to, 1, end the criminalization of poverty. Poverty disproportionately affects the Black community. Subjecting communities that have been left behind for decades to harsh punishment simply because of the impoverished circumstances they find themselves is another avenue that puts Black people in confrontation with police officers. Direct the money to programs that seek to actually improve the living conditions of the over-policed. 2, end practices such as no-knock warrants. No-knock warrants are prone to mishap, confusion, and misunderstanding. 3, rigorously screen those entering the police force and continually subject to those in the line of duty to test of physiological fitness and mental capacity. 4, provide every officer in the line of duty with a body cam. Body cams force officers to weigh their decisions with the knowledge that others will be watching and judging them. 5, establish a citizens review board that allows unprecedented individuals and communities to voice their concerns and litigate on matters concerning injustice. I ask you to start the process of fixing what is broken in this nation. Sincerely, Michael Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Jonah Haas. We are hearing nationwide demands from the Black Lives Matter movement to defund police as a solution toward dismantling the deeply embedded systemic racism and white supremacy inherent in our policing and criminal justice systems. We understand this to be a more complex conversation than simply disbanding and dissolving the police, but rather it will include more rigorous hiring criteria and vetting, more accountability, and a reprioritization of funding toward community-based initiatives. Along these lines, we see the imperative to also uplift and prioritize other important preventative approaches like mental health services, sexual assault and rape crisis counselors, social advocacy, community-led projects, and community-based guardianship that focuses on de-escalation, mediation, and harm reduction. We understand that the state is earmarking funding to activate response teams in this regard, and that Santa Barbara may be reprioritizing their spending to align with these wider calls and important movements. Santa Barbara is already a leader in this regard, especially the work of Eddie Shui, and can continue to lead the way by looking to partner with existing local companies. One example is the Guardian Team, a local company that functions as both a security agency for events, businesses, and communities through its strategic partnership with Cytrip, and a harm reduction team that focuses on community safety. Locally, the Guardian Team has worked closely with the Isla Vista Community Service District, Lucidity Festival, Earth Day, SB Cast, the Apple Store, and the Isla Vista Food Cooperative, as well as more than 20 other events and organizations across California. We ask the County of Santa Barbara to consider exploring ways that the Guardian Team can act as a supplemental presence for peak events and happenings. Examples could include fiesta, solstice parade, protests, holiday parades, First Thursdays, major Isla Vista events, and other high traffic nights downtown. Outcomes to include increased public safety, decreased amount of calls funneled to police, enhanced concept of guardianship among the community, and ultimately, once trust and track record has been established, will allow for a decreasing of police presence and a subsequent reduction of overall spending. Jonah Gabriel Haas, 15-year Santa Barbara resident and local business owner.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Haas.
We will now go to a letter by Sarah Stark. Hello, I want my comment read into the record for today's Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting. For too long, Santa Barbara has been a bubble where locals and tourists alike believe that racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere, not in our paradise. We know that this is simply incorrect. Santa Barbara, like the rest of the United States, was built on the backs of Black people and people of color. We know that racism and white supremacy exists in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, police physicality is disproportionately targeted toward Black people. The tragic deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and countless others are the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. Black community members are suffocated by racism and white supremacy daily. It affects their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers. The district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. Sarah Stark.
Thank you, Ms. Stark.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Rose Levy. Too many people in Santa Barbara believe the dangers of racism and white supremacy are things that happen elsewhere, not in our community. We know racism and white supremacy exist in our community because of the daily experiences of Black community members. We know they exist because Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara, was murdered by the police in Oxnard. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only around 1.3% of the Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. I am tired of living in a community that pretends to be only white. This intentional erasing of Black community members is a sickness. What happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, Megan Hockaday, and all the others is the outcome of racism and white supremacy being ignored until it literally murders someone. The truth is, Black community members are being suffocated by racism and white supremacy every day, and it's affecting their mental, physical, and emotional health. It is not enough to condemn blatant acts of racism. We must make our institutions anti-racist. Therefore, we demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. The sheriff update its use of force policy to center on de-escalation. End isolation and quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers, and that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration. We demand action. Rose Levy.
Thank you, Ms. Levy.
We will now go to a letter by Matt Herman. I believe we need to halt the construction of the Northern Branch Jail in Santa Maria. I am not persuaded that because it is less staff intensive, this is a money saver. It has high operational costs, $19.5 million this year. Besides, the agency's own executive summary shows the proposed budget for staff for 3 years. Do we need a fourth year of this at a time when the local school district is projected to cut staff? No. It would be cheaper to depopulate the jails. Fund the police of the public defender before you fund the construction of a new jail, and the very least. The public defender receives about 1/3 of the funds of the prosecutor. Enable a civilian review board to investigate both sheriff and correctional officer misconduct. If Bill Brown can release 30 inmates to protect the jail from COVID-19, what does that say about who we incarcerate and why? Over 500 inmates are incarcerated in our jails today. Would you, the citizens of Santa Barbara County, really put them there? Do you think you would convict these people? 8% of the jail population was Black compared to 2% of the county population. Matt Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Eli Perlman. Study after study has shown restorative justice to be more effective at reducing recidivism. The Sheriff's Department, meanwhile, has the second highest recommended budget total for 2020-2021, including a $10.4 million increase from last year. Why shouldn't we reallocate some of that money to programs that will make our community stronger, like restorative justice? Eli Perlman.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman.
We will now go to a letter by Jessica Herman. I feel the Santa Barbara Police Department needs to change. PD statistics show 8.7% of force used by officers is on Black people, who are only 1.3% of our community, and the disparity for Latinos is equally terrible. This needs to change. The entire use of force policy needs to change, starting with shifting to arming police officers with non-lethal force similar to as practiced in the UK. Santa Barbara is not immune to excessive force problems. The use of carotid restraint technique, a chokehold, is inexcusable. 3 times in the last 5 years. Eric Garner was murdered by the NYPD 5 years ago by chokehold, yet SBPD only banned it last year. What makes us special? We prosecute petty infractions like selling loose cigarettes and harass the homeless just like in a larger city. The Independent finds that there were 140 official complaints filed since 2016, 8 allegedly racial discrimination, and 9 alleging excessive force. And only 17 were subject to internal investigation validating the complaint. That is suspicious to me. We need citizen review boards, membership in an elected office that have actual authority to review complaints and fire offending officers. If the SBPD are so confident in their assessment, what's the problem? Finally, we must defund the police and invest in affordable housing, food security, fire prevention departments, and in our school districts. We must face the real social problems in our community and fund the right responses. Jessica Herman.
Thank you, Ms. Herman.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Chelsea Lyon Hayden. According to reporting by the Santa Barbara Independent, only around 1.3% of Santa Barbara's population is Black. Yet when police get physical with kicks, punches, baton strikes, and takedowns, as well as other forms of muscle like tasers, pepper spray, and canines, 8.7% of the time the target of their force is Black. Please let that sink in. It can be easy to think anti-Black racism doesn't touch Santa Barbara like it does in other parts of the country, or that we're doing enough by condemning blatant acts of racism, but then going back to business as usual. Please listen to the needs and demands of our Black community to shape sustainable anti-racist changes in our institutions and continue to involve them in these decisions. In alignment with Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, I demand institutional and financial support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year. I demand the sheriff update the use of force policy to center on de-escalation. I demand that isolation quarantine for inmates attending court or contacting their lawyers ends, and I demand that the district attorney implement diversion programs and pursue alternatives to incarceration.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter by Kate Sabistre. I stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Movement Santa Barbara and am full support of their demands. I strongly believe that we give police officers in the United States and in Santa Barbara both too much responsibility and too much power. Too much responsibility in their decision to make arrests and too much power to allow them to do so. We give them too much power with weapons, heightening their sense of authority, and too much responsibility to ask that this power and authority does not turn into brutality. I have heard these stories from Black members of our community and want to amplify their stories to make sure they are heard and respected. I urge the council and sheriff's department to address these stories and do everything in their power to prevent these stories from happening again in the future. I am sure you have been in conversations regarding police brutality and incarceration and how these are both part of systemic racism. If you have not, then you have not been actively ignorant. And to be actively ignorant is to be passively racist. It is vital that we support our community members in having an anti-racist agenda. I would like to believe that some of you entered into the police force not just to be an authoritative figure so people would cower around you, but because you wanted to do good for your community. By accepting the demands of the BLM SB, you are being presented with an opportunity to do good. Take it. Kate Sabistre.
Thank you, Ms. Sabistre.
And we will go to our final letter by Sam Schwan. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am reaching out to express my anger, disappointment, and frustration towards the SBPD. They should not be receiving 32.32% of the budget. They don't do anything, unless you count harassment, condensation, and racism as valuable contributions to our community. In Santa Barbara, 6% of individuals that have been arrested were Black, while they only make up 1.8% of our community. On top of that, crime in Santa Barbara has decreased, yet funding has increased $9 million in the last 3 years. The support this funding shows for the violence against Black and brown people is shameful. We don't need budget cuts across departments to pay for a $140 billion police station. We need to stop pouring funds into police and invest in things that actually benefit the community, like education, restorative justice practices, housing, poverty, and food insecurity. We need to stop ignoring racism and the injustices against people of color by adopting a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency. We need to keep SBPD responsible by adopting a civilian review board that can vote out corrupt cops. We need to support our Black community by providing support for an annual Juneteenth celebration, and we need to preserve history by protecting and preserving local Black landmarks like St. Mar Ami. Friendship Baptist Church, and Franklin Neighborhood Center. We will continue to make our voices known. Listen to your community. We need care, not cops. Thank you for your work and time. Sam Schwan.
Thank you, Mr. Schwan. I want to thank Ms. Carbajal and Ms. Alexander for reading all the letters. That's a really physically demanding thing to do for 4 hours. We'll now return to Ms. Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones to conclude our public comment portion of the public hearing.
Thank you. Yes, to Ms. Alexander, Ms. Carbajal, thank you so much for doing that and doing it so faithfully and intently and with a smile. I actually want to thank all who called in today, who sent in their emails. That was a lot, and the people have spoken who were able to participate in this first, again, of many steps that we have to take with regards to listening to our community. As I was listening throughout the time and I was talking about things will change, what I was thinking I was going to say at the beginning, it has now been much more informed through this discussion. And part of it is that we can and we must do better. In 2010, I was just looking this up, in 2010, there was a Not in Our Town, Santa Barbara, Rise Up Against Hate. We are still in 2020 talking about hate and racism. So clearly we're not doing what we said we were going to do. And I was looking at a piece of the article that I talked about earlier, and I will send that out, about early childhood and racism and why we need to talk there. And one of the things in the titles, it said, we have got to put the work in. We've got to continue to do the work. We can't just lose sight of it once we think things have gone down or they have died down, or that's not the shiny thing to do, because it keeps popping back up, right? So we have to continue to do the work. And then it said, you have to apologize. I think we have to apologize to this community not following up what we said we were going to do. And not just us, because maybe in 2010 some of us weren't here. But even though we weren't here, what are we doing as a county in our process, in our protocols, in our programs? And it says an apology is a commitment to change your behavior. You acknowledge that what you do was harmful, and then you commit to not doing that thing that caused harm anymore. Understand that if someone took the time to tell you what you did wrong instead of just suffering through it silently, it means they have hope that you have the capacity for change. And they care enough to show you a start on that path. It can be calling in instead of calling out. There is a big difference. We can see calling in as a practice of loving each other to allow each other to make mistakes. A practice of loving ourselves enough to know what we are trying to do here is radically unlearning of everything we have been configured to believe in is normal. And that's where we have to start about attitude in this different place of change. You've got to change your attitude. You've got to have an open mind and an open heart. And we talked about the root cause earlier. I have the fortune to work on First Five, and we know how early it is, and in terms of that, how critical it is, because we know those early years, they actually frame who we are and what we become as adults. So that's a place that we actually have in our county that we can start, and to really start to link up with departments who are dealing with our adults. We have the fortune on this First Five to work with DSS, public health, behavior wellness, probation. We've got it all. We just have to make sure that we've got to elevate that. That's where we have to start when we start to look at our changes of our policies, our attitudes as well. And then there was one more thing as we're continuing to work on our strategic plan for First Five, as we're looking to really look at it through a different set of eyes, because again, we know how critical it is with regards to early care and setting that foundation. There was a comment that said, the time has come to close the gap between what we know and what we do to promote the healthy development of young children. And I would say that this applies to where we are right now. The time has come to close the gap between what we know and what we do to promote racial equality and justice. So I'm going to turn that over to you now.
Thank you. I think that's called for after 4 hours.
second time, my bad. I think it's very evident that the voice of the community has been expressed here, not in some trivial way, you know, that some so-called leaders say that they're speaking for the American people when they're not. I think it's pretty clear that the voice of the community has been expressed here in very concise ways and have suggested and urged you to consider things that are very attainable, things that are not pie in the sky type of things, If nothing else, it's a call for continued conversation, as Ms. Sims-Moten just said, to continue this dialogue that we've been having for decades. There was comment about the issue with Sambos, and although very thankful that that has shifted, that conversation has been going on for decades. So these conversations are nothing new, and although there are those like perhaps Mr. Becker who advocate making it rain as a solution to injustice and equality, or Mr. Levinson who chimed in with support of law enforcement and nothing else to say about anything that's actually going on in this conversation, or Mr. O'Hara who says that activism against racism is akin to, we have to be careful, akin to the boy crying wolf, in reference to the repeated demands that have been expressed here, obviously communicating from the Black Lives Matter movement and also referencing the Independent article. And I'm not apologetic that any individual may feel as though their time may have been wasted. Whether anyone thinks like this public comment, this space, this time is hyperbolic, or whether it's a critique of capitalism, which, correct me if I'm wrong, nobody said, or whether it's about the universal struggle of good versus evil, okay, or whether community members who spoke today condemn every single individual in law enforcement. By my count, 90 plus people who have submitted public comments either over the phone or in writing, these all fail to address the point. The point is, structurally, institutionally, historically, foundationally, something is wrong. We all know it. Well, let me say that differently. Many, if not most, know it. Maybe some refuse to see it. Maybe it's too hard to see, but that doesn't change the fact that it exists, nor does it change the fact that it has been a painful reality for decades, if not centuries, for countless millions upon millions of people who are Americans and who are human beings. We're here. We're not going anywhere. We're taking notes. We're taking names. And I would say also, as a point of kind of academic record or reference, Mr. Becker, there's a great book by professor at UCLA, Manuel Pastor. He actually came here a couple times and spoke. The Fund for Santa Barbara bought him. He has a book called The State of Resistance, and it's kind of a history of the state of California. The point of it that I want to share with you is that he describes in this book, well, one, generally what happens in California kind of reverberates around the world, around the country and around the world typically. But if we look at these instances, both swinging on the political spectrum left and right, California really leads the way. But the most poignant point that he made that I read in the book is he was talking about after the Great Depression and after World War I, when the country is reeling and trying to come back, and it was not a good time economically. The state of California made a bold decision: invest. They built the Golden Gate Bridge, 1935. 2 years later, I think they completed the San Francisco Bay Bridge. They invested in a complete overhaul in infrastructure and roads, and commerce, invested in the school system, not knowing that there would be another world war coming down the pipe, not knowing that there will be these returning GIs that would need jobs and access to housing. And we're not going to get into the racial dynamics of all that, because that's a whole other thing. But what I'm saying is that investment set the state of California up 30 years later to be where it needed to be to meet the demands and the needs that they couldn't even see at that point in time. This is that moment for us. This is our state of resistance. The question is, are we going to heed the call? Thank you for your time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Chair, could I just add one more thing? I want to come back to answer the call. So, we have state of emergency, anytime there's a state of emergency, we come together as joint agency response to ensure that we avoid at all costs the loss of human life. Where we are today with racism and brutality, post-brutality, it's a loss of life. And it is a state of emergency, and we need a joint agency response. And so as I thought about that, I'm always good about putting acronyms because people seem to remember things and relate to them. And so when I thought about that, a joint agency response, it's the jar. Are we going to respond with our jar half full or half empty? I would say that we have to respond to these events that continue to go on. We have to respond with the jar totally full, exceeding if we need to. But we have to respond with a joint effort at this state of emergency. And so I can't say enough about, I want to end it with this quote because we've talked about money here and we've talked about justice here and we've talked about different things. And it's a quote with Martin Luther King who said, but let me go back one more time. And also we talk about data in a weather forecast and we get well prepared for a weather forecast. We have had 400 years of data and we still are not prepared to deal with this issue. Because we're not prepared to deal with it because we are socialized to be quiet on the topic so we don't make people uncomfortable with this cycle in place. We never learn the skills so that we can talk about it in useful and needed ways. And so we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And that is a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. Thank you for allowing me to add more.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the sense of urgency. We can and must do better. And so with that, I'd like to call on our local justice officials to speak. They are on the line here. And first, I'd like to invite Sheriff Bill Brown to speak.
Thank you, Chair Hart, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today with all of you. I wanted to just start, I have some remarks that I'd like to address that I've been adding to as today has been progressing, but I just wanted to start with a couple of things. One in particular that was asked by Supervisor Williams about the reduction of numbers in the jail during the COVID response. We, at the beginning of the COVID crisis, had 918 people in our jail. That was in February. In May, we had 556 people. So we've had a reduction of 39% of the people who are in our jail. And that has certainly helped our jail become less crowded. It has certainly helped us to be able to practice good distancing, better distancing within a jail that wasn't designed for it. But we don't know at this stage what the ramifications of releasing that many people are in terms of what the shorter term and longer term ramifications are going to be. The time will tell, and we'll be looking at that to see that. The other thing I'd like to mention are many of the callers and the speakers today in their letters or in their verbal statements addressed three demands that were made of the Sheriff's Office by Black Lives Matter. And I've received many letters from people who have repeated these demands. And I have responded, or I'm in the process of responding to all of them with a letter of my own to talk about some of the issues. Contrary to what was said, the editorial that I wrote was not in response to the demands or to the letter, but what I'm about to read you is. And I'm not going to go into the full detail because it's a lengthy and comprehensive response. But I will let you know that the first demand was to update our use of force policy to center on de-escalation. We use a policy service called Lexipol, which is contracted by many California law enforcement agencies. And Lexipol provides a continuously updated, customizable policy manual for law enforcement agencies that we use to update and to manage our local policies to include and reflect state and federal legal changes best practices, and to provide ongoing and regular evaluation of our policies by their legal team. The use of force policy incorporates the Lexipol standard requirements, but it is enhanced with our local requirements. Our use of force policy is comprehensive. It's 12 pages long, and it is more prescriptive than the Lexipol policy in and of itself, the standard policy. Our policy specifically addresses the sanctity of human life, the importance of discretion on the part of deputies, the utilization of de-escalation techniques and tactics, and the reasonableness and the necessity of using force. There are also restrictions on shooting at moving vehicles. A specific section also references the duty of a deputy to intercede if another deputy is observed using unnecessary or excessive force. And there is also in that policy a duty imposed to report those observations after the fact. And it's important for everybody to understand that our agency has had that in our use of force policy for more than 10 years. It's not something that has been added recently. The Sheriff's Office use of force policy and all of our policies, all of our procedures, our directives, and our training notices are all posted publicly on our website and are available for review by anyone that would like to see them. The second demand that was mentioned repeatedly was the demand to not isolate or quarantine inmates who are attending court or contacting their lawyers. And I'd just like to say that following the COVID-19 outbreak and in an effort to prevent the contagion of this virus within our jail facility, we took strong steps to make sure that we didn't have an outbreak in our jail. And we initially required inmates who were transported out of our jail at any time and who'd interacted with people outside of it, such as people who were attending court or contacting their lawyers, to be housed on their return in a part of the jail where they essentially were placed into observation, into a quarantine, if you will, for 14 days in our inmate reception center. Once the courts began to reopen, once there was more cycling of inmates to and from court, it began to be very apparent and evident that this practice could not be effectively sustained. And in consultation with our medical provider, WellPath, we developed a comprehensive plan that went into effect on Tuesday, June the 2nd, to stop the isolation and quarantining of all inmates coming back. And I won't read you the entire plan, but I will parts of it let you know. As part of that plan, we have issued an N95 mask to every inmate within the Santa Barbara County Jail, and we require them to wear those masks during their transport to and from the jail and in court when they are engaged in conversation. All court personnel and defense members must wear facial coverings whenever they're in close proximity to an inmate. There are additional steps being taken to sanitize surfaces to ensure proper social distancing. And then the inmates are checked medically on their departure from the jail and on their return to the jail. Temperatures taken, and they are cleared by medical staff before they will be returned to our general population. And any inmate who is observed not following the protocols or who has had suspected or exposure to someone who is COVID-19 positive will be rehoused in the IRC for the 14-day medical observation period. And again, please bear in mind that this plan and the subsequent procedures, the initial plan and the subsequent procedures that we came up with were both developed to protect inmates, to protect all the inmates who are in our care, and to protect our staff from a major outbreak of COVID-19. And we have all seen firsthand what that looks like in a correctional facility with the terrible situation that occurred at the Lompoc Federal Correctional Center. And then the last demand was to reduce jail admissions by redirecting people to community-based mental health and substance abuse treatment services. And I think all of you on the Board of Supervisors are very aware that we in the Sheriff's Office have been a leader in this area for many, many years. We continue to be a leader in this area. And just a partial list of some of our policies and programs and accomplishments in this area includes the development of the Sheriff's Behavioral Sciences Unit, which is led by a licensed psychologist and provides services not only to members of the public, but also to our own members in the organization to keep their mental health in order. To crisis intervention training, which is a requirement for all Santa Barbara County Sheriff's deputies and custody deputies and dispatchers. They all have to go through crisis intervention training. And then our co-response teams, developed in partnership with the Behavioral Wellness Department. We had a pilot program for a year. We received 2 grants. We now have 3 teams countywide that pair up a sheriff's deputy with a mental health professional, a clinician, and they go out and operate together, and they respond during times of crisis. And just to give you some idea of the success of this program, in April of this year, those 3 teams had 186 contacts with persons who were in crisis due to mental health or substance abuse, or had ongoing mental health or substance abuse issues and problems. And only 2 of those 186 contacts resulted in an arrest of the people that were seen by the co-response teams. We've collaborated with other county stakeholders to develop alternatives to incarceration, to include, again, with the Behavioral Wellness Department, to establish the Crisis Stabilization Unit as an alternative to jail and custody, and with that agency and with the Public Defender's Office to conceptualize, develop, and implement the county's Credo 47. That stands for Crisis, Recovery, Engagement, Diversion, Prop 47 Stabilization Center. Facility that is, again, an alternative to jail for people who are either under the influence of alcohol or under the influence of other substances, and as an alternative for jail, and also as a short-term stop to be able to get them into alternative housing to avoid them having to come into jail. I think most of you are aware that for many years, since 2007, I have served as a commissioner on the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, the state's mental health commission. And I represent the state's 58 sheriffs on that commission. As part of my duties with that organization, and as a matter of fact, I had a meeting this morning of that body that I participated in. I chaired a subcommittee that produced a very comprehensive report that I would invite anyone to take a look at. Very proud of what was put together. A roadmap, a manual for cities, for counties. It's called Together We Can, Reducing Criminal Justice Involvement for People with Mental Illness. So I don't want people to listen and hear this repeated claim that we, well, let me just say, not necessarily claim, it was alleged that there were 3 areas that we needed to address. We've been addressing those areas. I think I've given you evidence of that and others of that, and I hope that we understand that. I also wanted to address one other issue before I give a statement, and that is that one of the callers said that the Northern Branch Jail opening will double the jail's capacity, and that's simply not true. What it will do is it will allow us to have adequate rated beds, proper beds for inmates in a modern and purpose-built correctional facility that will house people in an environment that is safer and is more conducive to giving incarcerated people the tools, the opportunity, and the inspiration to change their lives from destructive behavior to productive lifestyles, and to do so because they want to be able to do it, and thereby helping the entire community. As I said, I want to thank the board for holding this hearing today. I want to also thank everybody that took the time to call in or to write in. I want to thank the two moderators for doing a great job. And I want everybody to know that I, as your sheriff, hear the concerns of these members of our community, as do you, their elected representatives. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on this and to hear from my fellow leaders in the criminal justice system on a topic that has gripped the nation in recent weeks. I also want to state unequivocally that I denounce and I condemn racism, police brutality, and white supremacy, and I do so in the strongest possible way. We in the Sheriff's Office protect and serve everyone in our community. There is an expectation in our county and indeed in our nation that we in law enforcement deliver this protection and this service in an even, fair, and unbiased manner. We are expected, as we should be, to deliver this service in an equitable and a courteous manner, with competency, with professionalism, and with respect being its hallmarks. These are indeed the same expectations that law enforcement leaders across our county have of their officers. It's certainly the expectation that I have of the members of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, but more importantly, it is also the expectation that the members of the Sheriff's Office have of themselves. I'd like to be clear that any loss of life during a law enforcement encounter is tragic, no matter how justified it may be. In fact, when a police officer is confronted with a deadly force encounter and takes another person's life in the defense of his or her own or someone else's, it is typically one of the most difficult and traumatic events in that officer's life. The unjustified killing of Mr. George Floyd in Minneapolis on May the 25th was especially tragic. The actions and the inactions of the officers involved were inexcusable, and they should be held accountable for that action and that inaction. However, we should not let what happened in Minneapolis discredit or define the hard work of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, who have sworn an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and to enforce the laws of our state and our community. These are the men and women who run towards the sound of gunfire when others run away. And in fact, as this very hearing was in progress today, a sheriff's deputy from a neighboring county, a police officer, and a California Highway Patrol officer were all shot in San Luis Obispo County in a gun battle with a suspect who was wanted for this morning's shooting of another San Luis Obispo County sheriff's deputy and the murder, execution style, of a homeless man. These are men and women who respond to incidents of domestic violence, who rescue and comfort abused children, who work to keep illicit narcotics out of the hands of the youth in our community. These are the men and women who secure and protect the courtrooms and who staff our jail and care for those who are in our custody. These are the ones who recognize that people in jail can and often do redeem themselves and change for the better. These are the men and women of law enforcement and corrections who work on the front lines and who, in so doing, are the most visible arm of government, the one that provides the most fundamental service for which government exists, the protection of its people. I also want to recognize and thank the people of Santa Barbara County, who for these past few weeks have gathered together during these troubling times, but who have done so peacefully to protest what happened in Minneapolis. and who sent a strong message and who have shared their thoughts and their views with us today. Violence directed at innocent citizens, violence directed at peace officers, and the destruction and theft of property did not occur in Santa Barbara County. The violence and destruction that we saw elsewhere did nothing but undermine efforts to promote collaborative solutions and meaningful change to difficult, complex, and long-standing problems. The recent tragic and reprehensible event in Minneapolis brought people together in this nation. We now need to seize the opportunity to build upon our past relationships and to forge new ones. We need to cool the rhetoric, and we need to extend grace to one another as we come together as a community and as a nation to address underlying issues and shortcomings wherever they exist. We need to sit down together in good faith. We need to roll up our sleeves. We need to have some difficult but essential conversations. And above all, we need to reason with one another. We need to respond to this moment in our history in positive and meaningful ways. But our community also needs to recognize that we, in the Santa Barbara County law enforcement community, and we in the Sheriff's Office in particular, have been engaged in positive and meaningful actions well before the current national crisis and well before the COVID pandemic. The solution to this national problem is not to gut the good work that is being done locally by defunding the police or the Sheriff's Office. I have no doubt that change is coming, but that change needs to be reasoned with the input of others taken into account. Any change needs to be well thought out with all of its consequences, intended and unintended, thought about ahead of time and properly considered before it is enacted. In the meantime, I want the members of our community, all the members of our community, to know that we are listening and that we stand with them during this painful and difficult time. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. We'll now go to District Attorney Joyce Dudley.
First of all, I want to assure everyone that I listened carefully to your words and that I won't forget them. Further, I also want to restrict my comments to 3 minutes that you all had. I want to assure you that your district attorney's office does offer alternatives to jail incarceration, as well as multiple diversion programs. But more importantly, we will expand those as much as we possibly can without negatively affecting public safety. Additionally, I want to personally thank everyone who took the time to be with us today. Those of you that were in the Board of Supervisors room, the people who wrote their emails and letters, and of course, all the people that waited online and spoke when we called. I especially want to thank Alonzo Christensen for his call, which has now allowed me to briefly address the 3 issues he raised. First, as to cannabis convictions, we received a list of approximately 1,500 people who were previously convicted of marijuana charges. We plan to dismiss or reduce all of these cases in compliance with the new law, and then COVID-19 happened. Now we are just waiting for the court to announce how they are going to proceed. As to his 2 comments regarding the article I wrote for Newshawk, I ask that anyone who's interested, please read it for themselves. It was published on June 1st. Throughout the article, I repeatedly differentiated how I felt from how some others felt. What I actually said was, and I quote, "In the past, we have seen similar images, but to some, they were always blurry, taken from a distance or an obscure angle, and there were always multiple possible explanations. What I said was that was what some thought. I never said that was what I thought. But throughout the article, I clearly stated how I felt about many things. And as to what I said about evil, and I quote, "The officers I've come to know are warriors who seek evil, and now they are cut to their very core to have seen it in their own uniform." When I first referred to evil in that sentence, I was referring to people who do evil, the people that we see, the murderers, the rapists, the arsonists, the child abusers, etc. And when I next referred to evil in that sentence, I was referring to the officers I know and saying how I believe they felt when they saw evil being committed by the Minneapolis police, people in their own uniform, and their hearts were crushed. Again, I said, and I quote, "The officers I've come to know are warriors who seek evil, and now they are cut to their very core to see it in their very own uniform." And now I want to thank all of you for being so incredibly patient and listening to me. Thank you, Supervisor Hart.
Thank you, District Attorney Dudley. Finally, we'll hear from Public Defender Tracy McCouga.
Chairman Hart, members of the board, and most importantly, the community that was here today. I have to tell you that when I started my career as a public defender in 1992, it was when Rodney King was beaten viciously by law enforcement, and then a white community acquitted the officers that beat him. I thought then that we would be able to turn the page and we would seek and achieve racial justice, and that there would be a chapter where we did value Black lives. This past Monday, public defenders throughout the nation, throughout California and locally, stood together to stand with the Black Lives Matter movement and join in solidarity with their desires, their demands. And I have to say, what I heard here today, what I feel like doing is just dropping a mic and saying, please just listen, because what everybody said was so important. But it's time for action, and that's what they're calling for, and that's what we call for as public defenders. We have to change. If we don't act and we don't change, then I would say shame on all of us as leaders. And as I sat here today listening to everything, I am mindful that we're staring at a pandemic. I'm mindful that our economy is struggling. I'm mindful that unemployment mounts. But I know there will be a vaccine. I know our economy will recover. And I know folks will get back to work, but there's no vaccine for racism. There is no vaccine for injustice. But there are actions that we can take. And I have to say that this moment, our community's moment, but most importantly, our Black and brown brothers and sisters moments, after listening to them today, this moment and the decisions that you make going forward are very important. To be blunt, and it's what everyone else has said here, mass incarceration and systemic and institutional racism against the Black and brown community didn't happen in a vacuum, but rather is and continues to be a result of years of policy and investment decisions that are, in short, support, empower, and embolden racism in our criminal justice system. As many people said today, systemic racism and the lack of justice continues to suffocate the Black America, and Black America can't breathe. We asked for what we can do. I know, being a frontline public defender for 28 years, what the community said today is what needs to happen, which is there has to be a reinvestment of dollars that we continue to throw at public safety and invest in our community, because the men and women and children that we see in our justice system are people who have all been disadvantaged in some way. are suffering from some trauma. And the Black and brown community especially has been subjected to this kind of indignity. For me, as I stand here and talk about this, there are a couple of things that we can do. One, yes, we do need to have meaningful diversion. Since my appointment 3.5 years ago, I've been asking and calling for change. I've been calling for meaningful diversion opportunities for my clients in this community. The district attorney is in the best position of power to do so. We are asking, and as we always will continue to ask for, just sentences. And even though I think this ship has sailed and the North County Branch Jail is being built, we have dedicated $24 million to go toward rehabilitation of the old jail. And those are dollars that can be reallocated to the community. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to talk. I think this needs to be a larger and a bigger discussion. And I look forward to the community continuing to be engaged in public safety. So we, as the leaders, can reimagine public safety to include what Ms. Sims and others have said, that we have to invest in our youth. We have to invest in education. We have to invest in the community-based organizations, not just in government, not just in law enforcement, and not in just prosecuting individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Defender Makuga. We also have Chief Probation Officer Tanya Heitman on the telephone.
Chief Heitman,
Chair
are you
Hart,
there?
I want to confirm that the reception's okay and you can hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can hear you very well.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hart and supervisors, for the opportunity to share my thoughts. Like many of us, I'm often struck by the complexity of the criminal justice system and the magnitude of changes that are needed to address the issues of racial equity, incarceration practices, and use of force. However, throughout my career, I've sought to use challenges as opportunities and crisis as the momentum for change. I hope to approach this moment in the same fashion. The death of George Floyd is tragic. The COVID-19 crisis has been devastating. My hope and my commitment is that we use these events as the much-needed momentum to improve our system. Many criminal justice reformers have been advocating for reduction in incarceration for years. Those of us within the criminal justice profession that support a reduction have had difficulty envisioning how we could accomplish that while not jeopardizing public safety. Zero bail gave us an opportunity to test some of those options out. While zero bail went beyond what some might be comfortable with, it also highlighted the fact that many people were incarcerated that did not need to be, that there are opportunities for safe release into the community that have not previously been fully realized. Santa Barbara County implemented zero bail with a blend of science and compassion to create a strategic approach towards community safety. We had the opportunity to ramp up our discharge planning and include housing options not previously available, and to work with the Sheriff's Office, our mental health department, public defender partners, community-based organizations, and the court to utilize all of the tools available to us, including pretrial supervision strategies, all with a sense of urgency and commitment to doing the right thing, even when it was difficult. In the implementation, we conducted assessments and utilized collaboration and pretrial strategies more aggressively than ever before. Our default became, let's explore how we can safely return individuals to the community, rather than how we can justify detention. We approached the implementation of zero bail with a common goal of protecting the public health and the community. We now have the opportunity to continue to blend science and compassion to change the future of our local criminal justice system. We must resist seeing the setbacks and barriers we're likely to encounter as a sign the system change efforts are not working and revert to prior patterns. To reduce our reliance on jail beds while also protecting our community, pretrial strategies must be employed that use the least restrictive conditions combined with a focus on getting it right rather than providing an opportunity to arrest and incarcerate. However, it will take all of us in and outside the criminal justice system working together with that same blend of science, compassion, urgency, and commitment. This is not an easy undertaking, but doing the right thing is rarely that. As your Chief Probation Officer, I'm committed to confronting these challenges head on and working with our justice partners to get this right. I thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Chief Heitman. We'll now bring the discussion back to the board. And I want to thank everyone who has contributed their comments today. And I also especially want to thank Ms. Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones for their inspiring remarks and their challenge to us. I'm deeply moved by the discussion that has been taking place in our community these past few weeks. I'm especially proud of our Black community members and other people of color who continue to lead us in the important dialogues and efforts for change. In this moment, we have a unique opportunity to reimagine the ways in which we keep our communities safe. We must approach this great task with an equity lens. There's been a lot of discussion about how we can reduce incarceration in our community. As I mentioned at Tuesday's budget hearing, incarceration disproportionately impacts people of color, people in poverty, and people with mental illness. We must confront these disparities. When people enter our local justice system, I want us to ask ourselves, are there any off-ramps for this person? Can we serve this person outside of the criminal justice system? Can we hold this person accountable in the community rather than in jail? The answer will not always be yes, but in many cases there are alternatives that we need to pursue. Almost all people who enter our criminal justice system will return to our community. While holding people accountable, we also need to focus on how we can prepare justice-involved individuals for success in our community. Right now, our justice system is focused heavily on retribution and incapacitation. We need to look at how we can rehabilitate people and heal the wounds caused by public safety issues in our community. This involves us paying closer attention to how we can support survivors of crimes in a more holistic way. I'd now like to speak to a few specific items. As a member of the Community Corrections Partnership, we are working to establish a goal of reducing racial and ethnic disparities in our justice system. We've initiated a racial equity study and have planned for racial equity training to be provided to hundreds of officers and justice system professionals in the near future. As a member of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, I'll continue to support efforts to better serve youth. My office is actively participating in the Reimagining Juvenile Justice process to focus on how we can center our juvenile justice system around the concept of positive youth development. The response to the COVID-19 crisis has reduced our county jail population by more than 1/3. This is the result of the release of certain medically vulnerable inmates, a reduction in local arrests, and the reduction of bail to $0 for most misdemeanors and some lower-level felonies. This effort has identified new possibilities for how we can reduce our jail population. Instead of being in custody, these individuals are receiving services and in many cases supervision in the community. Earlier this week, I wrote a letter to the Chief Justice and the California Judicial Council asking that they continue to promote this important effort. Additionally, I wrote to Presiding Judge Carozzo asking our local Superior Court to continue the zero bail initiative in the months ahead. I am pleased to hear that the zero bail rule will be continued locally. We must pay attention to the lessons learned during this period of expanded pretrial release. We also need to provide an adequate level of support and attention to these individuals in the community to set them up for success. I'd like to ask our sheriff and district attorney, in collaboration with other justice partners, to report back to the board with a plan on how we can reduce incarceration in this county as we reopen the Northern Branch Jail. This includes the need for additional diversion programs to prevent people from entering or staying in the criminal justice system where appropriate. My office is also partnering with the district attorney's office to create a neighborhood court pilot program in the Goleta Valley. This program, in concert with other diversion programs, will help expand the use of alternatives to justice involvement or incarceration. We must not return to our pre-COVID-19 level of incarceration. Lastly, I'd like to ask our CEO to report back to the board with a recommendation on a working group of county leaders to collaborate with the community in identifying projects that can be funded by the $500,000 set aside by the board to advance racial equity. In this moment of change, it is incumbent on all of us to do everything we can to promote racial equity and reimagine how we can pursue public safety and justice in our community. Supervisor Williams.
Well, first of all, I want to thank our moderators and the speakers and some of the activists that helped mobilize the movement in recent weeks locally, including Simone Ruskamp and Crystal Seagart. I have been brown long enough and read history long enough to not be surprised at injustice, to be a little bit maybe jaded that it is all pervasive in our society, and it is invigorating at a deeper reflective level to have people come to us with urgency, with passion, and with rage. And I think it is important for us to highlight something that awoke that rage in me when I found it, and I hope I'm just not going to make you angrier by telling you some stuff that will make you even angrier, which is to Supervisor Hart's comments that historically, before this COVID crisis, hovering at 70% or more of our people in the jail were not yet convicted of anything. They were there pre-trial, and some of those people were guilty, but some of them were innocent. And because of the disproportionate arrests rate with people that are Latino, Native American, or African American, that means innocent caught up with the guilty, because you might be exonerated, but if you're sitting in jail before you're exonerated for 6 months or longer, then your life has just been ruined before that time. You've lost your job, you may have lost your family, you have real problems, and that is if you're innocent. And to me, that is an intolerable situation, and is a large portion of what we're talking about when we say that maybe I should articulate in the context of my feeling about law enforcement. I am someone who, it can be intimidating that the legacy and persistence of racism in our society is so all pervasive that you can't attack it all places at once. I mean, we still live in a world where I feel like I have to tell my 4-year-old daughter, that she's the firstborn daughter of the firstborn daughter of the firstborn daughter of a people that were almost wiped off the face of the earth. Right? It's a pretty heavy thing to try to explain to a toddler. But that it is important because of the world that we live in for her to know that. But I have to remain focused on the ways that we can make the most difference. And some of the experiences that people are describing with local law enforcement pain me to hear, because that is not my experience. I have grown up here. I've had lots of interactions with law enforcement. I was a kid who was homeless a lot, lived in my vehicle. I wasn't a pachuco, but I dressed like one. And I had a bumper sticker that had a picture of a white cop throttling a black man, said very big, "Our oppressors are not our protectors." So I could have been a target because I had a lot of preconceived negative feelings about law enforcement from where I was in life. That has never been my experience in interactions in 45 years with law enforcement, and I've had a lot, even ones where their interactions, was because I wasn't doing everything I should be doing. And I do feel that our law enforcement agencies are more progressive than some that have been in the news. But that doesn't mean that we can't have embedded biases in the institution, and that those embedded biases don't endanger people of color. And that we, as people who preside over institutions that used to be used to oppress folks, don't have a responsibility to make sure that these institutions evolve. And to me, one of the most fundamental ways that we need to evolve, and one of the most fundamental or one of the most amazing opportunities we have, is that all of these ways we were trying to reduce jail population to more match that the people that were there actually belong there. We were taking years to enact things, and the coronavirus crisis happened, and then it all became magically possible all at once. And what I want to urge or put urgency to is we can't go back to incarcerating 900 to 1,000 people once we've learned that society has not deteriorated into anarchy when that many weren't incarcerated. And so to do that, I think we need to help make sure the justice system moves faster. And I think the thing that will frustrate many of the people who have spoken today is that the county, like many governments, we say that we're the head, but the sheriff's also the head, and the DA's also the head, and the courts are also the head. And so there's a lot of heads going on around here that all need to be pushing in the same direction for us to accomplish something. And but I just hope that for the sake of the many people whose lives could be ruined that are innocent, that we don't go back to the system of incarcerating so many people that haven't been convicted of anything.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I first off, I just want to thank Wendy Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones. So for Wendy, I guess the best thing I can say is I'm here and I do hear you. And I want that jar full too. So we're going to be working on that. And Mr. Jones, I don't know, how come I don't know more about you, but you were able to crystallize some very complex thought processes and put them in something I could really understand. And I heard some things I hadn't heard before. And I guess the best compliment I can give somebody is I learned something today, So, but what I heard that moved me the most today was LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, when she said, "We are done dying." And that's about as strong as you can get. So for all the other demands that I heard, that was the one to me that really hit me. You know, I don't have a big speech or anything. You know, I represent city of Santa Maria, that in my district, 82% of the people that live there are people of color. So the victims of crime in Santa Maria are people of color. The people that are committing crime are people of color. The people that are being arrested and put in jail, and whether or not they're innocent or not, they're people of color. So we have kind of a different lens there as well. So it's really interesting. You know, I've been married 20 years to a beautiful woman of color and raised 3 great kids. So I've got a little bit of a different look on things as well. And I know I'm bringing some bias myself. I've got a son that's a CHP officer, you know, and so I see things a little bit differently than some. But I guess the best thing I can tell you is that, you know, I'm committed to working with my colleagues and the community to first identify areas of systemic racism, to root them out, and help move this community forward. I think we have to do a better job of explaining to people about what the North County Jail is. Look, there's going to be people that are going to be in jail at some point. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get to that nirvana where nobody goes to jail. I'd much rather be in a place that's conducive to becoming a better human being, that has mental health capabilities, that has health facilities there, than an old decrepit jail that we have right now. So I think that's something that needs to be pointed out. And the other thing is, you know, we can't do what government normally does with a problem, and that is just throw money at it. And I heard a lot of people talking today about, you know, we have to, and I'm fine with reprioritizing, chopping the pie up, but people forget that we spend $250 million a year in this county alone on social services and mental health, and those are dollars well spent. But I don't think another $250 million, if we spent that, would make it necessarily better. I think we have to do things better. We have to find better ways to do them. And we've got a lot of smart people here that if we listen to folks, I think we can make the necessary changes to take us somewhere where we need to be. So my commitment's there. I hear you. You know, that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavaninos. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would like to start too thanking you both. This must have been I could imagine I'd be shaking in my boots thinking about how to crystallize these issues for us and for our community. I also want to thank the people who wrote in and were on the phone. I don't know how long you have to wait and all, but politics is the art of the possible, and what is possible is really defined by the community and how engaged. And so I think we do have a broader door than we've had before. I am particularly thinking about what you said, Wendy, about don't jump to defend. We, as politicians, we're always up there trying to say, we're doing this, we're doing that. But just to kind of hear. And then you said, answer the call. And the call that I hear is at least in 4 different categories. And I'll start first with the history, the art, the culture, people talking about historic landmarks, talking about public art, talking about Juneteenth. That we need to celebrate contributions, but we also have to look honestly at our history. And that's painful. It's one of those things, I heard the word uncomfortable, but we need to do that. And I know many of the board members are giving some of their discretionary money for this year for Juneteenth, and I would very much like to see some of the money that we have in the CEO's 990 fund go to a celebration for Juneteenth ongoing, and for cultural diversity, and again, looking honestly at our history. I think we tend to want to whitewash that sometimes. The second thing that I heard is we're hearing a lot of words about defund the police. I think what people are trying to say is let's re-envision public safety. From the minute the 911 call to on the street, who goes, what toolbox do they have at their disposal? And then when people do come into custody, how do we get them to the right place? And then if they do have to go to jail, how can that be a place of rehabilitation? And then overarching all of this is more transparency about who's in there and why, and more transparency about the officers. There's a lot in language, and they used to be peace officers, and now we're using language like law enforcement and warrior. And I understand warrior against evil, but I also think it has other connotations. And if it's against white supremacist terrorists, maybe I want a warrior, but not for every call. So I think it's really important how we begin to think about this, and the more communities can internally self-regulate, then the less we need, people from outside to keep the peace. The third area has to do with kind of internal operations for county government and how we interact with the people we serve. And we began with the GARE, Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We're doing more and more in human relations, human resources rather, language, but that's another bucket and category. And then there's the way that it's been described. This is the last one. It's racism is a public health emergency, and I'm thinking about what does that mean, and for me at least, it goes to the issue of what is the systemic, what are the systemic things, what are operating, and I read a recent article about poverty in our country, and we seem right now to be in a time where we have clusters. So if you have a neighborhood, a community where 20% of the people are under the poverty level, you find a whole cascade of issues that community is suffering. And we're finding that more and more people are clustered in this area. So I was talking to our CEO about this, and she mentioned that there was a poverty initiative in this county in 2012, where we actually did identify the different census areas and found 18 of these clusters at that time. And I don't know how many of those are adjacent to one another, but those are areas where, and this was done through the Department of Social Services, but it was looking at county services and, whether it's mental health, public health, social services, child welfare, whatever it was, what kind of access do these communities in particular have? Do they have transportation? We heard today the hours, is it evening? Can there be weekend? Where do you locate the office itself? So those were some of the things that came out of that particular report. But I come back to, first 5 and that first 2 years in childcare and the tremendous underinvestment that we've had. I had the opportunity to participate in a fundraising event in South LA where the Rodney King event occurred, and the community has gotten behind the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital, starting there with the public health emergency, and starting with acute cases in the hospital, but then reaching out. And it is an economic development strategy. And I heard that they're going to locate a tennis tennis training for world-class athletes and also work with local youth there. But they've gotten the foundations and government and nonprofits and business people to invest in that community. And that's what we really need to do, is identify these critical areas that we have a cluster of the cascading issues that lead to this public health emergency, and focus on that and see if we can really make a difference. I remember listening to Jeffrey Canada when he came here, said, this block in Harlem, or this square mile, I'm the guy in charge. It's not the probation or the courts or the district attorney or the sheriff. I'm the guy. And I'm the guy from conception to graduating from college. And we took some of that in the Thrive program. We were trying to incorporate it in the Kids Network and First Five, but I think that's the kind of urgency and intensity that, and the kind of initiative that I would like to see us focus, because it's important that we have a success. It's important that we can show progress in this area of public safety, in arts and culture, in our internal operations, but also these underlying structural, how do we deal with that in our county?
I think it's appropriate to, and this is off the script and I'm putting you on the spot, but I think it'd be great to have Ms. Sims-Moten and Mr. Jones have the final word.
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
All day, 24/7, 365, Black Lives Matter.
Thank
every
you very
day.
much.
Thank you for this space to be able to say that as well.
Thank you. I think we need a motion to adjourn to, what do we need a motion for?
Well, I believe you asked for a report back from our justice partners on what they are doing to reduce incarceration rates.
There we go. Would you like to make that motion?
Sure. I will, that's an honor, Mr. Chair. I will move that we ask for a report back to this body on, from our justice partners on what work is being done and on the numbers and progress of keeping the current low count of incarceration down.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those, oh, actually, let's do a roll call. No, actually, we're all here, so we can have a motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? No one? The matter carries unanimously.
Chair Hart, members of the board, can I please just confirm that that includes A through C of today's recommendations?
Thank you. That's the part that I was missing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
That does include A through C. Well, thank you again. As Ms. Sims-Moten said at the beginning, it's amazing what you can accomplish with hearts and minds open, and I know that ours are, and this is the first conversation of many that we will continue to embrace and accomplish things that are important. Thank you, and we are adjourned.